Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa nam no wow. Hey, ana mekele mazuche me for. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi is another Savior.
All right, and there it is. The gospel according to is this thing right? Can you hear me okay? Hopefully there's someone there, because I have no expectations there with too many of you there. It was on and off, but now it's on again. So hopefully there is somebody there, but nevertheless, we'll fulfill the righteousness. Holy, 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 the gospel remains the same. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother savior. That is according to our cousins from the other side of the river Niger, our Igbo brethren. What did I hear somebody refer to him as just earlier on today? Nnamdi Sokoto. So that's what they're calling him now. Nnamdi Sokoto. Look at that. It's just it's now. I was going to say it's now turned into an object of ridicule, but when in any time in space was Nnamdi Kanu not an object of ridicule, so it continues to be an object of ridicule. So there it is right there. That's the elegant Hassan. God bless the soul of Buhari. Well, that's subjective. Thank you. And by the way, people follow the example of Hassan, by the way. Hassan, one of the more generous members of this platform. Apart from Hassan and Ayo, I cannot think of anyone else that super chats to this stream. So Nnamdi Kanu is there. Nnamdi Sokoto. Nnamdi Sokoto. Look at that. Nnamdi Sokoto. Show me the law. Show me the. They will show you in Sokoto. Look at that. I didn't even want to start like that, though. But anytime that Nnamdi Kanu's name comes up, it's just all manners of, just ridiculousness and silliness. But good day to you, good to be in your company. Over, good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day. The day already spent where I am actually is nearly 2 a.m. where I am. I was the flip of a coin from abandoning, and excuse my shabby clothing, by the way, it's the middle of the night that my house is baked up like an oven for reasons of it being winter. It's now too warm for me to have other than just a vest on. So apologies for the shabby. Or maybe I should shut the camera down. Or you tell me if it offends you so much. Then I'll just shut it. I'll shut the camera and just do use an avatar. Good day to you. Good to be in your company or that. Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to, and as a Niger man equally encouraging you to. So click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe, like, and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it again, so it will be the first line item in the comment section. So if you want to come and exchange thoughts, if you want to come and have a pow pow or a jaw jaw or a chin chin or whatever it is, if you want to come and have conversations, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. It's nothing more complex than that. It's just two guys talking, or a guy and a girl talking, if we ever have a female representation. There was a time that we had a smattering of women. We used to have somebody like BR, and then there used to be this American girl that used to come once upon a time. And then there was this, we've had smatterings of females, but we've not really had quite female voices punching through. So we want a strong, of course, Zeta. Thank God for Zeta. But there's Zeta. Do we even qualify Zeta still as a female? She's probably more masculine than me. So pardon me. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section. So the hellos coming usually Agbado Motinobo, but this time a son who comes under the moniker Has Valiant. So that's a son right there. Signing up for the membership. I thought it was already a member, but signing up for the membership. You see the joint thing. It's if you want to be a full-fledged member of the platform, just like Hassan is, just click on that thing, and then I think it's a nominal fee, about £10 a month or something. Nothing that stretches your account to any extent. But if you want to do that, click on the join thing at the bottom of the screen and join it as well. At San Double Dutchies, not only did he sign up to be a member, he's also super chatting towards the stream. So Hassan gets the #1 prize. So that's Hassan right there. Thank you, Hassan. And then of course that's Jajon right there that moonlights under the name of Niger Man in some instances. So thank you, Niger Man, right there. So as you're coming in, keep saying hello, and I'll pause to acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. So be my friend. But I have no friend, so you be my friend. So why don't we just get started? So now a book launched recently, and at the center of that book is the controversies of the Buhari administration revisited. And a lot of the narrative of that, I think I'm going to shut the camera. And a lot of the narrative of that book, it wraps around the voice of Aisha Buhari. So here is Aisha Buhari coming not so much to set the record straight, because I'm sure a lot of people will contradict her in any and everything she has to say. But as Aisha Buhari is certainly coming out to, from my own point of view, sort of commentary to the experiences of the last 8 years of Buhari. Buhari had the wrong people in the right places and did not change them for 8 years for fear of being called a dictator. So here is the wife then. It's always a revisionist thing anyway, because you never really get the full flavor, but this is her perspective. I think the book actually came out recently. Let me see. I actually sent... The book came out recently. I think I sent the book launch to... hold on. let me show you that book. I might well recommend that. I will be getting it sadly. Yes, I think so. I'll be getting this book. Let me just see. Hold on, just hold on right there. Don't move a muscle. Don't move a kidney. Don't move a muscle. Just stay right there. Stay exactly where you are. I want to show you the book. I think I sent it to. Did I send it? I sent it to Baba. So let me show you that book. Yes, is this it? Oh, yes. Let me show you this actually. A lot of the excerpts that is coming out under Aisha Buhari's name over the last few days or so, they are coming out of this book. So let me show you. Let me show you the book. Let me show you the book launch. Yes. So it's let me show you this actually. Yes, let me show you this. Tell me if you can hear it also, so I know that you know. Let me so yeah, listen to this.
When he was sick in the 20. What was wrong with Buhari when he was sick in the 2017-2018 years? The answer is in the book. What were the internal intrigues behind the sack of Lawal Daura as DSS boss? The answer is in the book. What role, or what was the role of the cabal in shaping the Buhari presidency? Why did they fight his family to a standstill? The answer is in the book. What was the plan of the cabal for the APC presidential primaries before it was thwarted just a few hours before the event? By the way, Mr. President, the cabal wanted somebody else to win that primary. The details are in the book. How was the CBN captured by the cabal? The answer is in the book. Was Buhari's signature forged? Was there a signature stamp? Did somebody assign his signature? The answer is in the book. Why did Buhari resort, and this is one of those strange revelations you'll find in the book. Why did Buhari resort to conversing with his family with pen and paper in his office? Because he said his office was bugged. Who bugged the office of the president? The answer is in the book. Was Buhari office and bedroom bugged? The answer is in the book. Why was it that several people gave account of Buhari about to give a speech and found out that the speech he approved was not the speech he was given? It's been swapped several times. The answer is in the book. What were Buhari's instructions during the NSAS? The answer is in the book. And finally, what killed President Buhari in July 2025? The answer is in the book.
Oh, all right. So the answer is in the book. What's that book? All the answers you need to all the questions about Muhammadu Buhari, the cabal, his boggled office, his family, the APC presidential primaries, his death. The answer is in the book titled From Soldier to Statesman. So I've never actually bought a Nigerian book of this. I think I'll be getting this one certainly. So I will be getting this one almost definitely. The answer is in the book. So the answer is in the book, but some of the snippets of those answers in that book are coming out now into the public space. So we go back to this one. Buhari had the wrong people in the right places and did not change them for 8 years over fear of being called a dictator. This is the voice of Aisha Buhari. Aisha Buhari, widow of the late former president Muhammadu Buhari, has revealed that her husband retained many of his appointees during his time in office out of concern that he will be labeled a dictator. That's not sufficient enough a reason, by the way, because these people impacted on the lives of countless million people. So Buhari's ego or sensibility should never come into the equation because of the impact that those offices have on the lives of people. So it's just, and Buhari was never a leader anyway. There's nothing in his history that tells us that he has any leadership skills. You know, the fact that you can make a decision does not mean that you are a leader, you know, because it doesn't weigh the quantum of any decision. It just looks at it from an ethno-religious prism. You know, just Buhari's answer to everything is just that Danladi, go and get the gun and shoot them. That's all Buhari does. Danladi, go and get the guns and shoot them. Aisha Buhari, widow of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari, has revealed that her husband retained many of his appointees during his time in office out of concern that he will be labeled a dictator. She made the disclosure in a book titled From Soldier to Statesman, The Legacy of Muhammadu Buhari, which was presented at the presidential villa in Abuja on Monday, December the 16th. The book, written by Dr. Charles Omole or Omole, I don't know if it's from the South, it's Omole. If it's from the Southwest, it's Omole. But certainly that's the name of the book right there. I'll copy it actually and send it to the comment section in case some of you want to get it. I'll almost certainly recommend that you get this book. I certainly will be getting it. So that's the book right there. Yes, it's called From Soldier to Statesman, something or the other. And anyway, I'll get to the title in a moment. I think I copied the wrong bit. Yeah, no, let me take it from here. Yes. Let me copy this and so that's the title of the book and the author for whoever wants to get it. From Soldier to Statesman. Yeah, From Soldier to Statesman. So there it is right there. It's in the comment section for whoever is interested. Aisha Buhari, widow of the former President Muhammadu Buhari, has revealed that her husband retained many of his appointees during his time in office out of concern that he will be labeled a dictator. She made the disclosure in a book titled From Soldier to Statesman, The Legacy of Muhammadu Buhari, which was presented at the presidential villa in Abuja on Monday, December the 16th. The book, written by Dr. Charles Omole, documents Buhari's life story, his years in the military, and his transition into democratic politics. In her book, so it is actually an Aisha Buhari book, but of course written by this person, because of course Aisha Buhari doesn't have the literacy to write. In her account, Aisha recalled that shortly after her husband assumed office, noticeable changes occurred within the presidential villa. She said individuals who stood by Buhari throughout his long period in opposition gradually disappeared from the corridors of power, noting that familiar faces were locked out, their names allegedly locked with security agents and reported everywhere. She explained that after privately raising her concerns without seeing any improvement, she decided to speak out publicly, describing the situation. Describing the situation, she wrote of campaign stalwarts on the outside, technocrats and loyalists of others on the inside, a growing gap between the promise of a movement and the reality of government. Reflecting on the political dynamics at the time, she added, they had money, they had people, but they did not have the power to install a president. They reduced Nigeria to a sitting room meeting. Aisha Buhari further lamented that some individuals around her husband were more interested in personal gains than service. She said some followed him to obtain material things and could not distinguish between power and the reward that proximity provides. So it goes on and on. So that's Aisha Buhari right there, opening up that space. So she goes on and on. Actually, it's quite a revelation. So let's go on from that to this. This is Obasanjo also being exposed. You know, the pork belly fat of the Nigerian economy is the oil industry, as you all know. but the pork belly fat of the oil industry is a particular well called OPL 247. No, not 247, or 245. So the pork belly fat of the Nigerian oil industry is a particular well called OPL 247. So that usually changes hands, whichever administration is in situation. That is the same oil well of the Malibu controversy. So this is Adoke, who was the former, I think, Minister of Justice then under the Obasanjo administration, throwing Obasanjo under the bus. Obasanjo revoked OPL 247 after owners refused to cede 60%. So 60% to whom? That would be 60% to Obasanjo, of course. Mohammed Adoke, former Attorney General of the Federation, has claimed that ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo revoked the oil prospecting lease OPL 247 in July 2001 and awarded it to Shell because the block's owners refused to cede a 60% stake. Adoke spoke in Abuja on Tuesday during a reading of his new book, OPL 247, the inside story of the $1.3 billion Nigerian oil block. OPL 247 was awarded to Malibu in 1998 by the regime of the late Sani Abacha, but it became, they should actually revoke all licenses issued under that Abacha space, or under any military administration for that matter. Because they were just gifted, there was no proper documentation, there's nothing that legally backs any oil well, any oil block that was awarded under a military administration. They should really declare all those military administrations as illegal, which then gives them the window to undo all of the atrocities of that space. But that's Nigeria, of course. Nobody has the bravery to take that on. Right. Mohammed Adoke, former Attorney General of the Federation, has claimed that ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo revoked the oil prospecting lease OPL 247 in July 2001 and awarded it to Shell because the block's owners refused to cede a 60% stake. Adoke spoke in Abuja on Tuesday during the reading of his new book, OPL 247, the inside story of the $1.3 billion Nigerian oil block. OPL 247 was awarded to Malibu in 1998 by the regime of the late Sani Abacha, but it became the subject of a global corruption investigation, criminal prosecution, and civil cases across the world after the Nigerian company sold its entire interest for $1.1 billion to Shell and ENI in 2011. The oil companies also paid $210 million as signature bonus to the Federation. At the time, it was reported that Obasanjo revoked OPL 247's license primarily due to irregularities in its original allocation and opaque shareholding linked to Dan Etete, the former petroleum minister who fronted the Malibu deal. In a 2017 interview, Obasanjo denied knowledge of the deal, but documents seen by correspondents showed there were indeed agreements between Malibu and the government of Obasanjo. Adoke, who was one of the many officials caught in the saga after the late former President Muhammadu Buhari filed criminal charges against him. However, the former Attorney General was discharged and acquitted in the related charges filed before two courts in Abuja. During his book reading, Adoke said high-profile individuals were after the proceeds of the oil block, resulting in a dog-eat-dog situation, which, according to him, contributed to the reason why the license was revoked. Some people in government wanted to acquire 60% stake in OPL 247, and so because the owners did not want to relinquish 60%, was the real reason why OPL 247 was revoked. He said, and those who came forward to even try to buy stake were known associates of Obasanjo and Atiku, but I don't want to ruffle any feathers. Adoke said the former president's actions was an error of judgment. He did not act in the best interest of Nigeria, the former AGF said. Adoke took a swipe at the former president, suggesting that Obasanjo's denial of approving the license may be due to amnesia. He was the one that signed off the resolution agreement. He was the one that gave the approval. And so, when he made that denial and said Adoke was lying against him, the next day I published in several Nigerian newspapers documents showing he gave the approval. Adoke said, he had said that if Adoke can show that I gave the approval, I would apologize to him. He said he acted, so that's Obasanjo being exposed right there for corruption. So I don't think there are many more people more corrupt than Obasanjo. I'm not quite sure why his name is not often high profiled in that corruption narrative. So let me take you from there to something totally unrelated to politics. So I'm not quite sure how many of you actually follow the social media space, and I'm not quite sure we are from the demography of the people that usually watch this platform. I'm not quite sure how many of you would know who Pella is or his girlfriend Jarvis. So there are two characters called Pella and Jarvis. I think both of them are actually maybe teenagers or early 20s thereabout, but they're just stupendously rich off the back of our social media. Their relationship broke down, and then subsequently the guy tried to kill himself essentially, but then he failed, of course. So the police have now arrested him. So that's the offshot of that. For anybody following that space, so that's the latest now. The police have arrested TikToker Pella. Police arrest popular TikToker Pella over reckless driving. So that's just that one right there. We don't need to add or remove too much from that anymore. Let me send the link again, by the way. There's not an abundance. So if you want to come in just for a chat, you can come in for a chat. There's not an abundance in the news. We're just we're feeding on scraps today. So, but if you do want to come in, come in. And Ola, if you're there, you can come in as well. So you've always encouraged me that I should come on anyway and still open it up for you guys. So that's essentially what I'm doing now. Yeah, she's too illiterate to write a book. What do you mean? I didn't even say that to be controversial, Hassan. She's too. Aisha Buhari cannot write a book now. She's barely literate. Going under the radar of all of the high tension news that circulates the Nigerian space at the moment is this good news. Nigeria records its 12th consecutive trade surplus from Q1 2022 to Q3 2025. So Q1 2022 would have just been, that would have been the last stanza of Buhari, but it looks as though now the country has been, because you buy more than you sell more than you buy, essentially is the trade surplus. So it looks as though now the economy is somewhat into the credit rather than to the negative. Nigeria records its 12th consecutive trade surplus from Q4. So Q4 2022 would have been really, that you can't even attribute that to Buhari, because Buhari left office essentially. Q4 2022 would have been October, November, December. So that would have been the last 3 months of the year. So that would have been the bounce, the feel-good factor that Buhari was leaving power. So essentially, the economy has been improving exponentially under the Tinubu administration. This is raw data, by the way. This is nothing to do with there's nothing subjective about that. So let's go on from that. Why Buhari didn't sack underperforming ministers. This is Aisha Buhari. I think we have to get that book actually. Former Nigerian First Lady has revealed why her late husband, ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, rarely sacked underperforming aides and later pleaded on behalf of some allies facing probe. Her account appeared in a new 600-page biography titled From Soldier to Statesman, The Legacy of Buhari, authored by Charles something or the other, and unveiled at the State House in Abuja Monday. When asked to step aside for investigations, Buhari pleaded with the new government on behalf of his kinsman, seeking to shield them from inquiry because he still depends on them for many personal matters. Read the 22 paragraph book chronicling his early life in Daura until his final days in London. The former First Lady said the question that haunts the Buhari presidency remains: why weren't those who disappointed him, ministers who could not deliver, chiefs who outlasted their primes, replaced? She offered two reasons, saying advancing age and a sensitivity to the dictator label from the 1980s, which made him wary of being seen as ruthless. As you age, performance changes. He also felt the stigma, noting if I remove him, they will say I am this, I am that. The devil, he would say. She argued that some around the president learned to exploit this hesitation, often evoking cautionary cliches that fed his reluctance. The former first lady said, even if a man eats, if he can still deliver 50%, keep him. But if he both eats and cannot perform, then he must go. What does that even mean? So if a man steals, if there's a minister, listen to this. So this is the Buhari philosophy for 8 years old. Even if a man eats, and eat, as we all know, it means steal public funds. And if he's able to deliver 50%, so is somebody mediocre enough that is only capacitated to deliver 50% of what is required of him, but is stealing everything is in sight. According to Buhari, that is good enough. Keep him. It says this analysis by Aisha provides an additional angle on the children's explanation for why Buhari was always reluctant to sack people. The family all agreed this was a fault in the Buhari government, but it is mitigated by the realism of the cabal's manipulation of his emotions. In 2023, several senior officials from the Buhari era have faced scrutiny from the economic since 2023. Several senior ministers are facing EFCC. Former Accountant General Ahmed Idris, he stole 109 billion. Former Power Minister Salem Aman, he stole 22 billion. Ex-aviation minister, we all know him, Hida Sirika, has been arraigned on contract fraud counts linked to Nigeria Airways deals, etc. So that's 2.7 billion. I think it may well be more than that. Former Humanitarian Affairs Minister Sadia Omar Farouk has been questioned in a probe into 37.1 billion naira. And on it goes. More recently, ex-Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has also drawn scrutiny primarily for his role in efforts to process contentious Paris Club consultant claim totaling about $418 million. So, and on it goes. Aisha says her late husband protected individuals who should have faced scrutiny. Although she did not name them, she sketched their closeness, their greed, their immunity. The book noted, when questions began to rise in the corridors of power after he left office, she was urged to return to Daura so that prosecution could proceed. She refused, saying she was not interested in confronting those she described as illiterate in her maturity. A few weeks later, she learned he had gone to. Anyway, so that's Aisha Buhari giving us a bit of insight into the Buhari administration. It's somewhat of a stilted read. This is still more from Aisha Buhari. Aisha breaks silence on remarrying after ex-president's death. I think she's still young enough to. Is Aisha Buhari under 50? I think she may well still be young enough to remarry. How old is Aisha Boo? She's 54. So I think she can still remarry now with all of the monies that she controls. I think she can still remarry. What's stopping her from remarrying? I wonder what their religious rule says. I think she could still remarry. Let's see what she's hinted. Aisha Buhari breaks silence on remarrying after ex president's death. Our former First Lady Aisha Buhari has spoken publicly on whether she intends to remarry following the death of her husband, President Muhammadu Buhari. She made it clear that remarriage is not part of her plans, stressing that the decision is based on practicality and personal reflection, not morality or public expectation. Her position became public during the unveiling of a new biography on the late former president at the State House in Abuja. It says, the book authored by Dr. Charles offers a rare personal insight into Buhari's life, leadership, etc., including Aisha's thoughts on life after widowhood. What does life after widowhood mean? She's already a widow now. How can you be after widowhood? She will not remarry, she says, almost with a shrug. Aisha told Omole during interactions captured in the book, it is not a moral pronouncement so much as a pragmatic one. She has grandchildren. One husband was enough. The author, she's too young not to, and too pretty as well, actually. So she's too young not to still have a life post Buhari now. If she lives as long as Nigerian women usually live, then there's still a good 40 years left in her. So I'm not quite. I think she will remarry at some point, almost certainly. It is not a moral pronouncement so much as a pragmatic one. She has grandchildren. One husband was enough. The author presents her stance as a deliberate rejection of societal pressure often placed on widows in a culture that sometimes read remarriage as betrayal or saintliness. Her answer refuses both scripts. It is simply a woman naming the contours of her future. According to the book, Aisha Buhari is preparing for a quieter, more private phase of life. She intends to divide her time between family commitments, humanitarian work, and personal travel. Her plans are domestic and cosmopolitan at once. She will holiday with friends and associates. She will dote on grandchildren so they will remember her not as a moving figure behind tinted glass, but as a presence in their childhood rooms. The former First Lady is also expected to continue her philanthropic work. she will run her foundations, the Aisha Buhari Foundation and the Cardiovascular and Medical Center in Kano that has already been completed over 200 procedures. She will host, collaborate, and extend the same ethics of care that animated her political life into a quieter, more sustainable. So yes, she has no intention to remarry, is the upshot of that. And the call for the sacking of Matawale still continues. Insecurity in Nigeria, fresh twist as NANS asked Tinubu to sack minister, serious breach of trust. The National Association of Nigerian Students on Monday, December the 15th, asked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to, without delay, remove Bello Matawale as Nigeria's Minister of State for Defense. Correspondents report that despite ongoing government efforts, Nigeria continues to face the significant and multifaceted security challenges, including terrorism by insurgents, widespread banditry and kidnapping, and clashes between herders and farmers, all affecting daily life, business, and national stability. But everybody wants Matawale out, but should he even be arrested is even the bigger question. As recently reported by independent NANS, joint calls for Matawale to be removed from office, allowing President Tinubu to restructure the company's security architecture with more competent leadership. Umaru Adamu Nagwaza, president of the Senate at NANS headquarters, described Matawale's alleged ties with bandits as a serious breach of trust. The allegations against Bello Matawale are particularly disturbing, given his position as a government official responsible for defending the country against security threats. His alleged relationship with bandits is a betrayal of the trust reposed in him by the Nigerian people and undermines the government's efforts to combat insecurity. On this note, we demand the immediate removal of Bello Matawale as Minister of State for Defense, pending investigation into the allegations. So I think that guy should either just recuse himself or just and they still not found Bello Torji, by the way. Do we have a responsible government? Security experts raise alarm, speaks on whereabouts of Bello Torji. The whereabouts of Bello Torji is not a mystery. We recently saw him being turbaned somewhere in the north, and we saw security personnel as part of his security details for that particular event. We saw that bandit being turbaned in public glare. So that's that. I think that's sufficient enough. I'll play you the Kegite music. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Yes, is there anything? Oh, yeah. I'll play you the Kegite music and then I'll send the link.
Only water, where they see my water. You don't come home. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ó dilé o. ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
It's right there. Ikuko the real Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba. So that's Baba right there. And that's Prince Daddy right there. So good to have you, gentlemen. If we had Zeta, then we complete that. We have a session. So that's sufficient enough to be going with that. But still plenty of spaces. Anybody wants to hop on. Good to see you, Baba. We kick it off with you. You came in first. So I think it's the OPL something thing that particularly tickles you. Is it, Baba?
Yeah, hello, man. Not particularly, actually. It's not something new to me. But we'll talk about that. Salutations.
Sorry, Baba.
Anyway.
If we can have it just a little bit more volume.
Yeah. The commentariat section. I salute you, and our esteemed viewers, salutations too. I hope you've clicked the like button, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so. And while watching, stream also to your favorite people. Let me start with Aisha Buhari. Of course, that book is on Amazon, $15.99 US.
Oh, I'm getting this.
Yeah, it's on Amazon already, so that's a good one. And
I'm getting it straight away. I probably even get it now. Yeah.
Charles Omole is from Ijesha. It's a privilege. It comes from a privileged background. The famous Chief Lawrence Omole, who owns a significant part of the Omole estate in Maryland, Lagos. And so and Aisha Buhari is not an illiterate. She married at 18 and went to teachers training. For 4
but she's
years.
not equipped to write a book.
She
can't write
of
a
course,
book
she didn't put her name to it, but we all know that the book is, all her hands are written on the book itself. It's about her getting her revenge on the people who messed her husband up, and also the Jagaban aided her also in outing these people, so that when he started going for them, for their jugular individually, nobody can come up and against it to say it's political vendetta or things like that. So it's a no-brainer.
Sorry, Baba. Sorry for interrupting you. One man. I will give you 10 examples of highly successful people who had others write their books for them.
No. You don't have to sweat that.
I know that a lot of people, even
they do ghostwriting. I've done ghostwriting too. You understand? You ghostwrite for people, even the Obamas, the Clintons. They don't have time. Not that they can't write, but they don't have the time. So
but Aisha Buhari is not equipped.
Elon Musk.
No, she is. She went to Ekpoma to get her first degree. She got her first degree in Ekpoma, and she got a master's at the Defense Academy. She got her master's in international affairs. So you can't say she's not well read in her own capacity. She is. And she got 2 diplomas, one in beauty therapy, and the other one is in cosmetology. No, she has time on her hands with this cabal in Aso Rock pushing her away. So she used that time to upgrade herself in terms of qualification. Oh, she's not doing badly. So let me quickly go, because I know Hassan is on leash, raring to go. You see, I belong to
take your time, please. Take your time.
I belong to a certain group. You understand? Because we are intrigued by the lies they are always spewing. And the more you correct them, the more they dig in. And when even when they are found out, and they just kept mute. They will not say anything or the other. Just like somebody, one crazed fellow in the commentariat, that's your comment section, often come and talk about the low wages people will be taxed, and every time, and you correct him and say, no, nobody is being taxed that earns less below 800. But they don't just want, they just continue. They think that philosophy of when you start repeating things over and over and over, it becomes a truth. No way. Truth is one sample. So for this, that's for that. For food, for instance, we took a sample. You know, I'm limited to Lagos alone because I've been hearing, no, you cannot eat until you spend about 2,000 a meal. But we are taking we took the low wage people, the laborers and everything. I'm saying this because Obi came out a few days ago and talking about 80% unemployed youths. You see, the terminology we use in Nigeria particularly is off the mark. Just let me put it simply. Because what we term unemployed, a man who pushes omolanke, that is a truck, is considered unemployed. The man who sweeps the compound with his children in tow in the morning, all compound houses around Lagos, making big money, is considered himself unemployed. But here in the West, even if you work in a car wash, you are taxed, you are employed, you are captured as employed. Even if you help with packing sack in mall, which is a daily paid thing, you are taxed. No matter of work you do, work is work. Work is work. You pick plastic and go weigh it somewhere and sell and earn money. It's some of these people, the truck pushers, they even earn more money. Some of them earn even 15,000, 10,000 a day. The man who watches with his children in tow, watches compound about 10 in the morning every day, and by 11 he's gone back home. Do you know how much he rakes in every month? For instance, food. You can feed in the morning cocoa and akara. Cocoa and a standard in all construction sites and in most market area. Cocoa and akara, that is ogi and akara, it's about between 400 and 500 naira. You load your tank. And most people eat just once a day until they get home. You can skip your breakfast and take your lunch. 2 bowls of amala and ewedu soup and all the rest with one meat is about 800 naira. Because people come here and talk about it costs about 2,000. You can go to 2,000 places. They are bound everywhere. But bata shoe, it gets size. Monkey plays size by size.
You know, Baba, that space you are in is a space that we've not delved into as much as we should. You see, those people are pushing in all of the markets that they push all of these things to help people ferry from the market to their car, etc. And they charge them 200, 500, etc. Do that over the course of a day. These people are what? These people are averaging about 15K a day now. What's the monthly salary of that?
And they are not captured. So we said they are unemployed. They are employed. They are employed, like in the Western climate.
Those people are on a good 500 million naira a month or more. It's 600-700K.
And a laborer in construction site, on building site, they earn between 3,000, that is unskilled labor, just carrying pong to deliver to the bricklayer. It's about between 3,000 and 5,000 on daily basis, depending on the area in Lagos. Averagely 3,000 to 500. And if you work on Sunday, that is 8,000 naira, between 6,000 and 8,000 naira. Far, far above minimum wage. Too many lies. I don't know why this government is incapable of putting out these things. They just pull statistics. 80% of the youths are unemployed. Who sits around in Nigeria? Who sits around?
Reflect on that. Just the practicalities of that. That country would have cannibalized now if 80% of the youth are unemployed. That is to say, they have zero means of income.
I mean,
They
they
would have
come here
cannibalized the country now.
We didn't dignify the righteousness. People are suffering. People are dying. Yes, there is suffering. The economy is slow. Fine. But the way they are relating it is wrong. You don't expect a man on minimum wage to go and sit down in a restaurant under air conditioner and be eating a plate of 2,000 naira meal. Monkey play by sizes. Play by sizes. You take cocoa and akara in the morning, your tummy is filled. And that is between 400 and 500. All over. It is this kind of dubious narrative that made us put that think tank together to study these things and what is going on actually. Unfortunately, we don't have means beyond Lagos State, but Lagos State is Nigeria. Nigeria is Lagos State.
But Baba, let me just give you this little something. I was in a conversation earlier on today, and the person, it was one of those obedient sort of people, and it was alarming that ambassadors will be paid about 800,000 naira monthly, and I don't even know if that's true or not. But I was saying, so what is your objection to that? He says it's excessive. I said, how much should they be paid? He said it should be no more than 120,000 thereabouts. So and then saying, what then does a cleaner get paid? He said 120 as well. So this is where the conversation is now. Is we're like, it's like a parallel universe. Sometimes it's like some Narnia world. There's some. Sorry, Baba, carry on.
And you try to make them see reason, face the truth, but they don't just want to. It's this kind of melancholia happening to them, and they don't want to. It's like they are walking in a daze. They are walking in a daze. What is wrong with them? Don't they realize they are telling lies? It is sickening. Because when I hear this thing, I even doesn't know how to do anything in the kitchen. I know very well that even in rich homes in Yoruba land, you eat healthy. I grew up under my grandmother. There are things she call imoyo, kind of pepper soup with crab. They lace it with lime, and you will take it and drink to your heart content. There is the alasepo. We take yoyo, that's a small this thing. They do it without putting oil, and you take with amala, which has low calorie of 150. Must everybody between Bokoto and Ifun and Shaki, or gorge yourself on red meat? So everybody must live in a flat, 2-bedroom flat. As if in the West, everybody lives in a 2-room apartment. In the West, where people stay in basement, live like dog. They have to pay taxes. They have to work 16 hours every day.
But Baba, sorry, you'll be surprised. I'm coming, Prince Daddy. But Baba, you'll be surprised how some people actually live in this country, United Kingdom. There are two Nigerians here. He will confirm. There are, especially the migrant community, especially the ones of Southeast Asia. You can have 7 people in one room, and then they sleep in shifts.
They sleep in shifts. Same thing here. Hard life. You think it's easy in this cold weather? I had winter 2 days ago, 6 inches of snow. People go to work. They do 2 shifts, work 2 jobs, 16 hours flat out. Say dog's life. And you want to compare yourself with that kind of person because they just fake everything on the cyberspace, on Facebook and all the rest. And most of them are even ashamed to go back because their peers back home have moved on, doing even better. They just come and all the time. Oh, Nigeria is suffering. This thing, that. Yeah, we're not living like we're living before. That subsidized life is gone. The subsidies on education, go to Nelson, go to school. Now they do skilled labor school. That one is even free. No loan. They teach you how to plumb, how to do carpentry work, electrical work. Those things that pay good wages here. Even a man who earns the minimum 70,000 in a structured corporate body company, they earn transport allowance, they earn leave allowance, they earn housing allowance. So to cap it every month, they take about 100,000. So if you live in one room apartment like you should, you'll be able to manage your life accordingly. Accordingly, if you aspire beyond that, go to school and do a very good course, practical course. Go do nursing in Nigeria. It pays. Could be auxiliary or otherwise. Could be auxiliary or otherwise. But they want to work even in a bank which is still taking, what do they call them? Those workers that are not documented in Nigeria. Cheap labor. But because they put on tie, you think they're even doing well. The man pushing on Malanke is doing far, far better. Even if you find that the man with tie in the bank will go and borrow money from him if he has problem with his tire. Because that man earns money every day. So they just go there and cash.
That Omolanke pusher is likely to build his own house quicker than the banker.
Of course, no, it's not going to build something fantastic, but he will go buy plank, buy zinc, and knock something together. Or start to build, and these people stay in uncompleted building. There are people who are rich today. They were born in uncompleted building. Very rich today, but they were born in on. If they tell you their story, you will weep. Not everybody will be born in palaces. So I don't know the kind of country they think every country is utopia, where you just rise and then everything is laid out for you. Life doesn't work that way. Neither in the West, the East, the South, or the North of the world. It doesn't work that way.
Baba, can you hear me?
Yeah, Prince, Daddy, take it away, please. Thanks.
Oh yeah,
What do you mean take it away? He just came in. Why
do you have to hear your voice all the time? Why do you have to hear your voice?
Because you are meant to hear my voice. I was here before you. That's why.
You don't come and take over.
I am starting to suspect that Tunaija has a crush on Prince Daddy.
No. He came after me. He wants to speak before me.
Well, he didn't actually, but you can interject. But there are only 4 of us here, so we can just,
Yeah, to Baba, to what Baba was saying, this a lot of people, even adults, their view on a lot of things are skewed due to the online social media stuff. So, it's really getting really complicated. But to your question earlier, to what you were saying earlier, just my question, like tangentially, I've always thought the people that live in the north, the northerners, they have a healthy lifestyle, or their health is better than the people in the south. Am I mistaken? I'm saying that based on
because they eat everything raw, organic.
No, you are not.
Okay.
They are more altruistic.
They're what?
And everything they eat is organic. They are altruistic.
Now, I was looking back when I was much younger, like in Kaduna. When you see their meals, right? It's not like greasy and oily. They eat a lot of grains, nuts.
Exactly.
Thinking back. Yeah.
They have a better
the
quality of life.
and the green luru soup.
Yes.
Exactly. Their soup is like always like it looks like 2 or 3 ingredients, but it's always like lean, and they don't eat those greasy, fatty food that we eat in the
And they
South.
squeeze crayfish into it. I mean, what are we talking about?
And they are fitter as well in the north. Their quality of
Yes,
life,
and
their quality of life
and
is a lot better in the north than.
that's kind of relative, especially considering recent things. But one thing I would say is the food is very, 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 natural and what would I say?
It's more bland
More,
than
no,
most foods.
no, 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 no. More attuned to what the African man should natural. For example,
It's more bland,
the
though, like
What
Tonight
this
said.
it's more bland. Let's face it,
It's
that's
more
what it
bland.
is.
Yes.
It is not. It is not. Yeah,
No,
it
have
is
you
not.
eaten
It's
Hausa
boring
stew?
food.
Their meat, the
It's
meat
boring
alone,
Yeah.
the way
They
they fried
put
it. What
they
are you
put
talking about here?
they put
What do you mean
groundnut
the way
in
they
it,
fried
What
it?
though.
I'm
They put
what
groundnut in their
what
soup. Can you imagine?
oh God. What I'm talking about, for two Niger that always likes to talk about scientific and blah blah blah. Go and check what is baobab tree and its uses, and compare it to any other soup or that is prepared in Nigeria. Just tell me how beneficial it is compared to all of them.
No, I'm not.
It's
Hold
really
on, hold on. I think you are mistaken when I said bland. It means somehow not healthy. Actually, generally, if you find around the world, the people that tend
not
to eat bland
healthy
food tend to be
or
healthy. Actually,
no to bland. A bland, something that you call bland means it is tasteless,
It's not
yeah,
exciting.
it's not as tasty. It's not as
It's not
tasty as
exciting.
southern
Yeah.
ones. That's the truth.
They make it
Come
That's
on.
tasty by
no,
grinding
I
this small crayfish. When you grind it together and put
yeah, but it's
dadawa,
not a
dadawa,
it's
that
not
is iru.
yes,
They put
yes,
but
iru in
Baba,
it.
yes.
Baba, you can't compare it to Igbo soup now, or
Ah,
just consider
Uh,
now.
You can't
Everybody,
continue.
no,
the
You
food is
you
boring
had
in the
how
north.
Malema was talking about the pepper soup now, that they were sweating, that they were still eating it.
Who-
The southern food has spices. It's a lot more. It's less bland than northern food. As a matter of fact, if you look at the tallest groups in the world, I was just watching a documentary on them, and the food they were eating, like the Dinkas of South Sudan, they
Yes.
tend to be very, very bland too, which is very interesting. And
It's the same sort of diet actually. Tonight,
okay. Let's talk about this now. This blandness of a thing. It's not that I don't want to completely accept it. What I'm just arguing is the fact that it's just aesthetics. It's a judgment that is based on sentiment or taste. And I mean, food is an acquired taste. It's just
and
it's
it's too
your
limited as well.
socialization.
The
bland
diet
is
in
not
the north.
negative.
Yes.
It's not necessarily negative. It's just that it's not as sharp.
Tonight,
No.
sorry, Hassan. Tonight, when you made that statement, my mind just flashed to what I perceive as northern food. They eat tuwo, which is the main diet as we know, and then they eat this groundnut soup. They grind epa and use it to make soup, and then they eat some green sort of soup like that, and that's the extent. Their culinary it is not extensive. It's just very, very, very limited menu.
If you
they have
don't
in the
know,
north.
just say you
They
don't
take
know.
milk. They
Instead of saying
take milk.
And then they drink
They
animal
have
blood
meat.
for protein.
So all those they have a lot of protein in their diets. We are not trying to see.
no,
Nigeria,
just
Malhala, I'm
one
not
of
trying
it
to
now.
badmouth
Come on, guys.
your diet. I'm just trying to describe from what I see anyway.
Okay,
No, they have a lot of diets. Have you people forgotten?
not sufficient.
Wait, Hassan. Have you forgotten a jakano, the smoked fish dry? Where do they come from? They come from the north.
Yeah, but
And that is
nobody's
very
saying
healthy.
nobody's saying they don't have it. I know bland is not. I don't know what since when we
No,
decide bland
I
is
think
not.
the word you use bland is you can say
Bland can be very healthy as long
doesn't
as
look
it's
palatable
It is
healthy.
bland, though. It is
or
bland.
taste palatable.
It is
Depends
not
on how you
bland. It
prepare
is
it
not
now.
bland.
most British diet is bland too, originally. So
the only contribution that the North has made to the Nigerian culinary experience is suya. That's all. Out of all the headline food,
no, what about kilishi? What about kilishi? Kilishi is there. There is the if you eat Hausa jollof where they put iru dadawa in the jollof, it tastes different and quite very very good, very tasty.
Okay,
Hausa jollof rice.
Baba, that's true, but let me also add one or two things. Maybe it will make sense to do Nigeria and one man. You see, the north, the northwest, their culinary, variability maybe not as that of the northeast. Let me tell you something. You see, when cultures live close to each other, then there is this exchange of culinary and uh, what food. And if you notice, in Borno there is the people who call Shua Arab, and Shua Arab are just this dreaded down Arabian. So if you come to Borno, the the variability of cuisines, is just mind-boggling. And then if you keep going further northeast, then you reach Sudan. When you reach Sudan, there Arabic. I don't have to tell you about how Arabic food is quite quite a variable and extensive and very very good. So you keep going northwards. You go to places like Egypt, Tunis, Morocco, blah blah blah. So food like that means that just check it. Just check it. I'm very sure
see,
we have more
I've
cuisines
seen Arab foods
than the southeast south. I will give one thing to the south and the southeast, and the fact that they use a lot of they overburden the food with a lot of fish, crayfish, beef. Sometimes they even add lamb. They just put so much. But the thing is, there is a lot of greens in that too. So yeah, it is delicious. But I always argue that
in terms of the Nigerian
in
culinary
terms of that,
something, you have to
it's
say
just
the south has the best food. I'm not even sure that we can say Yoruba land has the best food, because the headline in Yoruba land is Amala now. That's just it now. We have
that's
that's the headline now. That's
and
the headline in
and
Yoruba
good
land.
point. It's
But if you go
complete.
to the south especially, they have a more varied, a richer depth of
okay. Then let's just compare the south and the southeast,
How
because
did we
the
even end
remaining
up here?
part of
I thought
Nigeria.
we were
No, we're talking about wages and things like
No,
that,
It's
and that
Bahala
this
that
is just
started
part of
catching
it. And
feelings. Now
from
the moment he
wages now,
had
it has
blood, he
come
started
to
catching feelings.
culinary debates.
we'll get back. We'll get back there. But I just want to make the point so that you guys can do yourself, especially to Nigeria, because he is like the person who always does the Google, Wikipedia, and never. Just do it and see. I mean, it's an avenue to learn. Here in Meduguri, for example, when we sit down to eat lunch, dinner, you have like 7 to 8 different kind of food for you to eat, just from your starter to what you eat at the main course, the dessert, whatever you want to call it. Man, I think we are just too sophisticated. But yeah, I give it to the South for their soup. That soup, that's the thing that distinguishes them from us. But we are so far away from what is happening that a lot of, well, we call food. It's not like
You know,
people don't know
what
about
we are talking about here. We're just talking about taste. It doesn't necessarily tie anything to health at all.
No, that's all right. So let's talk first about
leave it to be that's objective.
the license, mining like OML 245.
Oil
You
block.
see, the problem with our country, I think Nigeria is only the country where somebody who has stolen from government will thumb his noses at their noses at others and call them thief. When it is glaring that you stole also. I don't know where we get that brazenness in Nigeria. Obasanjo will come out now and swear that he is so clean, whiter than white. But we all know when he came back in 1998, when he was released from prison, I think according to him, he had only 12,000 naira left in his account. 12,000.
But he had a very big farm now, Baba.
You see?
That farm. He had a very big farm now.
The farm was seized by Abacha. He had nothing.
Yeah, but he was giving back.
Wait, can I finish? But by the time he left power, he had a secondary school, a primary school, and a university. Those are the things. I'm not saying the other ones where you don't see. I'm talking of things we can see with our eyes. He has a library. Can I finish?
Hold on for Baba Hassan. Hold on for Baba.
Apart from these three things alone, the licenses, that one is also on record. Because I think Bob D go straight for the Glowman, Dr. Adenuga. The licenses, the deal he made for the Glow license, for instance, I think it was about 600 million or so for the license. I don't want to say anything on air because we don't read. If you want to know what happened, why Adenuga went into temporary exile because of the differential. How much did Adenuga actually pay? And what happened to the what's this bank's name in France now? The check he gave that deliberately bounced, and they were supposed to do something about that money. Because Nigerians, we have short attention span. And Adenuga tried to outsmart him. It was the late Awujale that settled that matter. And we are talking about tens of millions of dollars. And today he has a presidential library. We know what happened. Even of late, if you listen to Fayose alone, that tells you exactly what happened. He's living in local government of his own. That is his area of abode in Abeokuta alone. The maintenance of that place.
Does this principle apply to Jagaban?
Of course, they are all now. I'm not exempting anybody.
Okay.
Of course.
I'm not exempting anybody. But the way we just focus on one person and the other person is termed as saintly because he's insisted that he's not corrupt.
But Baba, why do people so harp on Obasanjo quite unfairly? I would say I don't know.
What I'm saying, you don't get my point.
Sorry, Baba, hold on. What's been unfair? Obasanjo was at the heart of the biggest scandal under his administration, the OPL 247 scandal, the Malibu oil well. And what the Attorney General of that time that stood accused and has all the documents, what he was saying was that Obasanjo tries to force the people who own that well, even though they own it.
You know the people who own it? The Abashas.
Yes, even they owned it illegally because it was concessioned under the Abacha administration under a very shady deal. Obasanjo trying to lean on them to take 60% of that oil block. They refused, and he just revoked it and sold it to. Obasanjo is as criminal as the rest of them. You know?
And a bully also. If you read the book of Dr. Adenuga, he's a bully. If he wants the money, you must give him.
God.
I think that all our leaders are compromised. We all know that already, and I'm not sure why we are focusing on Obasanjo right now.
No, you don't understand. I started by saying he presents himself as if he is a saint.
Okay,
I guess my annoyance.
You can, I guess maybe he's looking at it from the point of view that he didn't encourage a culture of corruption. Yeah, he tried to mitigate it while also trying to do some good job in terms of like debt revocation and some of the reforms he introduced in the telecommunication sector. And, you know, so he did some things. And Obasanjo is not overwhelmingly associated with corruption. If anything, he's more associated with being a statesman and maybe the only true nationalist we've ever had.
That's all about branding.
Because
now.
he lives an unexamined life. He blinded everybody by saying, "I'm not corrupt. Try to be austere." Let me finish. Let me shock you. Look. I don't bullshit. I don't talk BS. The half of the staff working in that is area, I call it local government, where you have his hotel, where you have his library, where you have his abode and everything. Half of them are still being paid under one ministry or the other in Nigeria today.
What?
Yes.
Maybe they are working for the ministry now. They just being paid for nothing.
Oh, okay.
And that presidential library that you're talking about, they could have donated for, because presidential library tend to come from donations, generally. Anyway,
you want to hear the story of the presidential library? Go listen to Fayoshe or any ex-governor or a governor that was ruling during that time. How he taxed them. TAX, he taxed them.
It taxed them to pay with this library.
So this thing is a controversy that will not go away because it's so attractive. Because it's the best.
Who owns it now? Who owns
field.
OPL? Who owns it now? OPL 247. Who owns it now? maybe Abubakar Malami or something. I'm pretty sure.
Who dashed them? Baba don't take him too now. Who and who?
Oh! Did he not give it to his son, his cousin, Owando?
Oh, and who has taken it? So that's what Adoke meant by it. Everybody is taking it. If they push it, dog eat dog.
That comes around now.
So that's why I laugh.
And that's the most lucrative well, isn't it, in the Nigerian?
Yeah, it's the most lucrative, followed by that of Fafa, the Fafa oil fields, owned by the woman. What's her name now?
Now
you see how Nigeria is doing the south down. All these people we are describing, none of them are from that region, but they are all sharing the wealth.
Dana Tete is not from the south.
No, Etete
is not at the front now.
It's the south.
Is he the one that got the oil field?
There was the oil minister then.
It passed through that OPL 247 passed through. He used to own this same oil well now.
Yeah.
These oil wells, usually people that own them, they don't just own them completely. You know, they have, they get percentages from, the people who actually, the companies that actually drill from them, and then they get a certain cut. It's not as if they own everything, by the way. And the other thing about all of them,
they all go into partnership.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but the people that give you most of the contracts are not from the south.
But people like Indimi in the north. Hold on. As people like Indimi in the north did not do partnership. He outrightly they sold the license away, hand it over, and earning something commission.
Okay.
I hope that when they find natural resources in other parts of the country, then they give the licenses to other people from other parts of the Nigeria.
How many Southerners own lithium license, mining license, or gold license in the north?
That's what I'm saying. Now, that's what I'm saying. It just seems like they are giving it to only certain groups of people.
You
basically know of the major groups.
No, there's a member of this platform. Hold on, Hassan. There's a member of this platform that actually owns one of those lithium licenses. I'll tell you who it is offline, Baba.
Don't tell us. Don't
No,
tell us.
no, not. I wouldn't say the name on online now. I'll tell Baba offline.
Okay, yeah. The problem with the lithium, the gold, and all these minerals licenses is that most of them are just operating off, records off the book. So, and that is one of the reasons of the banditry. We must just tell ourselves the truth, and it's unfortunate. And I think the federal government is getting a cut. And that is why they kind of maintain the status quo, if that makes any sense. And that is one of the reasons why Matawale is probably still there. People are not even looking at that angle. But that was easy to dispose of because he comes from Ejigawa, where there is nothing like to offer. But somebody like Matawale, whose tentacles are quite deep and rooted around all those, what they present with the Fulani is just one aspect, one aspect of what is actually happening. The core thing that is happening goes behind the lenses and the scrutiny of the people.
Look, we don't have the names of you. Do you know that Dangote has two wells? Do you know Elumelu has well?
No, we know that Dangote has a well because that's public.
Even Elumelu has holding, has energy.
But I hold nothing against those guys now, Baba.
No. I'm just saying that it's an opaque industry. People don't know exactly what is going on there, and of course, it's the only industry that's making people rich. People that are not even captured by Forbes.
Yes. One thing is that is important that a lot of Nigerians do not still understand. But in the political elite cycles of people in government and the Nigerian elite generally, they understand that one man, the only person that can, maybe stand against him in terms of money or things like that, among his colleagues in the Senate and the ex-governors and the present governors is probably the Jagaban himself. No any other person has as much resources as that guy. But
Matawale?
No, not Matawale. Abdul Aziz Yari.
Yari is stupendous.
Yari of Zamfara.
Yes.
He's also his hand is also in those golds. Rich. Those golds are being
now. Yes,
let me give you an anecdote. Let me give you an anecdote of what happened to Yari. He was trying to become the Senate president, and he took Jimo Ibrahim, senator, as his enforcer, and that one charged him. I can't remember the figure now, in dollars for each senators, and collected the money on the head of the 100 and something senators, and he didn't deliver. He chopped the money.
I know. It makes sense now. Even if I'm going to that.
What did they chop us? Anything on there?
Sorry, guys. And
at this time of the morning as well, is that even healthy?
That's about 4 a.m.
Yes.
It's Maltesers, just chocolate.
My God, that's even worse. Look at that. Tudaja is right. There's no. No.
Well, let me add something about the surplus you were talking about. I think that surplus is actually is going to be hard to defend because it's in Naira, you see. So, and if you factor in the fact that the Naira has depreciated in value, whatever they are exporting will cost 3 times, like it will be depreciated 3 times over. So,
what surplus are you talking about?
Trade surplus.
That
chart you were showing the trade surplus in billions. Yeah, I was looking at it because it's in Naira. I'm not sure it's an improvement.
all right. I'm not sure if we have a structure anymore. Prince Daddy yet to speak. To Niger, of course, you have to speak as well.
Me too.
Of course.
I'm yet to speak.
Yeah. So Prince Daddy, Hassan, Zita, of course, under the able guidance of Two Niger. Let me drop. Let Two Niger bring it on.
One man, I sent you a message on this on the platform right now. Can you check it before you go?
Yes, I'll read it out actually. After acknowledging your super chat, so I send on the super chat to the stream. Yes, I saw it. Is it a Nigerian narrative, that message?
Oh my God! It is so okay. I got the information from some insiders, militaries, but yeah, the information is going to be let out in the next week or so, and there's going to be some court martialing and things like that.
Sorry, I can't see it anymore.
Surprised.
I can't see it.
Oh,
anymore.
really?
Can you just copy it and repost it?
Okay, yeah, let me just do that. Oh, I was taken aback, one man. It's just so disturbing, so disturbing. So what we had that we've been expecting about the people who are sabotaging us, we are now, getting them. We have proof to. My God, if these things, Nigeria, if you understand Nigeria, then you don't understand Nigeria.
Nigeria is ununderstandable anyway. Nigeria is too diverse. It's too diverse.
For me, it's simple though. It depends on the way you look at it from me. For me, it's a very simple equation. That's how I see it. It's just human beings trying to survive, and the context is quite understandable. And if you really want to solve it, there are more complicated nations that used to exist before with greater pride.
But we don't have an agreed format for our existence, is the thing. Because everybody is looking at the North looks at Nigeria from a totally, completely different prism from the Southwesterner, the Southeasterner, or even the Southerner. They see the country differently. They have different interactions. We don't have one uniform understanding that this is, there's no uniformity of purpose.
I think it's partly because we have two religions. We assume those two religions means that we totally see the world differently, and that makes a big difference. But if you look at like many countries, you still have people that have some serious grievances with other parts of the world, like in the Bible Belt in America. They don't like the coastal regions, like they see them as heathens, and they don't like them at all.
But they still
I don't think it's
agree.
only religion.
Hold on, but they still agree on a universal American identity. We don't have a universal Nigerian identity.
What is the universal American identity? That is no different from that of Nigeria.
No, the Americans agree that their country comes first. The Americans agree that their self-interest overrides everybody else.
Okay,
the Americans agree that they uniformly assert their will. They all rally behind the flag under that commonality that of the preeminence of their people, and then they still fall under some sort of uniform sort of culture. We don't have any uniformity in culture in Nigeria. We don't have an agreed understanding of what the country is, even within ourselves, and then as an outward projection. The Northerners see it as an extension of the Sahel in terms of the ethno-religious underpinning of that space. The Southwesterners see it as an intellectual space that they can use to global front. And then the Southeasterners see it as some sort of space that is holding them against their will, and there's all of this skittishness, and there's no convergence to one singular purpose.
I think the Nigerian...
Audi, thank you for your contribution from the commentariat. Thank you. You know the story.
My take on that is that the Nigerian space is because of the religion. We would like to think they are very, very different. because it's easy to say, oh, look at the religion, we are very different on that front. But if I look at like America now, where half of Republicans, more than half of Republicans want to split from the nation. Like this is America today. And yet they are still superpowers. I think the critical point you made was that when it comes to the nation, they understand when to put the nation first. And to be fair, Nigeria has not truly been tested on that front. But if you go and ask people on
We're
YouTube,
being tested now.
We are beginning to see now. But if you go and ask people on YouTube, they will testify that Nigerians, when they come after you, you're going to have a bit of a problem on your hand if Nigerians come after you on YouTube or social media. I mean, so I don't know. We have not really been tested as a nation where we face an existential crisis that we all saw still.
But we're facing that existential threat now. And okay, let's take what is going on. What we're getting from the north. If we had there's a lot of sympathy towards the insurgency going on coming out of the north, because it wraps in a language of ethno-religion, which is the backdrop of their everyday being. You know, all these people, there was a time that I was hearing this narrative of this wave of bandits on a cycle, on motorcycles, going about to go and wreak havoc somewhere, and they were being cheered on along by the community that Allah bless you on your journey and etc. Because you know, so there's a lot, there's sympathy for the. Otherwise, it would not last to the extent that it has. But, you know, they see it as a greater good.
Let me chime in.
Yeah, sorry, come in. Yeah.
Okay, let me let that.
So, I'm not sure why you surprised one man, anyways. If you look at nations that have built such a strong unity, it all starts from the indoctrination or indoctrination from the institutions, especially the primary institutions, right, across the country. You know, usually, and that was the case in America, although it's kind of changing and shifting now. But when you have one curriculum and one voice, so to speak, that is being taught across the country, you're more likely to have unison or have people rally around a common cause or flag in situations that demand so. We don't have that in Nigeria. Are we talking about a country whereby Are we talking about a country whereby we've ejected our history from our syllabus or curriculum, and a country whereby in some part they have apart from religion, they believe in the different sets of rules for managing their own affairs. So there's nothing surprising about Nigeria.
Please, may I just say something? Yeah, I'll let you continue. I want to say something. What one man said is half true. It's not completely true. And the reason why that is half true, it's not completely true, is the fact that Nigeria the Nigeria's identity is not because the North are Islamic or something like that. No, that is, yeah. If you say religion, don't say don't. Then you should equally apply it to the South too, because they also have religious influences, and that is one of the things. And then there are cultural differences. That is one of the things too. And then there is the confusion of having to go through colonialism, and the kind of picking up of this Stockholm syndrome of seeing the West as if they are so much against us and all that, and measuring ourselves against them, and then that fundamental identity crisis that when little things happen, we just fall back. And I am also guilty of that. We just fall back to our safe space. That is our ethnic and religious, persuasions. So, but for some of us that are, quite opportune to, go through Western education and know just the few things that we know. It's not as if, for me, example, I'm, any that good with Western thing, but then for people who are actually into it, it creates a fundamental identity crisis that you do not understand. Your allegiance is not to Nigeria; it is to these three things. It's either you are you are your allegiance is to your religion, or your allegiance is to your tradition, or your allegiance is to Western, Western
But
liberalism
but but
and
but even
ideology.
even with that, Hassan, there is still like, for instance, in the north, they price more that is Arabic Islamic teachings than formalized education. We don't even have an agreed educational curriculum in terms of, because the northerners wants to lean more towards the Arabic sort of learnings, and the
I don't.
rest of the country, yeah, that's what they price now. Is that not what they
No,
price?
no, no. I don't think that is well. Because of the sheer volume of people who are just giving birth, and the culture of all this. You know that the culture of getting almajiris to out of their homes and abandoned for one malam to exploit them it's rooted behind like going to, getting your child to go and get knowledge. So when you see them with those begging, looking all oh my god, it's always heartbreaking seeing these
You are
things.
still saying the same
Well,
thing that I said now.
no,
So
no, yeah. Oh, I just want to complete the point, okay? And so what I'm saying is that um uh even those that go to this the, Arabic education, they don't actually get the education, the real Arabic education. They end up doing cramming sessions and cram. No depth of understanding of except for the few at the upper echelon, and that is what one of the reasons. But then as far as Islam, what do you call it? Western education goes. I think it's not particularly because they don't want to. The reason is because the government and infrastructure is just so rotten that hardly when you even go
it's
through
not an
the system.
infrastructural thing. There's plenty of schools in the north, even some of them fancier than, and they all just leave fallow, no students to come in.
No. That's not actually the truth, bro.
Oh, come on, Valhalla, don't do that. See, what you are doing here is pretending as if something that you should be confronting is not happening. See, we all know. See, no, let me just say what I want to say. See, we all know, even like in the Middle East now, if you go like the fact that people say Egypt is in the middle, it just tells you where we are right now. So people like even in Egypt and many other African countries, they value education very seriously. You don't see a Almajiri showing up there and all that stuff. So it tells you that there's something going on in Nigeria. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. There's something going on in Nigeria where they just send their people, they say they send their children to go and seek education, but when they don't seek actual education that actually has, which is the most informed or advanced form of education that you have in the world today, they don't seek it. And you pretend as if you don't know what they are doing. And when they asked those people that go to those schools why they are doing what they are doing, they will tell you it's jihad. That's why they are doing it. And that should concern you that they are doing these sort of things, and we pretend as if we don't know this is what is going on in the country.
Who is saying that he's doing it for
there are
jihad, for God's
videos
sake?
online. See, I've seen one with my own eyes, and there are also videos online where they were asking, because whenever they ask this question, let me tell you my own experience. Let me tell you the one I saw with my own eyes, because I saw some young men riding Okada when I was in Abuja, and I was with this friend of mine, and he's from the southeast, but he grew up in the north, so he knows how to speak Hausa very, very well. So I said, that look at this young guy. Why is he not at school? He said, sit here talking. That one is already married. Maybe you don't even know. I said, no, it can't be. That guy is too young. He's not married. Then I said, go and ask him. After he dropped us off, I said, go and ask him whether he's married. He said, yeah, he's married. Then he came back and told me that the guy said he's married. I said, go and ask him again. Is he looking to marry another one? He said, yes, he's looking to marry another one.
He probably has 3 wives now, 17.
No, he said he's got. He says he has only one. That he's looking to marry another one. Then
and how old would he be? Around about 17.
He's around 17, 19 or so. So I stand him back. I say, go and ask him why is he marrying so many? He said because he wants to have many children. And then I said, okay, ask him again. Why does he want to have many children? He said so they can prepare for war. And I say, go and ask him war against Israel. Hold on. This is real life. I'm telling you what I'm explaining to you here. I said, then go and ask him again. What war are they preparing for? He said, me, I'm not going to go and ask him that. That is a fellow Nigerian not able to ask another Nigerian that question. That is my lived experience.
Okay. Then, if that is your lived experience, I would say
in Abuja of all places, not even in the far north.
I agree. Let me take your point and then try to, make you understand what is happening.
No, hold on. Do you concede that point?
Yeah, I concede we have a problem. Yeah, I concede we have a problem, but our problem
that mindset that Tunaija just described is subsists within the north.
That mindset of jihad, I disagree completely, because those people who want to do jihad.
No. We're not saying if you agree with it. Does it exist in the north, as Tunaija just described it? Yeah.
But I can agree with some aspects of it, but that part where he said he's raising children because he wants to do jihad, that is where I draw the line and I say no, it's not true. Even if it's true,
the guy didn't say he's going to do jihad. The guy that sent to go and ask him said he cannot ask him that. Where the person said about jihad was on a YouTube video where a white guy went to the north and was checking these Amajiris out, and he was asking them why they are doing what they are doing. And they said because of jihad. That's why they are doing it.
Can you please send me that?
The other one said, yeah. If I find it, it's been a while I saw it. But the one I saw, that one said they are preparing for war, but it doesn't say which war. It didn't say jihad.
Tunaija, there's a real underbelly of very toxic teachings in a lot of the mosques in the north. And that seems to be the most popular of all of the teachings. So the libertarian ones are quickly, yeah.
Mahala must know about it. He must know.
But yes, that's true, one man. But what you ought to understand too is that those who are preaching that brand of Islam are actually those who those that encourage their kids to acquire Western education. You have to understand.
But what I'm saying is that those people teaching that particular brand of Islam, they are the majorities of the teachings going on in the mosques. They are more than the people teaching libertarian values.
Yeah. I can agree that. I can agree about that.
But we have to. We have to understand. We have to understand. It's not by default. It's by design. There's a reason why all these are put in place in the north. Not that the south is free from its own problem, but all these things are placed in specific regions to destabilize the region, so that the people that control the country continue to control, divide and rule.
Well, if that is the case, then I would argue that it was to have been something that was done quite recently. Because if you look at the north, pre say 1995, it's that there was no domination of this. There's no that kind of mindset, that Wahhabi mindset. It was not there. But
the military was copying it now. The military was copying, and this is one thing about the military. They tend to be more nationalistic than most politicians are. And the politicians, they become very, very sectional when they get into office. See, the truth is that from what I've seen, like when the World Peace said something about design, what I observe in Nigeria is that the Southerners, when they look at the Northerners, they think the Northerners don't have any plan, they are poor and all the rest. No, it's a mistake to look at it like that, because their focus is increasing their numbers. And you are in a democratic system that is representative, and they are going to get more and more power over time. By my projection, because of the demographic shift that is going on, you are going to see that Muslims will make up about 60% to 65% in 50 years' time, which is a shorter time frame than when we got our independence. So if that is the case, it means that the system is not, they are waiting in due time, they will accelerate their dominance over the other groups. And this is something that could create instability in the nation.
Yes, I see where you're coming from, but while your argument is, right in the outcomes, the premise and the context you did not fully, apply it. I would argue that what is happening is because of a decade, a century old, maybe 2-3 century old idea of learning education that has so the world has so gone past that kind of thing. Population has so grown, but then
No. Hassan, I think you are wrong. Tunanja is correct, because you are not abreast with what is happening today in the Southwest. I sent one man a clip. Why are they doing religious expansionism in the Southwest? They pump in a whole lot of money from Saudi Arabia through the Sultan of Sokoto. If you can remember, he has visited Southwest over and over again this year alone than he had done in the last 10-15 years. So there is a design that is hot and smoky.
Okay.
The Mufti of Iwo, for instance, in his he gathered 3, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years old in a field, about 1,000 of them, and training them as jihadists under the nose of DSS and IG of police. Today, giving them Palestinian flags, they are tying the Arabic thing on their bandana on their head, and they are not doing anything. In Yoruba land,
and I've seen somebody in that Kwara Ilorin area bragging about this. One of them said, in time they are going to
World Peace, you're on camera.
I think it's switched it on now. Sorry, Tunaja, just to add on to what you were saying, that Wahhabism that now seems to be the preferred preaching in the north, it's deliberate. It's being sponsored by. It's coming out of Saudi Arabia because there's a particularly harsh Wahhabist sort of doctrinal line coming out of Saudi Arabia now, and that is part of the Saudi Arabian. They're pumping a lot of money. They've already radicalized the north, and then they'll use the north as the They use the north as the bullhorn to sweep through the whole country, which is what we're seeing now, and it's part of an agenda for a global caliphate. But
I will concede some things.
Are you pretending not to know that the Saudi Arabians, through Wahhabism, they are pushing for a global caliphate? You don't know?
No, I knew they pushed for it for decades. But what you are seeing now, the Saudis themselves have banned the literature, that encourages Wahhabism in their school, in their universities, their teachings, and things like that. If you notice, since Mohammed bin Salman became crown prince, a lot has changed. Even right now, within the Wahhabi community,
Mohammed bin Salman is the biggest.
But there are other princes. There are other princes doing this funding.
Wait, they're banned in Saudi. It doesn't mean they're banned in India. What I call allied countries or in other places.
believe you me, if you do your research, you find out that yes, they have truly banned it. And now the Wahhabis in Nigeria, who used to praise Saudi Arabia, are actually raining curse on Mohammed bin Salman. So because now they do not give an inch. If you guys understand the Gulf states, they had one of the most, anti what do we call it? Extremism, extremist.
No, I'm not so sure about that because, sorry, let me just explain what may be going on here. Just because Saudi Arabia is doing the reform, which is true, you are right, that they are doing some reforms in their homeland, it doesn't mean their strategic objective has changed. You understand that? That is for their own sake, so that they can become more advanced and slightly more this in the Western and scientific based this system. But it doesn't mean on the outskirts, they are not on the peripheries of society where they want to expand into. They still don't need the jihadists to be doing what they are doing, because clearly they are funding the extremists in the Sudan, and we know they are funding many of the extremist groups in the Sahel.
To Nigeria, are correct. How else do Kuwait, UAR, Qatar are protecting those that their glass empire they've built? They pay. They pay
so many reports have been saying that they are funding the extremist groups in the Sahel. So many reports, not just one, not just two, so many.
You think they wouldn't burn the Sheraton or the something Dubai? Those fine structures,
but
they'll bomb them to smithereens.
What I think, just for
sorry,
you,
Bahala, sorry,
and I will just keep quiet after this. Just let me see this, then I can keep quiet. I will just implore all of you to go and do just a 5-10 minutes, and deep dive into the kind of things that the Saudis are now encouraging and dissociating, and they give the terms in which they give before is completely different, and their curriculum has completely been changed in the universities and places of
we know they have done that, but see, Saudi Arabia is still allied
we are focusing on the crown prince. There are other princes.
They are funding the genocide going down right now. What do you make of that?
And stoking this fire.
We all know that UAE is funding the this is RSF that is literally killing Africans like you, by the way, that are Muslims but not Arabs.
Yes, I don't know.
Vala, sorry. You have to understand. With the part you and I, or the part you explained to us, that is just the theory part of it, which is on paper, which is on for the optics, but for the geopolitics and control. Saudi Arabia, don't forget, Saudi Arabia is a SUV, special purpose vehicle for the Westerner to control the Sahel. Let me say Westerner to control the Sahel and the Arab nation, to put them on check. All these things you are seeing that happening in Yemen, Syria, or in Africa, who do you think the West use? Is Saudi. Saudi fund these organizations. That's why you see the West and Saudis can never go into how will I say confrontation. Is the English. So the one you are talking about, that is just the surface. The deep down, there's a strong geopolitics. The West cannot let Saudi go, because Saudi is just special whatever vehicle purpose they use to control arms, divide, and rule nations. Mostly the African nations, the Sahel nations, the what you call middle belt, middle belt, and all that, and so on and so forth.
And even Middle Eastern countries, because if you look at all the countries that have fought recently, they are all technically enemies of Saudi Arabia too. From Libya, Iraq, Syria, all of them, they are technically enemies. We all focus on Israel, but we don't look at the Gulf nations, what they are actually, their own agendas are.
Lebanon, Hamas, whatever is, you say, is being funded by Saudi. They're turning this fund. It's all to politics. Without Saudi, these things cannot take place.
Hamas is not being funded by the Saudis now. It's being funded. It was being funded by the Israelis.
Iran. Was it not Iran that was supporting Hamas? Isn't it?
Iran.
No, I think
Hamas
I think Iran is supports Hezbollah, unless I'm mistaken.
No, they also support Hamas. Yeah, they do support Hamas, and they support the Houthis. They support Hezbollah, and they support the interest of Saudi Arabia right now in Nigeria is the civil war between Shi'i Iranian Shi'i Muslims and Sunni Islam, which from time immemorial, this split has made them essential.
But the Shiites
Essentially,
have never really gotten a footing in Nigeria now. I think we only have about 8% Shiites in Nigeria. El Zakzaki, even the yeah.
Yeah, but that is why I need you guys to understand what is happening with the money that is coming in from Saudi Arabia, and how they have fundamentally shifted because there is a mosque right now in not far from my my house in GRA in Maiduguri. We call it Al Ansar. That mosque was actually built by the Qataris and Bahrain and the Saudis. Okay, and they have a radio station. They also have a TV station. They have a very big transponder. They have schools. But one thing that is different around the curriculum that they are teaching is a clear repulsion and condemnation of the extremist, the Wahhabi extremist school of thought. And in that Wahhabi school of thought, there is one scholar who is called Ibn Taymiyyah. That Ibn Taymiyyah is the reason he is the.
Hold on. See, this thing we do. I hear what you are saying, but it's like you're not reading between the lines. They do all these things you are saying. Nobody's denying it. But they are also funding some of all these groups that are causing problems for you. You know how Americans pretend as if they are your friends, like they are not enemies of Nigeria, but they are ensuring that we remain in poverty. That's what they too are doing. The same game they are playing with us.
Tonight, do you know that a lot of the clerics that actually preach this Wahhabism in the north, they come from the Middle East, mainly Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and
they come into as guests.
Not only in the north, they are also in the southwest. These mulatto-looking Arabs.
Yes, no, these are full Arabs. So they will come. They
are in the southwest.
Lines with a lot of money, and then they will.
I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if they are Baba, because I know how these guys operate and the kind of money that they put into what they do. However, I would just argue that when this crown prince got into power, he's just been there like 9 years at the most, for a damage that has been done for decades. It's going to take. It's not going to.
The policy remains. See, hold on. Do you know just as much? You see, let me say, Vahala. Let me commend you for at least, because you are the only one defending what is going on out there. But the point is that, do you know that if you look at what is going on in Israel right now, Gaza being taken over by a lot of Israelis, and the Israelis going to Lebanon, took over some territories in southern Lebanon and some territories in Golan Heights in Syria. But if you compare how much, because technically that is basically Europeans coming into the Middle East, taking more land from the Middle East. But what is happening within Africa itself? The Arabs are taking more land from Black Africans in Sudan. And if you look at the aggregate of the land mass that Africans have lost, while the Middle Eastern people are losing some land, we probably have lost more land. Not to mention more people have been displaced. Yeah. But we don't do that calculus, but they do that calculus. They know they are not losing.
But here, this is where we need to make the distinction between Arabic culture and their, deep-seated racism, and what is Islam. A lot of people conflagrate these things, and that is what brings us. Because I will concede to you guys right now, that Qatar is one of the Dubai is one of the reasons why we have banditry in Nigeria right now. Because if you go to Dubai and some parts of that all those countries around there, there are special markets where they sell only Nigerian gold. That that place, you see it.
I've seen it with my own eyes. The gold souk, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bustling. It's a and so they are funding, the crisis.
How can you see this?
But,
how can you see this and pretend as if you don't know what is truly happening?
No, but it's not about Islamic jihadism right now. Now it's about controlling resources, and
but that has always been what it's all about. It has nothing to do with religion.
No, the average Arab is very, very racist. I think he's more racist than the white man. The white man is very.
Do your northern brothers know this? Do your northern brothers know this, that are preparing to kill their fellow Nigerians?
Thank you, Tunaja.
Hold on. It is widely known. There was this anecdote that the daughter of the present emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, there was this, because they have a house in Saudi Arabia, as they all do. And by the way, did you know that the Minister of Justice under Buhari, he's just died in Saudi Arabia just today, I think. That was no. So the Chief Justice, not
Chief Justice.
Yeah. Oh, Tanko guy.
Yes, he just died in Saudi Arabia just today. The Lamido Sanusi's daughter was giving this anecdote that she was having an interaction with their gate man, and then it got to the point that the gate man dismissed her just out of hand, that look, you're just some black African, and that was their gate man in Saudi Arabia. So they had no regard for you at all as a human being, as a black person.
Of course.
But do you know they took more slaves than the West?
Of course.
They took 6 million slaves.
They still do.
They've been doing it far earlier. They still do.
Can I ask you, Bahala? See, because at the core of the concerns many of us have here is how to deal with this problem that we have in Nigeria now. Because we know there are elements in the north. We're not talking about all of them. It could be just 5%. That are very, very aggressive, and you saw what happened with Deborah, and there's another case where they said somebody was basically beheaded. So how do we get these people to understand that a Nigerian's life is not what the passion they have for their religion?
Yes, okay. This is what I think should happen.
Impossible.
No, one man. Why are you saying like that? We were not like this before now. They brainwashed people into accepting that Wahhabist ideology, but then they abandoned it themselves, and right now within the last 4 or 5 years they are trying. So I think because it is with social change, it doesn't happen like the next day. This generation, and you have to understand too that the Aqidah, for example, if you are Christian and you are Catholic, or you're Protestant, or you're Jehovah's Witness, or you are Pentecostal or Mormon or whatever, so hardly do people relinquish, their sectarian guilt in life, because they already believe that is right. So they'd rather die with it, than relinquish it. So now that
how do you reorient that then?
No, there's no reorientation of
deeply
something
seated
like
and
that.
Embedded. Yeah.
Yes, because it's a
so hold on. So if you can reveal to them that people like them are actually being murdered right now in Sudan by people that are also Muslims like them, because those people are not Arabs. So that will not jog their memory and say, you know what, maybe I should think twice.
You have to understand there's a mix of mindsets in the north. If you take the Fulanis, for instance, the Fulanis a Fulani man doesn't consider himself a black man like you. He considers himself somewhat an admixed Arab. And that's why
good luck.
yeah. So
but the problem is that he too will be killed. That's the problem. He too, if he was in Sudan, if a Fulani was in Sudan, he will also be murdered because he's not Arab.
Of course,
that's the main thing now.
Yes. So,
am I right though in saying that Hassan, that a Fulani considers himself some sort of an Arab wider?
No, they see themselves not as Arab, but as people who are quite how
superior.
do I what's that?
Superior, Abi?
Yeah, more closer. More when it's talk of Arab, they see themselves more closer to the Arabs than the rest of.
The elite,
which is a little bit stupid because their language is Niger Congo language, and their genetics even shows that they are. Do you know they are actually more African than even Hausa? No, I mean they are actually closer to us genetically than the Hausa males.
No, I think they have that Nilotic mix of the East African. I think there's a bit of Arabian and Nilotic mix in their admixture.
Yeah, but they have more E1B1A than Hausa males. Hausa males have R1B, which is sometimes even found in Europe. But the Fulanis have more E1B1A DNA, like us, than the Hausas do. Hausa males.
Okay, so if the Fulanis have E1B1A, that would be similar as the Maasai. They have that too, and maybe
Maasai. Maasai is E1B1A.
And
E1B1B.
the Amhara, the what's the name of these people that are actually in Zanzibar?
Yeah. Sorry. One man, you got the photo of my kids I sent to you on WhatsApp? My daughter. One man.
Yes, okay, I got it. I think I showed it on the day. Actually, doing excellent work.
Yes.
Your daughter.
Okay.
We're all very proud of her. She's doing wonderfully well. But guys, let me drop her tonight. Please bring Zita and Prince Daddy into the conversation. You know they will never elbow in, but they are here. So thank you for the support, Hassan.
When we bring Madam Zita in, she'll say. She will make sure everybody's quiet. Then she say, I do enjoy how she talks, but it's okay. Let's carry on. Mr. Hold on. Are you there? Hold on is there. Please go ahead.
Okay. Then I just want you to be patient. And for me, let me just make this point before I yield the floor. Okay. What a lot of people in the South do not understand, and unfortunately, amongst even the Northern Muslims do not understand, is the fact that there is a difference between what is Arabism and what is Islam. Why people conflate the two is because Islam is originally from the Arabian Peninsula where Mecca is. So that's the origin of it. And because they were the first ones to, proliferize it and all that. So when people took it, and especially people who do not actually understand the pillars and the bases and the philosophies of the religion, they see Arabs as as their role model, as the perfect Muslims. Meanwhile, if they actually go through the text and the teachings and the philosophy of the Prophet, they would understand that Arabism is completely different and Islam is different. So people from the outside looking at it, and people, even Muslims who do not understand this, think like they are somehow close to Arabs and that they are brothers because they are Muslims. But to the Arab mind, the average Arab, he sees you as a slave, as someone who is not close to him. He feels so superior to you and all that. And that is the problem that a lot of people cannot actually
So are you saying
process.
that? Are you saying that in the
Reading of
north?
it.
Sorry, let me ask you. Are you saying that in the north, many of people don't understand what you just described? That the Arabs see us as, less than, and including the Fulanis that like to associate themselves with Arabs.
Yes, many people do not, and that is why a lot of them are losing their identity and their culture, and they will never be Arab. The Arabs will never accept them, and it's unfortunate for them to lose your identity and your culture, and then not being accepted by the culture that you want to you want to claim and want to go with in all manner of your life. So that
Okay. So
that
do
is
you think? Let me
every-
ask them. Let me ask them. So do you think if they are made aware of this, like your own awareness now that you have, if they have that awareness, would they feel the same way about the Arabs and lose their own identity as you described?
Yes, there are quite a few imams who are doing that right now. There's one imam who is based in Abuja. His name is Khalid, and do well to check his sermons and things like that. This is an imam who stands for Christians. As he stands for people who are Africans, not just Muslims. And his congregation is one of the most you know understanding, tolerant, and secular quite secular people who follow the religious faith. But he is based in Abuja, and you can imagine the people who actually frequent his teachings and all that are typically Abuja people, and Abuja people, even the northerners, like the elites, or let's say the middle class and all the elites who are in Abuja, we find it easy to latch onto his ideas, and
Okay.
he is not that
So, but
fallible.
then is
He's
that
not.
not the potential solution to the problem? That
Yeah,
awareness.
yes, that awareness, that's the solution, it's a potential solution. But you see, the Jibwis, Jamaatul Islamic Bid'ah Sunnah, the one that Gumi's father actually established, those were the first problems, because they were the first to institute the Wahhabi ideology, and right now, those that are fighting them back um, are having support from Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is no longer funding them, because the narratives have changed, and I will send you their sermons where they curse the king of Saudi Arabia, they curse the crown prince, they curse his policies and things like that, and they wish him all the most horrible things that you can,
I would like
but
to. I would like those links, and I would like to. It would be interesting to know why they are cursing
yes,
him.
but did you go through the links that I sent you the other day? Did you even go
I
through them?
went through a few of them. I went through a few. I don't think I went through all of them, but I'm sorry about it. Maybe I should have gone through them more. Because my concern is that they are cutting the Prince of Saudi Arabia and many Middle Eastern countries, not because they see them as necessarily against them as Muslim here in Africa, but maybe because they are not supporting Palestine or some other thing out there. Not for our own sake. And this is one of the issues that I really think we as a people need to keep an eye on. Because when you say Arabism, that we don't understand it. Because the thing about Arabism is that there's 1 minute is a culture, and the next thing is it's a kind of lineage. And when it becomes a lineage, because if it's just a culture, like many Southern Christians have a culture that is quite Western in some sense, but they don't go about killing people for it. But when it becomes a bloodline, it becomes like a tribe, then they start looking to wipe out fellow Africans for it. And many of these Sudanese that are doing it, they're technically black, but because they now subscribe that they are now Arabs, they're willing to kill fellow Africans for it. Even if those Africans are Muslims, that should scare any northerner. That should scare any Fulani.
That is the reason why for that imam that I'm telling you about, Khalid, he talks about some things like, okay, it is only the black person that do not know when to close ranks as a race. We are so divided that because the Arabs don't forget, don't get me wrong, they are majority Muslim, but they have Coptic Christians, they have some other Orthodox Christians, they have different denominations of Christians and all that. And just look at what was happening in Gaza, how all the Arabs put the kind of pressure all they could do to ensure that that situation is a solution is found. But I tell you, if that were to be happening in Africa, a lot of other Africans will be happy, they'll be jubilating, and they will not close ranks as black people when it is time to close ranks and protect yourself and project power as a race. We are the least race people in the pecking order of making rational decisions. We don't know when to abandon our religions and stand as a race. Every other race in the world understand this except the black person. So by the time we do, and this does not don't get me wrong, this is not only a Muslim thing. Even the Christians are also similarly exactly under the same problem. So that is what I think is probably what is keeping us down. We are the only
it's
ones
true. I think the general point you made, the general thrust of your argument is correct. But the Christians, by and large, theirs is not as active in terms of the brainwashing that they have in the West. They like to do feminist stuff. They like to do all these, gay rights, Western ideals that they tend to copy.
Hey, forefather,
don't start now.
Christian don't do that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's leave the gay one out of it.
No, Christian don't support all those
fine. No. Okay, but at least they are not attacking fellow Nigerians because Nigerians said something about Christianity. And that is the
I just want it to be factual. You understand?
Okay. I concede that point. Christians, but I mean Southerners, not Christians necessarily. Southerners tend to be more aligned to Western ideals. Am I wrong?
I know we are not. No. You are not. No. We only align to those that give us value. Because what do I mean is tell me. When you see any Southerner, supporting all those Agege, all those things you are talking about, go and look at it. If you've noticed me here very well, I told you that they should be auditing some NGO and all those rubbish people, because those NGO you see, they are the one getting money to promote bad things. They are not doing it for free. They are doing it for money. You understand?
But
you see some people that are even blackmailing. They are doing it for money, not because they believe in it.
If I agree with what you're saying right now, then you'd also have to agree that the LGBTQ thing is more prevalent, where you call Christian countries that it's more, they are more open minded to receive. In fact, we have seen those letters, priests. We have seen those letters, pastors. We have seen them as that. So it at least, even if you are quite conservative in your understanding of Christianity, a lot of other Christians are more open-minded. So this thing has thrived more in Christian dominated countries other than Islamic ones. That's just the reality, because I don't know whether it is
that part is not actively trying to destroy our lives in terms of the kind of jihadi attacks we are getting. You see what I mean?
Let me tell
let me just add this on quickly, because I really feel this is dangerous to us right now as a people, because when we act as if we are asleep, when we watch fellow Africans getting all kinds of treatment in Sudan, it's like, what is wrong with us? Are we waiting to be massacred or something? Because they are coming south, you see. It's not It's not even a joke because they've taken North Africa already, and now they're coming further south. And Sudan is the next one now that they are facing. Chad is next to Sudan.
Who are those
Niger is late.
Who are those people that have taken over North Africa?
The Arabs, though. The Arabs. Most North African countries describe themselves as Arabs.
I got your point. You see, one thing is this. At the end of the day, I will not stop campaigning for this idea that first of all, I believe the population of Nigeria is overbloated, and I think there are so many bastards that enter through our borders that are bringing the foreign culture. You know, all these fighters that call themselves, all these criminal, all these militia that some of our cool elites in the north, including the Buhari that people worship today. You understand? I don't know if I had a chance to go and to see where to put that guy, that man inside the hell. I'm going to put him in the hottest part of hellfire. You see one thing.
Buhari, what did Buhari do now? I thought you were praising him.
Don't worry. Go and listen to Dati Baba. Go and listen to Dati Baba. See, you know some of these things that I'm talking about. I'm not even. Those people that were even his allies, those people that were close to him, were even the ones talking, not me. You understand? Because Buhari, is totally different from Buhari.
Are you talking about the Matawale thing?
It's not a Matawale. Go and listen to Dati Baba Ahmed on Channel TV, all this interview, why he dissociated himself from Buhari when it came to this matter of a baboon and a dog that will fight. So let's leave it at that.
Let's watch the kind of language you are using to describe human beings, please. Because if we keep calling people baboon and that kind of language, please, let's watch it.
Now me talk or Buhari. Are you kidding?
No, because people are listening to these things now, so that's why
I did it.
He said it, but it was taken out of context by the Southern.
No, I didn't take it out of context. He was just threatening that. He was just threatening that if the 2015 election, if it was for rigged, that a baboon and a dog we soak in blood. It's everywhere. For that thing, I'm not quoting him out of context.
The kind of language that is being used in Nigeria to describe a lot of Fulanis is quite. It can lead to some serious.
Hold on. I'm talking of Buhari. Hold on. They're different. I've told you several times that all those Fulani you see that are walking on the street, they are just victim as a common Nigeria. When I talk of Fulani, I'm talking of the elite. I specifically mentioned the name Buhari now. What are you talking about? Why are you pretending?
Okay, no, it's okay. I get what you're saying.
So the point is this. You understand? I said we have some kind of infiltration through our border, and we have to first of all work on controlling our population, because I was saying here the other time that I believe that close to 50%, 50 million of our population, you find out properly, you will find out that they are illegal immigrants. You understand? So we need to first of all close our borders and start scrutinizing whosoever that is going to come in. We've already Keramero, if you know what it means to Keramero in Yoruba, maybe Adewale can help me with the right English. You understand? You've carried white animals. You've mixed with civilized people. Those are the kind of people.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this, Ogala. I'm with you 100% on this. But what I need to just correct is that baboon and whatever snake and what is it called, dogs and baboon soaked in blood. It's a literal translation that completely changes the meaning of the context when spoken in Hausa. When you say karejini birijini, it means like to fight to the end and to stand your ground to ensure that you are not robbed of your rights. It's more of what do I say? A galvanizing way of telling people to stand for what is their right. That is, it was around near election that he sent it. Now the slogan during that time in Hausa was Kasa Atsare Raka. So if you translate what that means,
no. You know, I don't have problem. You see, one thing is this: when you put hold on. When you put something in place and you now make it authenticity of what you follow up, then that's authenticity. You made a threat, and all those people that were associated with you were talking about how you were involved in recruiting foreign militias in case Jonathan was not going to hand over. So now, if someone says something in 2012 and you see all this, and you say you now saw what he did, there's no way you can explain that violent threat that he didn't see through. That's my point.
Well, yes, I get you for the fact that Buhari encouraged Nigerians to accept Fulani because
don't sugarcoat it.
I'm not
Buhari
sugarcoating.
encouraged violence. He encouraged violence. And see, okay. That said, we need to just where we are now to just apply handbrake. The matter of that fencing is a matter of urgency and our population sensor and to get robust database. If we face ourselves out,
is it possible that we can bring Madam Zita in and paint that since it looks like they are gentle people, these are respectable.
Okay.
Madam Zita is not gentle because who is Madam Zita?
She's gentle now when it comes to shouting over other people now.
Let me just say two things and then I leave the stage. To Nigeria, for you to really understand that reform is what MBS is after, and he's not joking. Why do you think they detained Gumi and they expelled him from their country, even though they were the ones that trained him? They understood that what he's doing in Nigeria is continuing what now the government has stopped. And even if I
think what they should have done to him was arrest him and jail him if they thought he was a potential terrorist instead of sending him back to us. This is my point. They understood they don't want it around their doorstep, but they fund it somewhere else for expansion purposes. That's what I think that's a strategy, because what's going on in Sudan is not happening by accident to me.
No, I think there's also an underlying, resource factor in the Sudan thing.
It's always been resource. Now, when you take people's land, that's resource. That's one of the most special reasons. Because you take the natural resources, you take the people out.
Yes,
you take everything.
Yes. So the gold, the natural resources, and all that is the primary thing. But when the Arabs are doing something on their racial interest, they damn the consequences, humanity. They don't care about religion. Yes, they do what is in the Arab interest first. Then when they go back, anybody can go back and do his denomination or whatever. It's only the black person that do not understand that. So that is.
I'm really glad you understood that. That is one thing that a lot of people like. I'm glad you have that insight.
I think one of our problems.
Okay, right. Yes. Okay. For you, the baboon and doctrine. The translation is Akasa Araka Akasa Atari Araka Araba. So that is what that means is stand by the polling votes. Ensure that you vote. After voting, stay back and watch the process. After watching the process, follow them up to the collation center, ensure that it is collated, follow from the collation center to where it will be announced, such that there will be no gap, okay, for any manipulation. Because
Azan, there's no way you are going to explain this.
We were all alive when that man make that speech. Why is Azan twisting it to left?
Hold on, Adiwali. Let me talk now. Wait, Azan. Buhari had a friend that happened to be his running mate that grew up in Hausa, that understand Hausa very well. I have a friend living with me here
You understand that his mom, she's an Hausa woman. So this thing, you understand? It will not even know. It may make maybe people will even say, hold on. People maybe even be saying that thing in 2012. It would not have even made much meaning to me if it did not follow through. I see one RG talking that I closed my mind. You think you think you are the only person. See, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm some kind of person that will listen to many people before I form my opinion. When people talk, why me not referring to Buhari, to Abubakar, Absalam Abubakar? Why not talking of IBB? You understand? Why not talking of Gowon? Why not talking of all those? Why not talking of Murtala Mohammed? How come that my focus is on Buhari? Because when people like you are just so grandstanding, you are so omniscient in your opinion. You think you know it all. It's running mate. If it's running mate, hold on. If it's running mate who happen to be a pastor that command a congregation, a huge congregation, you understand? It's not denied this thing. And even those people that were close, that are close to him, that are eminent people, that these people, they went on TV and talk about this thing on national TV. So why should I believe the one that this explanation? I don't understand Hausa. You understand? I'm not the one saying it. You understand? It's the opinion of those people that are elite, that are well known, that they command crowd, that they command followership there. So if those people are making mistake, then maybe I'm one of those people. I'm one of the mistakes.
But just as with any other president, like these things will always happen. Like, for example, Obasanjo was accused of the murder of Bola Ige, of a lot of things that happened.
Those are totally different. Obasanjo didn't utter a word. You understand? Now, this man uttered a word that was quoted.
Yeah, but
that Obasanjo was an accusation. But this guy,
the word was out of it's out of context. The way you guys in the southern media portrayed it was not what it meant at all. That is what I want you guys to understand. Go to a Hausa library.
Is Dati Baba? Are you saying Dati Baba doesn't understand the Hausa? Are you saying Dati Baba doesn't understand the Hausa? Are you saying Pastor Bakari doesn't understand the Hausa? You understand? Okay, Pastor Bakari is a Yoruba man, so I won't even talk. Are you saying the Hausa people and Fulani people like him that said it, are you saying they don't understand the Hausa? What do they have to gain in naming their person? So that's why I won't take it that it's out of context. I know that there are Yoruba words that you can interpret in many ways. Right, I agree.
Yes.
But in this situation, when an Hausa person and a Fulani person are saying what the person said, why shouldn't I believe? Why shouldn't?
Okay. Yes, let me concede that part to you.
No, I like time for people. You are just saying rubbish, and you are not being intelligent with your statement. Dati Baba said that thing on TV, and you are telling me that this. You understand? Go and sue Dati Baba.
As a politician that you have left office, of course, people will say, especially if you are dead, people will come out and say all sorts of things against you because right now
they were saying it before he was dead. They were saying it before he was dead. They were not saying it after he was dead.
Well, I think politics is that, but what I will say Buhari did wrong was to allow the ones that have entered Nigeria and the ones who are carrying arms and doing all sorts of things to not, persecute and deal with their situation as well as he should have done. He had that ethnic bias. But the idea that Buhari intentionally is importing people, Fulanis, to come and take over Nigeria's people's lands and all that, I think it's just too far-fetched for me and people
Azan, let me tell you something. Sometimes they say actions speak louder than voice. One of the first things that this guy did when he came was trying to repeal the Land Use Act. They were accusing you of what you wanted to do, and you were behaving towards that time. Okay. The second thing was to be looking for land to grab everywhere in the name of Ruga. Until said, we never agree on anything like Ruga. All we talk about is livestock. and that issue of Ruga died down. And the next thing he started doing was water resources bill. You see, you are saying he was not trying to do all those things, but all his actions pointed to the fact that he was actually trying to grab land. How do you explain that? Yeah, okay. You are saying you are saying this guy is not a thief. You understand? You know, he doesn't rear cow. Yeah, he doesn't have job, but he's bringing cows slaughtering every day and eating. He was bringing food in every day. I was eating. He was using Mercedes Benz, and you know that he doesn't manufacture car. He doesn't have that means of getting that. And you are saying, oh no, the guy is not he's not a thief. You are saying he's not doing that intentionally. He was not doing that intentionally, but everything, all his actions were pointing to the same thing. Abba. We are not kindergarten now.
No. I don't say that you're kindergarten. I just agree to you that he has bias of Fulanis, and it's just like the theories of perspective. People can
no.
see
He got to say that Obasanjo wrote a letter too. Obasanjo documented everything.
Yes, and I agree with Obasanjo because Obasanjo actually said that he is failing in securing the lives of properties of Nigerians, and that is what is happening. But Obasanjo in that letter did not say Buhari imported millions of Fulanis from outside of Nigeria to come and destabilize Nigeria and take over land from Nigerians. I don't think that was what happened, and Obasanjo did not do that. What Obasanjo actually accused him of is true, that he did not actually dealt with the budgetary problem because he has a soft spot for the Fulani. That I concede to you about. And before I go, let me just say this: did you guys have you guys heard about the operation? What was that the name of the operation, which is very, very important. I'd wanted one man to talk about it, but he didn't get a chance to. But I did send it to Baba. There's a scandal, Operation Snowball. Yeah, have you guys and anyone have you got anything about it? Hello. Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. So there is an operation that is going on right now within the Nigerian army that oh my God, a lot of it is still classified, but from what I have gathered, it's going to the chief of defense staff and new the minister is going to give a press briefing probably before Christmas about what they have uncovered. Oh my God, we are in serious trouble. Do you know that over right now over 35 Nigerian armed members of in different corps, Air Force, military, Navy, and have been arrested, and almost 20 something policemen. And do you know what they all had in common? They were all in charge of armory. That is, where Nigeria keeps munitions in different bases, barracks, and things like that. So, what actually happened was, because of the death of that General Bar,
before you continue,
in military they do have what do you call them? Is it adjutant or what do they call them? Those people that usually no. Those people that inspect no, they have I think they call them adjutant or something like that. They are the one in charge of. They're the one that always audit the armory and make sure that weapons are being utilized. Count the number of bullets, count the number of weapons in the armory and all that. So I think they do. So if they have, I think it's adjutant.
Some of them are part of.
Adiwale and Azan, and I said about 84,000 arms were missing. 84.
Yeah. So, do you know what?
84,000 in the hands of a terrorist man.
Yes. Now, see, one sergeant in charge of an armory in in forward operating base in Mongono. It's just a frontline, formation, just at the edges of where the Nigerian government controls. Because if you pass Mongono, then it's cross Kawa, then it's Baga, and that place is it's a contested ground between Nigerian army and Boko Haram. So the guy in charge of the armory, who's a sergeant, was found to have 105 million naira in his account. No, sorry, not cash. He did transactions of 105 million naira within the space of a year, and it coincided with him, giving the control of that armory. So he was captured. He was arrested, and then he explained how they moved these weapons. So and how they falsify. We still use analog papers to write in the amount of ammunition that was in and what is left in the store, what is going on. So when they are going for military training exercises, so for live fire exercises, so he underwrites he overstates the amount of ammunition that was given out for the exercises. You get it? So that the surplus now he will keep it and then find a way to dispose it through the black market. He has other soldier colleagues too who will carry the weapons, and then of course, nobody will stop them at checkpoints. They will go and deliver it and sell it to the terrorists. The 35 of them are in the Nigerian army, 22 of them are from the Nigerian police force. So all of these people, the person that was found with the least amount of transactions in 6 months was 25 million naira. 25 million naira. And none of them, most of them cannot. Look, there was a major too that was arrested, and I think that is the highest per rank, a major in the Nigerian army too that was arrested. He was part of that ring. So what essentially we've been doing is that we've been giving the weapons, our weapons for our enemies to keep killing, maiming, and kidnapping Nigerians because of an ineffective oversight and auditing, storage auditing, and storage modern storage procedures. That is a very, very serious problem that was just being discovered recently. So this fifth columnist that we have, the thing that shocked me was that it turned out that it was not only soldiers, that it was also police. So police do have their own the way they are doing it, and the soldiers have their own the way they are doing it. So all of our armories and people that were in charge usually are sergeants. They are not commissioned officers or they are majorly non-commissioned regimental sergeant majors, those
Hassan,
non-commissioned officers.
Hassan,
Yes.
all this
Yeah.
are happening at the army, not the other forces, right? Not Air Force or Navy,
No,
but mainly in army, right?
no, even in the Air Force and the Navy, that's the problem. Even Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian military army, and the Nigerian police, all four. Now, this is the problem is that you pay somebody, say 70,000 naira, and you give him the keys to an armory where ammunition and weapons are stored worth billions and billions of naira, and he's probably of moral, the kind of stress that these soldiers go through, and then seeing that okay, I can make a quick buck from this. If some are not tempted, majority of Nigerians by default will be tempted to do that kind of thing. So, and the moment you start it, then it becomes very difficult for you to stop, because you have already gotten access to cheap
Hassan,
money.
Hassan,
Yes.
Hassan. See, even when the military were in charge of the government, the level of unprofessionalism or level of corruption that is in the force these days is quite alarming. Let me tell you this. Anywhere in the world, military are not paid in millions. Okay? It's a service to your fatherland, and you are paid based on the civil service or whatever it is based upon. Okay? Now, once the salary is set, you have to merit position for you to be promoted. There's a level that you get to in the military. Of course, you know all this before you can start becoming, political tools where you get to the position of chief of army staff and this and all that. Now, to blaming it on their paycheck or whatever they're being remunerated every year.
No, no,
That excuse is, to me, is lame. Reason being is that
no.
anywhere in the world, civil servants are not paid like when you are in the private. So when people say, well, they are not being paid, and that's why anybody can just throw caution to the wind and hand over the key to the armory and say, look, come and take it, give me 50,000 or whatever. That is the greediness we're talking about. That is individuals' problem, disease. So if it's not tamed in the force, there will be problem in the land, and that's what we're witnessing. So it's not about being over. Even if you are paying them million, somebody that is still greedy, they have greediness in their bloodstream, will still act that way.
I agree. But I'm just saying that is one aspect of it. I'm not putting it all. Of course, they will be commercial. I think they will be, the soldiers they will face firing squad, because there is no way those ones will
No, there's no
survive.
firing squad. There's no firing squad anymore.
I hope, I wish there
For
was.
capital punishment is beginning to be phased out in Nigeria.
Can we bring Madam Zita in if she's there?
For a long time now, we haven't seen anybody being executed in Nigeria for a very long time.
Yeah, what is alarming is that
Madam Zita, are you there?
And that need to be brought back ASAP.
Yes. What is alarming is that all the police and the army and all these people that are doing these things are actually these arms were bought for the securing of the lives of Nigerians, right? So instead of those arms to be for our security, they now are contributing to our insecurity. You see how a system failure of not modernizing, having poor auditing of the arms and ammunition, and then probably the greed too, because what happened was, like, you see, these 35 people, they cut across 22 different armories. 22 different armories. So that means, man, there's serious problem. Because and it's not even about the money. You may be tempted to take money, but the cost of this is in human lives. So, man, these guys, they need to face the firing squad. Well, we should not look away and say, okay, it's not longer fashionable. Let them just go and summarily execute them. And
I thought they have hanging in Nigeria. There's capital punishment and there's hanging, so they could just hang them and get it over with.
Yes, please, I encourage all of you to research Operation Snowball. It's still ongoing, but the pieces that we have been able to get from inside sources and some newspapers, reputable newspapers, are quite troubling. But then the army and the chief of defense and the new Honorable Minister of Defense is going to, do a briefing, I think, on Monday or Tuesday, just before Christmas, and he's going to, to tell Nigerians how far, what did they get to achieve, and all that. But that's a very good start of bringing back this general. May God help him. May God bless him. May God protect General Christopher Musa for us. May God continue to bless him. May he be the key to solving the problems that Nigeria faces. Inshallah, I will continue to pray for him, and I and employ all of us who are people of faith to pray for our country and the people who are wanting to do us good. Thank you very much, guys. I need to go and pray. Thank you.
Yeah. So Adewale and Madam Muzita and Ola. So, what do you guys make of the so-called trade surplus that Nigeria is become one man presented a trade surplus for Nigeria, saying that Nigeria is experiencing loss trade surplus, while in reality, the currency has depreciated because it's a naira, you see, and the currency has depreciated. So if you do the calculation very well, it may not be that much of an increase of trade, but it's just been described as a trade surplus for Nigeria, and Tinubu is doing very, very great. What do you make of it, Adewale?
Tunanja, you call me?
Yeah, Adewale, yeah,
What's your question?
Yeah, the question is about trade surplus. Because one man reported that Nigeria has had since 2020, 2022 trade surplus, continuous trade surplus, and but what he didn't highlight was that because of the naira has depreciated significantly in from 2023 or so.
You said that naira has depreciated. How? It's been stabilized. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it did depreciate. So it means the trade surplus that they are describing
momentarily, but it bounced back and it's been steady since, I mean, I think the analysis that was shown by Woman started from 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You could see the steady rise of trade surplus. What I mean is that, look, when you have a government that prioritizes, I mean, there are some products that were, the embargo was placed on the exportation of those because for domestic purpose, for domestic use. But then we have, what are we talking about? Okay, we have Dangote now, right? And the other day I saw a video posted by the United States Mission in Nigeria about the millets being imported to Nigeria. Somebody and one of the alarmists, like you, if I'm hearing you, was saying, "Oh, how could we import this from America?" And at the end of the day, when something that could have been grown in their backyard in one of the states in Nigeria, and I laughed. I said, "Look, these people don't understand. Look, America will be glad to." And see, part of those noises that the American president was making, if somebody bring to his attention that, oh, Nigeria becomes one of the biggest importer of American millet, he will be happy to hear that. All those hula baloo about, oh, bringing gun ablaze to Nigeria, and all those things would die natural death, which is what is going to happen anyway. But you see, we have an administration that prioritizes, not just trade, but ensuring that at least our exports is steady, and we're exporting.
If that includes Dangote, that's barely.
Of course, Dangote contributed larger portion of that rise in our export, because one, we are now supplying, according to the report, that we are supplying aviation fuel, which to me is not just to America, but to the Western world, which to me is a departure from what we used to. I mean, we used to import, and if an airline operator used to complain about the cost of aviation, I mean, I think government too was subsidizing that sector at a point, if I'm not mistaken, and that affected the price of tickets. But you see, when we become an export of it, I mean, one, we get revenue. Two, it contributed to
local supply.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, what do we tend to gain? It helped to stabilize our dollar. I mean, our currency, because one, when we have something we can bank on, something we can say, we can trade upon. Now, it makes our currency to be stable. So to me, it just showed the dexterity of, a coalition of all the agencies, not just from Ministry of Economy itself, but you also have this agency, what you call them, Nigeria Export. I forgot the old title. In fact, as a matter of fact, that sector was headed by this recently late Segun Awolowo. I think it was.
But is it not a little bit premature for us to be looking at it?
No. We're talking about the record of years, of almost 5 years now. It's significant. So that there is highly significant because we can't just say, oh, and look, I mean, when Tinubu took over, that report, I saw it briefly then, at a point it stalled because one, don't forget that this is shortly after COVID, right?
Yes.
And since then, we'll be having, the unrest, the insecurity. I mean, we're not doing badly, to be honest with you. And recently, the government came out and said the inflation is now at 14%. Remember, we are coming from almost, is it 30 something percent or 20 something percent? Now it's at 14. As a matter of fact, it was benchmarked to 15%. Now we have 14. I
But
mean,
to
this
be
is
fair, though, what we are getting now is a return to pre-Tinubu's term in office to an extent, because the inflation was somewhere around 12 or so when he took over.
but don't forget that you removed the subsidy.
Yes, he removed
So
the subsidy and floated the
everything
currency.
tumbled. But when you have a reset button, I mean, this December alone, going by what Dangote said out there, fuel will be set probably around 700. Depends on the location where you are, but at least maximum of 800. So remember when Tinubu took over, I think it was at peak at 600 per liter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You can imagine when we have multiple players in that sector. If God willing, the downstream Pharaoh is being fired the way their fight is going. So if more player comes to play, we will have healthy competition, and it will drive the price down. To me, honestly, Nigeria hasn't seen anything yet. We haven't seen anything yet. Yes, people will steal, but what we have is that what we'll have is that I think um, the government will work more on the transparency because the revelations that we're hearing from, oh, these billions diverted, spent. I was uh, I was watching a show when somebody was dissecting the Ngige's trial in court. I'm like, wait a minute. So this man was involved in all these things. God help him, his soul. So
Yeah, Ngige's one is more of a low-level corruption compared to what others have done that have gotten away with it. And that's a different topic for this in Nigeria.
some
But
of
that
those
said,
charges will be struck out, but some will still stick.
yeah,
The evidence.
that guy. He deserves to go down for whatever he is going down for. This is a guy that presided over the ASU strike while he was in office, and he didn't do much to end it. I think for at least 9 months, if I'm not mistaken. So that was very devastating.
Is there anybody in Buhari's administration that doesn't merit to be in prison?
You act as if they are a different party. They are the same party as the Tinubu's party now. So half of the Tinubu's cabinet will be gone if you jail all of them.
The same party, but different era.
Most of Tinubu's achievement right now, all the biggest achievements.
One funny thing
from Buhari, that shows you how close they are.
One funny thing about Tinubu's administration does, even his enemies, they cannot even defend themselves when it comes to. Since this guy has come, you understand, no ASU strike that is going to take you out of your program. You understand, if your 4 years, it's your 4 years. No gas, no queue for petrol in December period. You understand?
That's true.
You understand? A lot of things. And people are just at Bala Blue, all those stuff. You understand? The only challenge now is this insecurity. But when you want to talk of the economy, this guy is performing. There's no way you want to hide. Whether you like go and hide.
He's not performing. You can see he's performing on a micro level, but on a macro level.
Ancestor, you see the way you contradicted yourself the other time. You are saying because of a weak naira That is why we are having trade surplus. Yeah, you see,
well, the weak naira is not the reason why. I'm saying it's not a real trade surplus, because if the naira is weak and because
it's one of the reasons.
doesn't mean
It's
a
one
trade
of the
surplus.
reasons. It's one of the reasons. And I
You know, Nigeria wants. You know, there's no way we can go back to the way we used to be. It has to be steady.
No, I see. That weak naira is one of the reasons, because it's so simple. As of the time of Buhari, our ladies, if I were listening to, was it Cardoso who was saying, no, was it Cardoso or someone was saying that, you understand that Nigerian ladies, they were spending $200 million importing goat ears.
Yeah.
People were importing Indomie, cook Indomie from United Kingdom. You don't see that kind of madness before. Cook Indomie.
Toothpaste.
UK. Yeah.
Are they not doing it now?
Hold on, Oga. Hold on. Then people were Japan. You understand? Just because that currency was strong. But now, when the currency is weak, it's normal, because it is true that your income has reduced based on the weaker currency. But when your currency is weaker and you can no longer afford that foreign consumption, it's normal thing for you to look inward. So we are no longer importing like before. Then added to it is Dangote, which I agree with you. You understand? Added to this, because the big elephant in the room is Dangote.
Yeah.
Then
you know what your argument about looking inward is like, a poor man living in a house, they don't have money to buy chicken anymore. You say go and drink garri inside. They say, oh yeah, that's a good economy.
How many Chinese? How
many good economy?
When Trump heard that Nigeria is having trade surplus, that will make that man's head spin, because the last time he imposed tariff on the goods and services coming from Nigeria, what did Tinubu say? Tinubu said, "Don't worry, I'm not worried about Trump." Why? Because what they are trying to do is that the non-oil sector is becoming the driving force. And not just that, they're looking at the fact that, how many Nigerians are actually in Nigeria but working overseas, earning in dollars.
Yeah, that is true. That is something the economy is not capturing.
Not just that, there's other non-oil sector that is actually bringing in more money than the oil itself. Now you now had Dangote's join.
Adewale, one thing we are not even looking at is, even our oil we're selling that time, we're still using that oil to import fuel. We were using the same oil. You earn how much? You earn $30 billion, and you spend $38 billion on subsidy.
Yeah.
So
doesn't make any sense.
All those things are gone. So trade surplus is easy to calculate. You understand? So it's not a
but much of the trade surplus is coming from what Dangote is doing. If you remove Dangote is the main bright spot. If you remove it, it's not a significant increase. We all know that Nigeria has not shifted to a manufacturing economy.
We are not. You understand? We are not even arguing that. Nobody is arguing that. Okay. So it's not
okay. But if that is the case, then why do we say he's running the economy well when it was an action that
if it is not
like setting in motion?
To Nigeria, you are trying to just find an excuse one way or the other.
No, I'm not saying it's not real. But I'm just saying his actions is the ones he actually took that affected the Nigerian GDP, where the Nigerian GDP is somewhere around $285 billion now that they are saying for this year we are going to get to. He caused that this thing because he went and decided to float the currency for no justifiable reason. People keep ignoring that thing. That thing is very serious damage that he did to the Nigerian economy. A lot of people suffered for it. To what end? When he's still defending the currency, when the Nigerian GDP was reduced significantly. If I tell you now you have a property, you should devalue the value of a property. will you be happy? If somebody come and buy it tomorrow, you will not be happy now. But that's what he did to Nigeria. And we just take it and say, oh, he's done a very great job. I'm telling you, by the time he gets to 2027, if he is lucky, Nigerian GDP is going to go back to where it was in 2023 when he got into office. And from where I stand, I'm not even sure he's going to make it there. The GDP is still going to be lower in real terms when he gets into, by the time he goes for the next election. And nobody is going to notice it because Nigeria don't notice those things. That this guy literally kneecapped the Nigerian economy, and he's still going around saying he's doing a great job. If he hadn't floated that currency, this problem, Nigeria GDP should have been heading towards $1 trillion now. If he hadn't floated that currency, can you imagine if the Nigerian currency was not $400 right now? It would be heading to $1 trillion.
I think I have problem with the way with this your GDP thing you keep mounting. GDP is not the real measure or the growth of that economy. It's just a reference for you to even know the total finished product produced within the country, the gross domestic product is clear from that. And the question is this. Hold on. The question is this. If you look at the quantity, when you look at the quantity, is the quantity increasing or decreasing? The problem here is the pricing, because Naira is devalued. That was why I told you the other time that, okay, if you were to reverse, if you were to say, okay, you want to peg a dollar to 100 today, to 100 Naira today, put your mathematics. What will be the GDP of Nigeria? It's going to jump
go very high, yes.
Now, look at it this way now. But at what cost? At the cost of we're spending like about 1,400 to defend Naira.
Actually, not to defend it. You see, we always forget that you can choose not to depend on Naira. You can choose not to buy anything with dollars.
Baba,
we act as if it's a must. We have to spend dollars. Who says we have to?
Hold on now. Why? The question you ask yourself is this: why do we spend dollars? Why?
Because our governments have decided that that's what we are going to be doing, and because if we stop spending dollars, the Americans are not going to be very, very happy about that.
Okay. Wait.
They don't have the will to, just like they don't have the will to defend the country.
Are you going to pay Naira for students that is going to study in UK, Canada, America? Are they going to pay Naira?
Okay, you're not going to pay Naira for students that are going to study in the UK. But if your country is poor, maybe they should not go to the UK. They should go to local schools, like you said earlier on. Why are you saying them when you cannot afford them going to the UK? Why are you going to borrow dollars that you have to defend? Who needs all that?
Do you know what's the job done
now? They have to go to school overseas.
Do you know what's the job done now? You understand? You are contradicting yourself. You said it as our government that determine whether we spend in Naira or we spend in dollars. Because as long as you cannot stop students that want to go and school in the UK, you have to do exchange. Now, we have some...
No, you can tell them to go and get their own dollars.
That's what they do.
Go to the central bank. Let them go and go get their own dollars. No, you could do that. If you want to go to the UK, go and earn your own dollars overseas and travel. Maybe all those people that are working online, when they finish working, they use it to pay their own dollars. See, you can do that. As a government, you can depress the demand for dollar. To be fair, many of our government officials, they actually save money in dollars because they feel like the dollar is stable, so they can just save it just to get the Nigeria currency depreciates.
Where did you put petroleum subsidy in this forex exchange, the importation you are talking about? So those people should go and get their own dollar, right?
Yes, too. If you have Dangote refinery supplying crude to this in petroleum products to Nigeria, and there's no real need for importation anymore, you will tell them you cease importing or you import to other countries. You can start servicing other nations. That is also good for Nigeria to service other nations so that we can make money out of it. Or you go and earn your own dollars. We are not going to be spending our hard-earned foreign currency to give you to go and buy petrol when there's Dangote refinery supplying to us.
Okay. Obasanjo and Jonathan probably, okay, no, Jonathan too was giving money. Obasanjo was giving money to importers. You understand? But the question is this. If you now start pegging Naira the way you are talking of now, let's even say Obasanjo manage it very well, but Yadua manage it, Jonathan managed it, but when he got to Buhari, it's cabal, destabilize everything. You understand? Now, if you stabilize it now, what guarantees you that another set of crook will not be there tomorrow and manipulate things to make profit out of it? Are you considering that?
I think they're already making profit out of it now. They're already making profit out of it now.
They're making profit out of it.
Because the government still goes about putting billions of dollars in the market. They are still going about putting billions of dollars even in different areas.
I don't know how to explain this thing to you because you still keep repeating the same error. I used the proper time for you yesterday, but because when I tried to explain it like a primary school pupil, and you decided not to, just because you believe you've read something somewhere. Look, the best thing to do is to carry your Excel or any worksheet that you know, just work it out. What Nigeria was doing before, assuming dollar was 1,000. You understand? The real value of Naira was 1,000 to $1. But government was saying, okay, I will be giving it for 420. Apparently, Nigeria was losing 580 instantly. Now, some criminals, some round trippers, they will use their influence, you understand, to get that in. Then they will profit out of it. And the foreign subsidy that will not even serve the purpose it was supposed to serve. Now, so it made it easier even for people to even mop up that dollars in the market because they know Nigeria government is pegging. Right. But what is happening now today is this. The market allowed the Naira to find its value. And let's assume it is 1,000. Now, if the demand monthly is $10 million, whenever we have that liquidity up to $10 million, government does nothing. But when government now see that, okay, there will be a shortfall of $2 million, government releases $2 million from the reserve, just to make sure that you stabilize the market so that some people will not hijack and create artificial scarcity. So now, the difference now is this. Government is not having some kind of it's not creating some kind of arbitrage for some people to benefit. You know, government was losing 580 before, but this time around,
you've already explained it. There's no need to add anything to it. What you just said
when you fail to,
you are trying to cover the hole now. You just explained yourself.
We don't really need this.
Let me address the point you just made. Because that is the precise. Because we have to get to the core of what is similar between both regimes. You said if the government detects that the market demand for the dollar appears to be expanding, they don't want the price to start shooting up, the demand for the dollar to start, the price for the dollar to start going up, they put the Nigerian Naira there so that those can be absorbed instead. In other words, the demand would still take those dollars away. So what that means is that it's a form of defending the currency because it's due to scarcity of the dollar. In other words, the demand for the dollar is causing, somebody has taken the dollar out to a point whereby the federal government felt the need to insert their own currency in there, their hard-earned currency in there again. The same way the previous regime pegged it. So when people, the other people that are making profit out of it, go and herd it so that the value of the foreign exchange that they will sell would also increase. And sometimes they don't even herd it because they go and sell it in the black market and make profit very quickly. In other words, they don't even have to hold their own that much. So they go and make profit. But some people actually herd it so that the government will even have to even defend the currency even more. So the pattern remains the same. It's just the amount that they are using to defend the currency is slightly less. The fact that the Nigerian government used $4.2 billion to do the same thing this year should tell you the mechanism that causes the demand is still there. It means some people are still taking the dollar and storing it instead of spending it for something. They store it just in case the Nigerian currency fluctuates. So whether they want to make profit, whether they just want to make sure their money is safe so that the money doesn't go and lose value the way the Nigerian currency. You saw what happened to people's naira when Tinubu floated the currency. Because if you had 100 million naira in your account and Tinubu floated the currency, your currency just depreciate, your value just depreciate threefold. That 100 million naira, what you used to buy before, you can buy 1/3 now, especially overseas. That is how bad it was. And this is why people felt the pressure to save their currency. That $100 million naira, I mean, if some other person has it in their account now, they will want to save it in naira, in dollars, so that in case something happens, they don't have their value, the value of their money doesn't depreciate. And this is what is creating that pressure on the currency now. And you see what I mean? So it's not that dissimilar. What you are describing is not that dissimilar. It's still the Nigerian foreign exchange they still have to put forward to help the currency to ensure that the value of the dollar doesn't go up. It's not so dissimilar. And if it was so dissimilar, the amount was not going to be this high. Is it? Why would it be this high if it was so dissimilar?
I try to make it simple for you, but let me
to Nigeria.
Okay,
to Nigeria.
Yeah, go ahead.
So why don't we just peg it to 1 naira to the dollar?
Okay, that's a very good question. That's the ideal, to be fair, if you want to get away with it. The reason why we are not going to be able to do that because we need to buy things from overseas. And because if we peg it to 1 naira to the dollar, we don't have enough what they call it. To be fair, we do have foreign exchange because we already get dollars.
No, you said you can suppress the demand for dollars. So why not suppress the demand for dollar and peg it to 1 naira to dollar?
Yeah, if you do that, you have to hoover all the Nigerian currency. That's the high amount of currency within circulation. Otherwise, what you are going to get is that those Nigerians that have zillions of millions of naira, they are now dollar rich. They will just be ordering stuff from overseas, and the pressure is going to blow the door open. You see what I mean?
So why do you think our reserve today is going up? Why before it was going down?
Our reserve is going up. No, before it was going down. Oh yeah, it was going down before. One, because you remember we suffered COVID-19, and secondly, the income from crude oil wasn't as high. Secondly, didn't have thirdly, didn't have Dangote refinery functioning. So and of course, you can also see that there are a bit of other non-oil exports that are going on too. So then they took away fuel subsidies on top of it. So there are quite a lot of reasons you can argue that why you are seeing.
So basically, you use an analogy earlier on, saying if imagine somebody asks you to devalue the price of your house, but to what cost is that house to you personally before you ask to devalue the price? Is it a house that is maintenance free, or is it a house that is costing you a lot of money to maintain and you're not getting much from it, and you want to sell it at any cost? So you use an analogy that doesn't even hold water in the first place.
Actually, the house that is costing you a lot to maintain is because you are choosing to spend a lot of money. You see, that's the problem. The Nigerian government is choosing to spend excessive money. They didn't have to do a lot of imports. The way they are importing so many things into Nigeria.
So where would they get medicine from?
You can import medicine. Medicine is not our problem. You see,
where would they get military
industrial chemicals and all that? Where would they get it from?
Let me explain to you.
Where would they get military equipment from?
Most of our imports, the single largest import that we're doing was petroleum products. It consumed 30-something% of our imports. Then the others are vehicles like hardware, cars, things like that. So you can see that we can do without any importation of one car.
So to Nigeria, you came into office May 29, 2023. You have a net reserve of 3 billion naira that could last you for barely 1 month, right? You have Ways and Means that was printed of 22 trillion, and you have debt obligation that you have to meet. So you're telling me now that you would not float the naira. Do you know where we were heading?
We were not heading anywhere. We're heading where we're heading towards Dangote. That's where we're heading. What do you mean? When people tell you that you are heading to danger, you just assume that you are dying. You're not. See, where are our imports? Okay, this is import categories that we have here. As you can see, oil distilled product. Look at the imports.
So, but if that is the case, why did the Buhari government printed 20 trillion as ways and means?
Do you know how much they printed just because of the inflation of the inflation and the devaluation of the naira?
No, there was no money printed.
Far more than that.
No, there was no money printed. You cannot just make it up.
God. See,
but you can't just make it up.
What do you think was causing the inflation? Where do you think the inflation was coming from?
No, the inflation was caused because of the floating of the naira and the removal of fuel subsidies.
When you float the naira, you have to print the currency. The Nigerian currency.
You don't have to print the currency. You just let the market determine the price. In that case, you don't have to put much into it. What the central bank is doing now is that they are creating liquidity when it's needed.
Hold on.
Do you know that
you are mistaking how this works? When you devalue your currency, what that is you are telling people is that my currency now, I've split the values up instead of just 10.
What you are saying to people is that your currency is competitive. So why?
Hold on, sorry. If I have 10 naira and I used to say it's 10 naira before, and tomorrow I tell you that 10 naira I'm going to split into 30, that's devaluing my currency. I've devalued into 30 naira and it's still worth the same amount of dollars.
How does it worth the same amount in dollars?
Because if you devalue your currency from 10 naira, let's say 10 naira used to buy $1.
You're not devaluing your currency. Listen, you're not devaluing your currency. Your currency is being devalued by the forces of demand and supply.
Actually, they devalue the currency because they used to peg it and they decided to float it.
Yeah, but you cannot afford to peg it, so you have to let the forces of demand and supply to determine the price.
Okay, if that is the case, then why do you think they have spent more than $4.2 billion?
They did not spend that amount. That amount is not the right figure.
Oh my God, it's the right figure.
No, it's not.
It was released by central bank itself. Why are you telling me it's not the right figure?
I'm telling you because you're just listening to rubbish programs, channels that are giving you nonsense.
No, it's not a rubbish channel. This is from Punch newspaper and written by this. This is something that CBN released.
Yeah, I'm telling you that's not the case.
So you're telling me the Punch newspaper is wrong from publishing information from the CBN?
God forbid that they've never been wrong before in their life.
So you are correct. What is the evidence to the contrary?
Yeah, source from central bank. The last two intervention was $150 million each.
Oh my God, that you are wrong. Because
I'm not wrong. The last two intervention for 2 months. The last two intervention for the previous 2 months, October and November, was $150 million each. And guess what? In September, the bank did not intervene in the market at all.
Then can you show us your information?
Akim, Joe, if you can just hold on. Can you see Tunaja? Can you see what I just posted here?
Can you zoom in, please, so we can see it closer?
I'm trying to drive that concept. It seems like
you see that 100% value there that you see in the middle of the screen. You can zoom. Okay, yeah, you can zoom into that. Okay, now drive the concept to me.
Okay, this is what we were doing before. Okay, now assuming we're selling dollar at 420 rate before, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know the real market value was this, right? But
yes,
we decided to go on this. Now, immediately government is selling this to the market at 420. Instantly, government is losing. Okay, that means $1,000 at that time you are already selling for 420 million. Instantly, government was losing 580 million because it's bringing this money from the reserve. Instantly, you are losing 580 million on that. Million. Hold on. Now, what we have today is this. Now, the market value, assuming the market value now is 1,000, right? So, when you release this money, you are losing zero. I'm just trying to make it simple. You understand? It's more complex than that, right? You are losing zero. Now, why is government doing this? You understand? Assuming the regular supply in the market monthly used to be, let's say, $10 million. And government now have shortfall of, let's say, $2 million. So already there is chance now, because the demand now will now outgrow supply. So the tendency that the new balance, the new stabilization that we have, that currency is going to have problems. So there's tendency that the market cons, the cons guys in the market, they may start ordering, and they now destabilize the equilibrium. You understand? Maybe they now drive the price to, let's say, 1,300. Now, government does not want that one to happen. So what government will now do is okay, they will just release just 2 million at this rate that is well known to that stabilized market, so that they will reduce it. So to make up for that demand. So
they just released 2 million. Hold on. They just released.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Like government was losing money here. It is totally different here, because this is the stabilized value. You are now releasing that $2 million at this rate. So that this guy, the player in the market, they won't take this thing beyond 1,000. They won't take it to 1,200. So government is releasing like additional 2 just to balance the market. So technically, government is losing 0, unlike where they were losing 580 million instantly.
Ola, you need to.
Sorry.
Ola, you need to also let Nigeria know that when there's excess supply in the market, the government also go there and buy dollar.
When we are talking about something this is critical, so he doesn't go and forge it. So he said, hold on. You've already no. Why should I listen to him? He just said something and you don't want me to challenge what you said. You see that he's in it away. Where is it?
I see it now.
So what I want to show you is that you see that 1 million you have on the left, and you said that the government is going to take 200,000 and add to it. That 200,000 that the government has added, what it has done now is that the government has now used its own resources to back the currency up. That is what is happening. You are looking at this one that is losing. Hold on. You are looking at this one that is losing, and you chose not to use the same value.
No, it's not the same value. Why you're just being?
No, because what he's doing is that he's not looking at the fact that the demand of the for that 1,000 naira value might go very, very high, depending, because it doesn't matter what you are seeing at the top one that is losing 50-something thousand.
So, Nigeria, do you understand do you understand English language?
You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything.
Do you understand English language?
If I had this Excel sheet, if you can send this into me, then I will access it here so I can show you the number clearly. Because you are assuming that bottom line, that bottom one, remains stable. It doesn't. If by your own admission, if the government adds their own money into it, they've just put their own loss in there. They just put their own money. That money is not coming back. That money is going away.
To Nigeria, do you know what is pegging and what is floating?
I know what both of them represent.
Sorry?
I know what they represent.
So what do they represent?
Basically, pegging is pegging your value, the value of your currency to a certain.
So who pegs the value?
The central bank.
Okay, so when you float it, who determine the price?
The central bank too.
No, the central. Oh, you God! Look at you, man. What kind of talk is this?
See, pretend as if you don't understand. Is the central bank that still them? See, do you know that we are operating what they call managed float?
So if we operate managed float, how is the central bank pegging the price?
Because if the price, that's why they have spent 4.2 billion already by the middle of this year.
Hold on. You don't even understand what you're talking about. Managed float is about intervention. Hold on, to Nigeria. Hold on. Managed float is about intervention. There's market liquidity where there's shortfall, the banks come inside and sell to the market. Okay? So where there's excess liquidity, the bank comes in and buy from the market. That's it. It's managed float. Pegging, the only source of foreign exchange comes from the central bank. That tells everybody this is the price that we are selling for. Everybody come and buy at this price. When you buy from that bank at that price, it's up to you what you do with yours, what the other person do with theirs. You can turn around and go and sell it at whatever price. And when the bank does not have enough, what happened? There's shortage in the market. So what happened when there's shortage in the market? You create arbitrage. So, to Nigeria, I'm going to ask you a simple question now. Why haven't we seen this huge level of arbitrage that we had under the Buhari government?
We have not seen it because we are seeing it. It's just less than they are under the last Buhari government. For the life of me, I don't know how you cannot understand it. I just told you they spent $4.2 billion.
I just asked you, why haven't we seen huge arbitrage? You say we have seen it. We have seen it.
We can't have a honest conversation if you cannot even agree on the baseline. So there's no point having a conversation with you. You don't even hold on. You don't even agree that they spent $4.2 billion. So we don't even have an agreement on the baseline.
What kind of agreement? I just told you that your figure was wrong.
Exactly. So your own figures are wrong too, because how can you just have a conversation only on the figures that you believe? Where do you get your own? How do you know your own figure is correct?
I'm not even dealing with the figure now. I'm asking you about the arbitrage, and you're just coming up with you're just making up stuff.
Because your arbitrage is based on the analysis that you just did earlier on, pretending as if this regime is any better, but it's not true. The only thing that is different here now is that they are just. Do you know that even under the Buhari regime that we are talking about, that there is arbitrage all over the place? Most of the time they were defending the currency, it wasn't up to. Let's say it wasn't even up to this in $15 or so billion. It was way less than $15 billion. If this government carry on defending currency the way they are doing right now,
if that is the case, why did we deplete our reserve under Buhari? Why did we go to $3 billion net reserve that could barely last us for more than 1 month?
See, that's why you use the term net reserve. We're subsidizing petroleum at almost $10 billion a year. We're doing that.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. So we were subsidizing petroleum, right? We took away subsidies. So
yes,
you're telling me now that petroleum subsidy was the only reason why our reserve went from whatever it was to under 3 billion that could barely last us for 1 month.
We're also depending in naira. Of course, that will also cost that kind of financial strain on the currency. But by the time they remove the fuel subsidies,
I can't believe I just wake up to come and be talking, to come and be stressing myself with this morning.
You can this thing go and this thing if you don't want to discuss anything at a high level. If you want somebody to
you don't know what you're talking about, too, Niger.
You see, your problem is that
you do this your voodoo economics everywhere you go.
You come around and you don't even agree on the baseline, and you just say whatever you like and think people should just accept it. And I hope
ask you, where did you get your numbers from? You say Punch, not even Central Bank. You say Punch.
I just told you the Central Bank got their figures from this. They stated that the Punch people stated that they got their figures from the Central Bank.
So
I don't know what else to tell you.
Those Central Bank, do they hide figures? Why can't you go and check? Why don't you go and cross-check with Central Bank yourself? I just gave you numbers. I gave you numbers from Yemi Cardoso's mouth. You said I'm making up. You said that my numbers are not correct.
Then show me evidence of Yemi Cardoso's mouth.
You go and listen to his interviews.
You see that? Then he said that his interviews you want to believe, not the actual figures from the Central
How
Bank.
am I supposed to show you evidence when I'm not a moderator on your show? I cannot start putting anything out there.
You can tell me what to search for now. Nigeria, Nigeria defend currency. They borrowed money. They did all kinds of stuff to defend the currency, even after they floated it. And you pretend as if it's not happening. Cardoso. Let me see if I can type whether is there showing off the the currency defense. Nigeria positive outlook raises investors' confidence. Okay, CNN defends Nigeria with $4.7 in first half of 2025, and this is CBN. Or this when people tell you this, when people tell people this thing, you just act as if you don't want to believe it, all because of the love of Jagaban. The love of Jagaban blinds people to the truth. This is the truth. You think people, all these people are lying? They are not lying, and some of all these figures they got it from the CBN. He said the Central Bank of Nigeria defending in naira with $4.7 billion across several foreign exchange market interventions to keep the local currency safe from losing value significantly as offshore investors excited positions while in search of safe haven. Forex market analysts believe that the authorities' decision to defend the local currency was born out of necessity, claiming that the global disruption witnessed across financial markets could have eroded the value of the naira significantly. In the first quarter of the year,
to Nigeria, can we change topic? You don't understand this thing, so it's tiring.
You people don't understand. Even when the figures are out there openly, and you come and argue with me, what kind of life are we living in now? Can't we just have a baseline for something? Can't we just have a baseline?
Forefather, you don't understand it. Why? You see something, you can see that progressive and mindset. We are not even arguing. We are not even stressing. And we find people here, you don't see them stressing. You are still the only one among like 10 to 20 people that keep having this theory. Everybody understands. So don't you think there's something technically wrong somewhere? That we would think.
No. We are Baptists. We are Baptists. We are Tinubu. We love Tinubu. That's why. It's not him. It can never be him.
I know that you are all wrong. Do you know why I know you are all wrong? Because I find this thing a kind of, I don't know whether it's a phenomenon with Nigerian space, whereby they just come to this weird conclusion, even if it's obviously wrong, and they will stick to it. You know how they say that we don't need.
Naija, you cannot tell us how much is the central bank price, how much central bank is selling dollar, expect the money to now. You cannot give us central bank figure. Say this is the federal government exchange rate. So this is what the government is. You can't do that now. But under Buhari, everybody know what central bank sell dollar for. So yes. What is your argument here?
Your mistake is that you are assuming that every single dollar.
It's not what I'm assuming. This is your problem. You are the one that you will assume. You will assume. You accuse people of assuming.
Obviously true. The point I'm making is obviously true. The point I'm making is that you are assuming that every single dollar the Buhari government gave out went straight to the foreign exchange. Some people actually use it to buy things, pay students school fees, and all the rest that people talk about all the time. So not all of them just go straight to being converted to go and make money. But I know Nigeria had to spend a lot of money defending the currency, which as a leader, Buhari failed Nigeria because
can I quickly say something, please?
Reduce the demand for the dollar.
Can I quickly say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you see, the problem we have as a people is that 2 years, we forget everything that happened. 5 years, we already forget everything that happened. We were all living on this here too. When people will go to the bank to ask for dollar, bank will direct them to go and meet a bookie outside. We all live in this country. 2 years ago, we live in this same country when Buhari changed. We had more dollars than banks. We all live in this. It was not 10 years ago. It was 2 years ago. Why do you think all of this has changed?
Tinubu passed the law. That's why it changed. He didn't know that. Just
Tinubu did what?
There was a law Tinubu passed to halt that behavior. He passed a law to prevent the Buhari change people from making more than 1% profit.
Oh my God!
He didn't know that. It resulted in thousands of Buhari change closing. You are not aware of that. You see, that's the problem with our people. This is why I said I can be here saying one thing, a million Nigerians will be saying something else, and they will all be wrong.
So, to Nigeria,
experienced multiple times.
To Nigeria, because you've been asking for evidence, I'm going to be giving you a lot of evidence. So, have you listened to Abdurrahman, the guy that owned Boa Cement?
No.
Did you listen? Have you listened to him?
No, I have not.
Okay, so this was what he said. He said before the reform in the FS market, he used to visit central bank nearly every time, looking for somebody to sell him dollar at a central bank rate. He said, but since the reform has happened, he has never been to central bank once because there was no need for him to be there. Everybody is trading fairly now. So, is he lying as well?
He's telling a perfect truth.
Is what?
He's telling the perfect truth. Everything I've said, how does that contradict? How is that exclusive?
So if they are still pegging, this is what I'm saying. If they are still pegging it, if the federal government is still pegging, if the federal government is still in control the way they were before, if the central bank is still in control the way it was before, it will still be the same thing. you will have huge arbitrage. That is the whole point of float or managed float. The whole point of float or managed float.
The term, when you use the term control, it seems to confuse you somehow. I'm not sure why it confuses you. Whether the government pegs it or not, what is essential is that they are injecting money into the market.
Is there any country that does not inject money into their market?
Yeah, there are countries that don't. As a matter of fact, some people pull money out just to
many of them do not peg it. They just
some of them pull currency out. Some of them pull currency out so that their currency will be lower so they can get more exports. It's not always the other, but in the case of Nigeria, we always have to inject because our currency is under pressure.
I just told you that there were months this year where the government did not put a single dollar into the market.
Can you give me that month? If you can, because I've not seen anything. When the moment I said depending on the currency, all I see is Nigeria spending money into this. That's why I was trying to find out. Because if I find the evidence, I will highlight it. I don't have any issue highlighting it.
I just told you there were months this year when the government did not put a single dollar into the market.
Currency, okay, let me just see currency card also and see maybe that will do. Growth transparency target. Nigeria Central Bank chief said Naira reform enticing investors. And Nigeria has competitive currency. Nigeria competitive sports trade surplus. It's just nothing about the currency being defended. See, when I keep telling you what I'm telling you, if you believe that the Nigerian government is doing such a great job, they wouldn't have spent $4.2 billion defending the Naira. Because the forces that are making the Naira more expensive is not because somebody is doing what they call it, what they call it, round tripping. The real issue is that people, when they get the dollar, they hoard it. They don't bring it back. They don't even send it overseas. They just keep it. So the Nigeria keeps looking for more dollars and they keep it. They keep keeping it and they are not circulating it. So it leads to a scarcity for the dollar returning back to the central bank. That is the real problem. And because many Nigerians still today believe that it's safer to get the dollar.
Let's do the mathematics again. Under the old system, right? If assuming Nigeria is bringing out 2 billion at, let's say, $420, you understand? You are bringing 2 billion from your reserve at $420 now to sell to the market at fixed rate, whereas the market value was 1,000 naira. How much was Nigerian government losing instantly?
Sorry, repeat that again.
Under the old rates, when Nigeria used to fix the forex rate, assuming the exchange rate was it was actually 460.
You mean black market exchange rate?
No, fixed rate was 420.
Okay, yes.
But the market value as at that time,
black market exchange rate, not market value. Black market exchange rate.
A black market exchange rate was 1,000, right?
Yes.
Now, how much, assuming Nigeria, let me just make it simple, 1 billion. Assuming Nigeria was drawing 1 billion from the reserve to sell to the market, how much was Nigerian government losing instantly?
It doesn't follow that if the Nigerian...
Oh my goodness, don't explain. That's where the problem is. Let's just go analytical. How much, if the black market value was 1,000 and the Nigerian government is drawing 1 billion from the from the reserve to sell, yes. How much at 460? How much was Nigerian losing immediately? How much?
The amount I can tell you for sure is that it's less than you think. Now ask me why I said so.
No. Don't expand. This kind of argument.
You see, your problem is that you think you know how the system works.
I'm not
but
interested.
You truly don't understand how the system works. And you are not interested in understanding how it works.
Let's do simple arithmetic. This is not even mathematics now. Let's do simple
arithmetic. The assumption is that all the money goes to black market, but it's not true.
The value for Naira for dollars in the markets was 1,000.
Yes.
But government decided to sell for 460.
Yes.
How much was Nigeria government losing instantly?
Okay. Now I will ask you this question, then you answer.
Don't ask me question.
Why shouldn't I ask you a question? Because you don't want me to explain it.
I know they discuss again. Let's forget
Don't
it.
discuss. You are surrender and accept your apology. I can explain it to the viewers so that they can truly understand what is going on here.
No, if that make you feel comfortable. No, if that make you feel comfortable.
No, you don't want the truth to come out. Let me explain to the public so they can understand.
No,
the Nigerian government.
No, it's on you. It's on you. If you don't want.
If you don't want to answer this question, then let me explain it to Nigerians. If you don't want to answer the question,
let me tell you something. Sometimes, when you want to win an argument for the sake of,
I don't want to win an argument. You were the one that asked me a question, and you don't want me to answer it properly until I give you the answer you want.
We go meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. It's his name. Thank you for joining us. See, the exchange rate that
why people are leaving you tonight? Why are they leaving you?
Me. See, I don't have no problem with that. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they want to go and drink Gary, or they are tired, or I don't know. Maybe they don't like me and they don't like high IQ conversations. It's all right. But if I prove to be correct, eventually
you argue blindly sometimes. You don't want
to tell me thank you.
I've never seen you say, you know what, you are wrong. Admit that you are wrong.
I admit. See, my problem is that the problem with people is that when he told me something, he saw when the previous speaker came here, he said something. I said that was perfectly correct. You see, when people tell the truth, I will admit it that it is true. The problem is that when you are wrong, you stick to your guns. You don't want to change. I sat here multiple times when people make the right comments. I would say, yes, that is true. There is evidence to it. When he told me about the statement that the guy that owns, I think, oil refinery or something like that, or cement made, I said, that is perfectly true. What I said is not exclusive of what he said. Why should I disagree? But when I'm correct, people dig in. They don't want to shift their position, even if evidence is against them.
Adewale, let us do our own mathematics. Why?
Oh my God!
If we don't mind. No, I don't want to.
I thought you wanted to be quiet now. Hold on.
I don't want to argue this same way too, because see,
you wanted to be quiet now.
When we discuss this way, I want you to add to me. You understand? If you cannot add to me, don't subtract from me. I because I'm not here for argument's sake. You understand? if it's all about argument, you understand, I would have gone to create my own channel and be talking to myself there. I just want you to know.
But why don't you just let me explain my point so people understand it? Why are you worried for people to truly hear my argument?
No. I know. I've tried my best.
Not for you. I'm telling the viewers. Let them hear what I'm saying.
Can you read what the viewers are even saying about your argument?
I know that Damiyayo is a hater. Enemy of progress. He doesn't like me, but I can understand that. See, I'm just want to speak to viewers that have their minds open. I know I come across as a little bit
forefather. No, joke apart. See, this area you dabble to. It's not really your experience. You know me very well that anyway I'm not comfortable.
Let me talk. You say it's not my experience. How do you know it's not my experience?
Now. You see now, when we are talking about politics now, we are doing permutation. You know, I recuse myself easily. You understand?
I don't know. I don't do permutation with anybody too.
But when we are talking of
are you Malami that is asking for EFCC chairman to recuse himself?
Look at that. He wouldn't let me talk. Oh, this is another Kenny that thought that. You see, a lot of Nigerians, they don't like to accept correction at all. They don't like
Kenny, welcome.
Uncle Kenny came online today, like on TikTok. He was like, "Oh, this guy says the same thing over again." No, why do we do these things? We don't like to back down when the truth is against us.
Go and listen to.
We double down on the falsehood. Why do we do that?
Go and listen to Kenny Mighty's song so that your mind go cool down.
Oh,
thank you, Jerry.
See, the point I was making is very correct.
Father, do you know you repeat the same thing all the time?
Because it is true.
Why should I change? You see, all this while I expect you at least to have a bit of change of mind with what is going on.
Why should you change your mind if it's not true?
What is not good? And you stuck your mind in one place.
See, what I should tell you is that that argument must have been correct all along, because I could have seen evidence to change my mind. Do you know how many people I've spoken to about this? Do you know how many people? Nobody. The only people that agree with me, there are very few economists in Nigeria, and they are some of the top ones. Like this guy that talks about crude oil and Dangote all the time. He's one of those people that sees what I see. Most of you can't see it. I don't understand why. You can't see it. It's obvious, staring at you. And when somebody tries to make the argument, you go pretend as if you can't see it.
Father, anybody that lie with you is actually lying and is not telling you the truth. Because most of the things you said, Dangote was coming on stream. Okay, so they should wait for 1 year to continue paying subsidy. Where do you get the money from?
I never said you see now you just I never said they should carry on paying subsidy. I said the subsidy removal, I supported it.
And you even said, where's the money for subsidy? That's what I said yesterday.
Yes, and I said, where is the money for subsidy? Because it's nowhere to be seen.
For someone like you to make that kind of statement, disappoint me.
Okay, tell me, where is the money for subsidies right now?
Ola, can you hear that? Ola, can you hear that?
I'm asking you now. Answer the question before you start calling Ola. Answer the question. Where is the money for subsidies?
It's very difficult for this guy to understand. Okay, let me tell
you something. Yeah. No, don't help him. Hold on. Since he's the one that brought subsidy. Tell us where the money for subsidy is.
Hold on. Now, Nigeria placed order for 24 fighter jets.
Is that where the money for subsidy is?
Hold on now, Farabale now.
I'll tell you, don't worry.
24 fighter jets, at least one of the most sophisticated, is the most sophisticated one we have in West Africa as you speak now. You understand? 24. So I don't know why some batches didn't land this year, but hopefully we should receive at least 12 to 18 of those 24 jets next year. This one are more expensive than. In fact, they are not even, they are far superior to Tucano jet because the altitude, the speed, they can even escape all this manpower that this your guy in Burkina Faso I just make him out. My part, because
where did we buy it from? Where did we buy it from?
But truly though, do you believe the story of that aircraft that landed in Burkina Faso?
That's
fake story.
Do you truly believe that they were traveling, but they ended up this emergency landed in Burkina Faso with just 3 crew?
No. They had 3 crew and 11 passengers.
I don't know, to be honest.
11 passengers.
Because all disobedient.
That's not passenger plane. No, that plane is not a passenger plane. No.
It's a military aircraft. It's a proper military aircraft.
But it's not armed. It's not
armed. It's a cargo. It's kind of like a cargo.
It's a cargo.
It's not armed, but it can carry ammunition. It can carry anything, really. It can carry quite a lot.
That is why it's a cargo now. They say it's a cargo. You say it can carry ammunition, but it's not armed. That's what we are saying. It's not armed.
Yeah, it's not armed. It doesn't have to be armed for it to be a problem for any nation
but
to have it in their territory.
You know what all these obedient channels are saying? They say it was carrying drug. There's one guy that called himself a kosher there. That guy is so full of conspiracy theory.
I think the Burkina base seems to have detained the officials. So because they detained them indicates that maybe they found something or they felt something that they didn't like about the mission. But if they were just innocent landers there, I don't think they will have any business holding them. But they seem to have held on to them.
I think it has to do with the rift between the two countries as per the government. That's why it seems that it's becoming. Burkina Faso too is trying to play a game with it, so that
I don't think Burkina Faso is interested in the game. They don't want to trigger any problem.
Normally, before now, if this thing had happened before what is happening, I'm talking about the diplomatic and the coup plotting stuff. The public would have lied or called their counterparts in Nigeria and get things so they don't even make it to the headline. But because of the sensitivity of the relationship that the both countries have as far as governance is concerned, they decided to make it a big deal so that they will come out to the Burkina babes and try to project themselves that, look, We've seen the enemy aircraft, those who do not. Look, we're talking about a military that is trying to find whatever they can find for credibility. So, in a way, and they will make it a sensational news, and that is always their trade. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's why I'm asking for that question. If it truly, sorry, I'm kind of distracted. If truly that aircraft was sent on a mission, or it was just being sensationalized, and then we have some people here in Nigeria that that feed off on the. As long as it's concern Nigeria, they
But
are really.
for me, because of where it landed, and because if you have an aircraft that belongs to America, and you are flying along potential enemy lines, you would fly
They are
within a
not
radius.
actually an enemy. You see, that is the misconception.
Technically, they are to an extent.
They are not an enemy. We are not at war with them. Huh?
No. But there's some serious suspicion between both sides, and especially Americans wouldn't want their aircraft falling into the hands of Burkina Faso. So you wouldn't fly close to their borders if you wanted to avoid it.
No.
See, it's because they believe they have Russia behind them, right? That's
yes,
why.
Of course.
That's why they're doing this. If let's say even war broke out between Nigeria and South, do you think they have the capacity to face us?
Of course not, man. They don't have the chance. They are a
Exactly.
small issue.
So
if Algeria joins them, and Nigeria has to be whipped big time.
No,
we are not the enemy per se.
Algeria says going to join them.
You have a military that usurp the power in Burkina Faso, and Nigeria does not align with anything that has nothing to do with democracy. We don't, and that is why they make it seem that they are trying to save it. They are trying to say, look, here we are. We have an enemy, coming to our country. So in this case, it's about credibility. They are looking for it anywhere they could find it, and it's unfortunate that they now see each other as an enemy, and it's unfortunate that they will counter.
Who caused it? Was it not your brother, Aisha?
No, see, that is the problem. I was reading an article today written by Sam Omache, and he said, "Look, we started this Fourth Republic 26 years ago." And kids born 26 years ago have no idea how all this thing comes to be. Now, if you had 14 years to that 26, that would make you roughly around 40 years old. So a child of 14 at that time when the military stopped ruling probably would not have a grasp of the effect of the military in our self-governance. However, when you hear an argument about, is this way, when Nigerians stand tall, whether at the sub-Saharan or even at the continent itself, and say, look, we're going to fight and defend democracy. We've gone through it. See, people, we don't value it, and it's unfortunate that the population we have today, especially those people who lives and wake up on internet, doesn't understand what this democratic system is all about, because they never lived under even at that 16 years of age, people don't understand what it means to be under democratic system. And it's unfortunate that those people who are saying, military is not that bad. I even had somebody saying a benevolent dictatorship, it's not that bad. I'm like, what are you talking about?
But sorry though, but I did live through multiple military regimes.
So how would somebody
observing the irresponsibility of these democratic leaders? Oh my God!
Why would somebody now support such heresy in a country, in a Burkina Faso too? They've gone through their own issues as well. They shouldn't be under any dictatorship. You're talking about. Nobody represents them. They tell them when to wake or when to sleep. They shove down, decree down their truth. Is that what we truly want, to be a free African country? It's unfortunate that that's where we found ourselves.
But the truth is that, sorry, sometimes we have to be careful when we talk about this thing, because if you look at most nations around the world, when they were once like under the culture of other people, it tends to be based on either former military leaders or actual military leaders that shift them from a weakened position to a stronger position. It's not often civilian regimes that do that.
What are you talking about? What are you tell me where the military have ruled that have really panned out for them, that will really say they can record success? You're talking about
I did say that former military leaders and military leaders, like in the case of Singapore, I think the guy became South Korea. I mean, the guy was military, then converted to civilian, then went to rule for quite a while. And in the case of even George Washington, Lin Kuan Yew, this in Mao Zedong, Stalin.
Washington was never. Well, George Washington was never a military.
Was a military official.
They were not military.
Jesus Christ! How can you not know that? Are you in America and you don't know that? Jesus Christ! It was military now. You didn't know. So most of these people tend to have military background. Even Churchill of the UK is former military. So it's very easy to condemn them. But because there's some of our politicians that seem to be quite irresponsible. They seem to play stupid games with the nation, and they don't understand that they are supposed to do it. Look at all these democratic leaders that you have in not Nigeria, by the way, but many African countries. They go on to change the constitution so that they can run for a third term. Even Obasanjo even tried to do that. They want to run for a third term, and in other words, they overthrew the democratic system themselves. By doing that, you have overthrown the democratic system. What is the difference between that and a military regime? What is the difference between that? Because you're a president, you feel like you can do whatever you like. Look at Ouattara of this in Cote d'Ivoire have done the same. The one of this in Benin Republic is doing the same. Kagame, all of them, they are just doing all this nonsense, abusing the democratic process. That's not the way Western democracies are practiced. This is not democracy. This is just fake democracy that we are pretending that we are having democracy. And if I'm not mistaken, we begin to even shift our democracy to beginning to look like that too.
True, Nigeria, calm down. You know,
I don't think I will keep defending democracies, but these people are not practicing democracy. That's a problem. I think if they were actually practicing true democracy, you are not going to see these military regimes.
Listen, America at a point had their politics being murky. The democratic system was in a way almost not succeeding. We're talking about a democratic system that is so. If you look at the years of democratic rule in Africa, it's so young. It's so young that we haven't till today maybe a handful of country in Africa that you can point to and say, no, what this one has crossed the threshold of, let's say, 70, 80 years of continuous democratic rule. So building institution has never been their core purpose. So now we have people are now sorry. I'm kind of distracted. So
no, it's okay.
So in a way, we have system of government that people rule with fair freedom, with the iron fist, and that's what people desire. And it's unfortunate. I would take a worse democratic system than a military people taking over, because they're just like bandits. They're like a pirate. They take over everything and they tell you what to do. And people don't seem to get it. So if we give Africa, and I see Africa is liberated one way or the other economically, in the system of government, we are emerging and we are getting it one by one. I mean, if we look at it, we may be the most corrupt continent ever, but we are getting it one way or the other. And at the end of the day, it's about, they say so perfect make perfection. Is that what they say? We will get it right if these people, hands off the affair of the continent. We will be better off.
Why would they hands off when you've not made them hands off? Isn't that the problem of our people? We've not made them hands off. They are not going to hands off because they are gaining from it. Why should they do that? They don't have any permission to do that for us.
Somebody said that we have to buy weapons. We have to rely on the procurement of weapons to save ourselves, to secure ourselves. And that is why if you are to rely on another country to save yourself, then you'll be at their mercy. And unfortunately, that's where we found ourselves. But we will take our position in the future, and I can bet you that. Unfortunately, what is happening now, I can't even tell if the Western world has a hands in this pocket of military rules, that is ravaging especially the West African. You see, people don't usually think deeply and have a retrospect. How come we're now beginning to have this uprising of civilian? I mean, sorry, the military rules, and as if it's now the norm. And at the end of the day, if any one of them, come to power, they will begin to look at, oh, it's you are the savior of the world, or something like that. And there are subjects too. Those who they are governed does not see that their future is being destroyed one way or the other. They see that as a as being a benefit to the people. They are
It's
not
not
coming to liberate you. They are coming to
there
oppress you. And
see, there are two parts to this. Let me try to explain this. There are
I'm
two parts
even
to this.
getting distracted here.
Because
Go ahead.
for what I can see right now, the Sahel nations, the military regimes are acting as opposition to all the democratic countries, because the democratic countries barely have opposition leaders anymore. So now there's a kind of referendum going on based on the performance of these nations. If the Sahel nation go on to excel more than the democratic nation and the gap keep growing, then you're going to see that people are going to want to tilt towards their direction. But if the democratic nations start to excel, do well, and actually practice the democracy that they are supposed to be doing, and the economy is improving, the living standard of Nigeria Africans are improving, and there is real prospect that we are going to actually achieve sustainable growth, you're going to see people in those military
Under which government?
regimes.
Under the military government?
No, I'm saying if in the democratic systems, like in Nigeria, Ghana, Benin Republic, all of them, they start performing very well, then those military regimes will be under pressure to transform to civilian regimes.
You know, to Nigeria in 1999, when Obasanjo took over, he had a very good chance of stabilizing and establishing institution that would have been a guiding force of this democratic system. But he failed woefully because he allowed the remnants of 1918 and 1970s political player then to form the larger base of the political parties stalwart then. So those people came as they were leaving the stage. Guess what they would do? They were replicating themselves, and that's where you have the likes of Ayo Fayose should never have even come close to the state government. But he became the governor of Ekiti State, a state that you can boast of intellectual, and Agbiru now became. So Obasanjo did that. But here we are. Before the military hands over, there are a lot of apprehension. People, we don't usually look back and think deeply. We've made progress, to be honest with you, because the level of corruption that was prevalent during that era, my brother, it's not just even that. Political killing, people were being massacred, they were being by left and right as if nobody.
They are being quiet now too.
No, it has reduced.
Now.
No. You see, let me tell you something. To Niger, they are paying people now. It's not political. It's political indirectly, but it's the innocent ones that are even good. Those who are even prominent in our society who are going left and right, and nobody.
So the elites are. You would rather the poor people be dying than the elites.
See, apart from that, there was a time in Nigeria when to even fly in Abuja, you'll be scared of bomb blast. People are even scared of flying. See, we've gone through some levels of, series of transformation, changes, but I think we will get it right. We've made some stride, we've made some, progress, but unfortunately, should I say the Gen Zs or the younger people okay, they can't really, they don't have a benchmark. They're looking at what happens in maybe 2015 compared to what's happening now. And they say, you know what, there's no progress. But we are actually making progress. I'll tell you this, there were times in Nigeria when we didn't have no internet. There was nowhere you will find internet in Nigeria. Gradually, we begin to have this is this Starlink where you dial out and stuff. Now, thank God, myself and Allah, we were in the banking system before. There was no internet banking. You want to confirm a check, you have to call the branch, and then somebody will confirm it on the phone. And then sometimes you might even have to take the check to yourself to another city, But now we have internet. I'm not saying that it's the most efficient services, but at the same time, we have, all these things when we are to benchmark it. No. Hold on. All these little progress count to Nigeria. Now you can have your card. There was a time that I was even arguing with somebody. InterSwitch, I think InterSwitch was the one that started this. I was arguing with this debit card PIN. America used to have a swipe this thing there. Then by the time I left Nigeria, they were already having this PIN. They want you slot in and you put your code. Before America now decided to now change to that because that was more security secured more. But what I'm saying is that we've recorded a lot of. In the National Assembly then, Ghana must go back was the norm. Was circulating. People will be carrying Ghana must go. Do you remember your Fayoshe's case when they were offloading money to the Akure Airport, where Akure Airport to Ado during the election? Your Fayoshe ended up going to court for more than, how long has it been out of government? And yet the case was settled, I think, this year. So because of all these things, and that was the norm then, they were not even hiding it. But we now have a system that is still trying to check itself. It's just quite unfortunate when I read that story about what transpired at the Asura during Buhari. Bro, to be honest, I blame Buhari.
See, from what I can see, hold on. From what I can see is that all the things you describe, it is all true. But I think where your error is that you are looking at it as improvement. You are mistaking it for strategic change. What I mean by that is, like, if you look at Nigeria now, where we were in 1977 or so, we were in relative terms to the rest of the world more advanced than we are now. The rest of the world has left us behind compared to where we are in 1979. Because in the Asian continent, they were match to them.
No, do not compare. Don't compare with Asia. Compare best market with the African countries.
Let me finish my point, because you have to. It's relative for everybody. It's relative for everybody. Like if America, when they say
compare you with Asian and Europe.
No, you have to because they exist.
You cannot.
No, you cannot. You see, now you understand why I say whenever I talk with Nigerians, sometimes I can be one person and 100 Nigerians or 200 Nigerians will be wrong, because they don't know how to look at the world. They just look at the world like the two of you now united. I think
Nigeria cannot grow or develop in isolation. You can't say,
exactly, we cannot develop in isolation.
That's why you cannot compare us with Asian countries. Compare us with other
isolation. We cannot develop in isolation because other Asian countries compare with us.
Listen, compare Nigeria
with us. How are they comparing with us?
Because why is it that they've advanced so fast ahead of us?
So how are they comparing with us? Father, how is Asia and Europe comparing with us?
Because they've advanced far faster ahead of us. So they've advanced way faster ahead of us. We barely have motorable roads. Why that problem has disappeared in most of these countries a long time ago. We barely have proper healthcare. Why all those problems have disappeared in all those nations a long time ago.
The military, the military you are advocating for, I do not want to spoil it. I do not want that. Set us back to this. To this useless era that we are now today.
See, if you ask me, the military actually tried to set us on the right path, even if they failed woefully themselves. See, because they don't have it in them to do what needed to be done. My problem with Nigerians is that, like now, you saw you heard what Adewale was saying, that Nigeria is improving, that we're going to get there. When I went to Nigeria in 2016, that's exactly what I was telling Nigerians, because I didn't have the eye then to see strategically. If you understand how to look at it strategically, you will know not much has changed. Everything we built now, we can lose all of them overnight. I can tell you that. That is the problem. We don't have any sustainable growth because we can't defend what we have built. That is a problem, because anybody can come and take it overnight. If we can't understand that, then we don't even know where we are as a people yet. Because other people do. If you look at other Africans, even like Somalis, Ethiopians, North Africans, they understand these things. They strategically position themselves even against us, fellow Africans. They strategically position themselves against us, and we put them on the pedestal. And we keep undermining our people all the time. We black people, I don't know what is wrong with us. We keep putting ourselves in a negative position, and we can't see strategically that we are losing ground. What do you think is happening?
Don't be a pessimist, bro.
No, I'm not being a pessimist. I'm being a realist. Somebody needs to tell our people these things. We are being swallowed whole, and our people can't see it. Look at what is going on in Sudan right now. They are basically eating our space now. Sudan used to be 100% African. Now they are 70% Arab. It's next to Chad. By the time they get to Chad, before you know it, sure Arabs will be your masters. You see, the way we behave, we don't see danger coming. But history has suggested that these dangers are real. And if you don't learn how to defend yourself as a people, sooner or later you're going to fail. Do you know, I did an analysis earlier on this week between the Somalis and the Kenyans, the relationship they have with each other. You can't even believe it. Like, the Somalis in Kenya have political power. They hold high offices. They have influence in Kenya. But the Bantus, or the people like me and you, Niger Congo group, that are in Somalia, they treat them like slaves. They give them very, very little minimal power. And based on my calculation, 30 years from now, the Somalis in Kenya will gain more power and more influence because they have higher birth rate because they are Muslims, while the Bantus like me and you are Christians and Western nice kind of people. And the Somalis in Somalia support this Somali in Kenya because they believe they are one family. But the Bantus in Kenya don't support the Bantus in Somalia. So it tells you that there's something seriously wrong with our people. We don't understand that we are being swallowed whole. And this pattern repeats itself everywhere. If you go to Mauritania right now, you will see the pattern in Mauritania itself. Even our relationship with the Fulani and the Shua Arabs in Nigeria, go and check it. You will see how we have compromised ourselves. There is something seriously wrong with our people. When I keep telling them this, they don't know.
That is what Tinubu is correcting at the moment. He's changing that. And he's making sure that doesn't happen. But you guys in Obida don't see it.
See,
that's the problem.
If he was
I don't actually care about what's going on in Somalia or wherever. I care about Nigeria.
Of course you don't care. It doesn't matter to you. You don't see it. Until it reaches your door, you don't see it. You don't see the danger. But while America sees the danger of China, even if China hasn't attacked America once, they're already preparing for danger of China ahead. We wait until trouble comes to our door before we see it. When the danger is bringing far away, telling us.
That's what Tinubu is working on.
See, Tinubu, the only reason why Tinubu moved now is because Trump threatened Nigeria. This is a man that promised you.
For a long time.
He hasn't made a move. And to be fair to him, he did say that he was going to start using Ajekuta steel, part of it, to start manufacturing locally made arms. I don't know how far that has come. In terms of recruitment, he promised that he was going to do that, but he didn't do it until Tinubu, Trump threatened Nigeria. That's when suddenly they are now biting their fingers, running around trying to say, oh, let's go and recruit into the police, let's go and recruit into the military. Something I've been telling all of you here, that these people, they know what the problem is, but they're not doing it. They have millions of people in Nigeria, and about 30,000 bandits are terrorizing us. Terrorists are terrorizing us. They refuse to recruit people into the security forces. Why? Something is wrong with our people, man. I'm telling you,
it's not refusing. It's not refusing. They are trying to make recruitment. People are not applying. Are they going to force them from their home?
Are you in Nigeria?
I know what's going on in Nigeria now. What do you mean? I know what is going on.
People pay money. Oh my God! People bribe to join the military. Just in case you didn't know, people actually bribe to join the military.
Where do you hear that from? I've not heard that. If I pay money to pay through,
you know why? You know why they bribe to do it? Because the moment you join, they give you money. They give you at least, I think, $1 million, $2 million. They give you money and then you get accommodation and all the people bribe to join the military. You see, that's the thing people don't know. If you have never been on, I don't know why you should know that. If you're on the ground, you should know that. I know somebody that wanted to join the Air Force. He had to bribe and he still didn't get in. He still didn't get in. Even
where's the source? Where's the link? Anyway, I've not heard that. All the stuff I've been hearing, because even the Lalake has been trying to recruit what's it called, forest guard. It's difficult. They're not applying.
They are applying. People are all the people that tell you maybe it's the area that they are operating, but in reality they are applying. Those people that are telling they are not applying, they are lying. And that people, because people don't know, because a lot of people don't have jobs, you know. A lot of people, if you tell them that after they just join, they are going to, after they finish their training, they're going to give them 2 million naira, they will take it. Because that's what they give them when they first join the military.
And as far as I'm concerned, they are not applying because there's a lot of campaign going on TikTok, on video, on internet, saying don't go acquire yourself, don't join army, don't join police, don't join this, especially from the Southeast. Especially the Igbos, they are the one campaigning against this thing.
The Southeast people generally don't they don't feel safe in the military. Even if there's a lot of Southeast in the military, which is weird. Like the first time I went to Kaduna, I think that was the second time.
See, that is the problem that they are talking about. If you don't put yourself in a strategic position and you are now crying foul of being marginalized, whose fault is that?
Exactly.
You have to be at a table where your future is being discussed, or else nobody is going to advocate for you. When they were being chummy and being used, vice president, vice this, and they didn't know that, it's going to, come back to haunt them. Talking about political calculation.
To be fair, during this period of, Nabikano and all these,
I don't want to speak now. He's trying to let him land so we can just...
He just landed now.
Well, let him continue. I will come in when I'm...
It's to and fro now. So, the thing is, when all this period of Samanepa and everything, so that region was unstable. So you can see that a lot of people felt they couldn't join the military because they had their mindset set on Biafra and all the nonsense that was going on there. But that said, if you, like when I went to Kaduna, I was going to this barracks. The person I saw there, when I looked at his tag, he was an Igbo guy. And you can see the way he was twitchy, looking at me like everybody was very, very watching everybody because during that time, Boko Haram was doing a lot of damage to the military. So it tells you that even if you hear a lot of people making a lot of noise, they are still joining. And if you think that it's only one side of the country that's causing all the problem in Nigeria, if you tell an Igbo guy not to do anything, that's the minute they're going to do it. If these guys are still going to the north to go and do trade, why would they run away from the military? They will go. They don't care. Igbo guys, they are very, very, Igbo people are very, very adventurous. No matter how you try to deter them, they are not deterred. If some people, there are so many people that they will not go near the north of Nigeria anymore after the Civil War, but yet they are still there today. You can't threaten and make the Igbo scare them away. The only reason why they didn't join the military in the past couple of years is because they were afraid of the ECPA effect and this thing, IPOB effect, and it's still there till now. I have to say.
So who will you blame for that?
You are okay. That's the whole reason why they are IPOB and they are not legal. You blame them, of course. You blame all those organizations that are causing the havoc in that region. They are the ones causing it, And I'm sure even when the Niger Delta was having issues with Nigeria, a lot of Niger Delta people were not joining the military too.
Who told you that?
I get the feeling that when they are busy fighting Nigeria, because you have to, when you are going to recruit into the military, you have to recruit the young people from that area, and they are going to be thinking, why am I joining this people that our people are fighting against? So you can see that you are going to lose people. You're not going to lose everybody, but you're going to lose some people that will normally join such organizations, if not for anything, just the money. Most people join the military for the money anyway, not because they really want to go and fight. anybody. They join for the money. And the money is still there. And the people are bribing to join the military all the time. Even police, they bribe to join the police. What are we talking about?
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that
military have privileges, you know. Being a military person in Nigeria has privileges. You forget that.
Yeah, I understand that. But for you to say they are bribing them to join military, that's false. I don't believe that.
Oh, I've seen. So I'm telling you, I know somebody that tried
show
to
me
bribe
the evidence. Show me the evidence, the source, and the link that show that they have been bribing them.
No, I don't have. Of course, no. It's not. I don't think you have a link on. Maybe there's a link on. I don't know. But one thing I know is that I know somebody that has talked about having to pay to join the Air Force, and he still didn't succeed. So you know that was even when he bribed, it didn't work.
I've seen a lot of adverts online on TV, practically begging people to come and join military.
Yeah, they will tell you that. To be fair, some people do get in. That is true.
Kenny Mighty.
They're not fully qualified.
Let me just support forefather for once. It is true that people are paying to join civil service and all those parastatals in Nigeria. You understand? And they are not even paying thousands now. Some are even paying $1 million, $2 million just to join the government work. That's true.
Oh, you see that? Actually, Kenny.
I disagree.
Kenny Mighty is what I know. It's what I know. I have someone in Canada currently before the guy came to this Canada that paid close to $3 million just for him to get job in the civil service.
You see that two people now.
Which one? No, don't just say that. Which one? Is it military?
No, not military. But what I'm just telling you, no. Hold on. If you can do it in one of the arm of the government, nothing stop for you from paying the same for the military. People, the funny thing is that the fact that people are paying money to join government work in Nigeria, so you can't take it away from the military. I'm telling you.
I know that they are collecting bribes to join custom and stuff like that, but not the police and army. I can defend that with everything I got in me. I know that all those things going on.
The question, Kenny Mighty. The question you need to ask is this: why should you even be joining civil service with money?
It's corruption now. It's corruption.
Exactly. Kenny Mighty, hold on. Now, when they audited the police armory, Nigeria police cannot account for about 84,000 weapon arms. Now, the question is this: in an organization that is selling the gun that you are supposed to use to protect the citizen, if you can sell all those things, what is that? What is the money of taking money before you join the service? That is the easiest one. You understand? If you can go to the armory, you carry the gun you are supposed to use to protect, you sell to criminals. So collecting money is easier.
It's not one person. It's a syndicate. It's a kind of like what is training. It's not just one person releasing those weapons. There will always be audit. Somebody else.
I know. If we are that evil, so if you heard that they are collecting money, they are paying money to join, don't doubt these people. They can do it. That means they can do anything. Because someone releasing gun to the criminal never even thought that this criminal could even visit his own house and pie his family. That is how bad. That's how blind some people are. You were giving someone you are selling gun to a criminal. You never thought the day that guy will even go to where your family is, whether coincidentally, or maybe intentionally. You just give that. You just wanted that money, and you sold the armory. You careless about what's going to happen. So why wouldn't that person collect money too? But people were collecting even money to even help people jail. Look at what that guy that called himself a super cop that was dealing with Hush Puppy that were praising that time. What's that the name of that? Is it about Kari? What's the name?
You
understand? That you were even collecting money to even frame people up. You understand? So what else?
So see, my point is when forefather is blaming the federal government and blaming Tinubu that is not recruiting. You know, these are the foundation. All these things is the root. So, and these are the problems that we need to sort out.
Okay,
Ola
said to debunk it.
Ola, no, they agree to waiting no day. There is no way you will pay your way into the military. You have to go through the recruitment phase, and it's not easy. It's not easy. People they join like this, run away, then go run.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
No, that's what he was saying. No, everybody knows you are connected. You don't even have to pay money to join. If you are connected, Ola, if you are connected in Nigeria, you can
DOG. See, I'm not saying I caught anyone. I'm not saying I caught anyone, but the fact that a harm of one part of the government could even come up with that evil. Now, and I went ahead, hold on. Even when they could, an organization that have some criminal that can even sell the armory, the weapon from the armory, not minding that they can use this thing on his own colleague. That not minding that they can even use it on his own family.
Come on, they're selling it.
So the thing is this:
we get your point, and nobody is going to even argue this with you that you can pay to get a job in civil service or all this ammunition. You have to be insider to sell ammunition. You don't tell me an outsider walk into a military base and say, oh, they are asking and say, okay, I want to buy weapons. It's connection. All those things work with connection. But to join the military, like forefather was saying, there is no way you can pay your way. My papa na retired soldier. There is no way. People they go join recruits and then they run come on because the drilling mad. It's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not as if they are not going to drill you. It's not as if they are not going to drill you, even for you to even be shortlisted. Even for you to be shortlisted.
You have to merit it. They know they just military. Now why then they always act like that? Now why they go beat you if you wear camo? Now why they beat people like that? Because they know what in their eyes see before they even feel wear that uniform. Now why they see soldier? No mistake, they hate you say you wear military. Now what it takes to wear this thing, you can't wear and can't they pose up. Now why then they beat people like that, bro? I understand. Or maybe okay, you want to get it. Even in Nigeria, if you are connected, even police force, if you are connected with police force, you can get a police job. I know
a military card that could sell the location of his brigade commander.
Hold on. Those are the people that helped Alawa Kala when he was meant to be sacked. That he was now told to resign. So at least he can say he resigned. That was the people that helped him in the police force. This guy, when people were going to the camp to their training and all that, he was at home. We're all in the house in Lagos there. Until when people were going to the camp, he just packed his bag and went to join them.
My brother, let me
so in police force, yes, but in military, it's not easy. Military, Air Force, you know,
I understand your patriotism and optimism, but an organization that could link the location of his brigadier commander to terrorists, and those people that could link the information
can you hear me, guys?
When they recruit, it's different, bro. I'm telling you the fact, though.
You try, but I know they agree.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Kenny Mighty. I can hear you.
See, the only people that pay money to join military, I'll tell you, is the overage. People that are already above 30 and they love to join the military. Those are the ones.
At least you agree they pay. At least you agree that they pay, right? Okay.
No. What I'm saying, I'm not even agree. I said those are the ones that because they're already overage. And
but they pay, right?
Once you're above 30,
you know if you join, even if you get money. So military will put you on like that, brother. I did tell you a lot for other things though. I don't care. Maybe police force, that one is possible.
You cannot put your police force
working in secretariat, all those things. You go work. Even this tax that they say they want to do, say, not like we don't Nigeria doesn't tax now. But all the tax office now corruption. So people will go and pay people to get tax file. To just show proof, you go and pay in the office where they do the tax, don't go. So now why they need to just, it's just like a reform to me. Not like some people have been taxed all the while now before they It's just that there is too
NBA.
much corruption. There is too much corruption in it. So all other things, but say military, you go pay your way into military, Baba. No way.
No way.
My papa, maybe I can even give you this. My
Bro,
old man,
bro, bro,
ADC to Muritala. My
bro,
father was the only soldier after the coup that was let go free in the court. That he's
bro.
not involved. His car was part of the cars when they used because it was not around in Ilorin then. It was in Ibadan. He always training party weekends in Ibadan then. So I wanted to join military one time. I couldn't. Even one guy I knew when we were living in Lagos, the guy we lived together that went, when I saw him in Ibadan, he's now like a colonel, Edwin. He told me, oh boy, you know easy. You go run. So people they run. Forget say your papa now one thing. You
So
go run when you see drilling. So
would
military is
you
not
at
what you
any
pay your
time
way into. And what
would you
Adewale
at
was trying to say that time, I would have loved to hear him because for a
would you
fact,
at any time
Igbos by
will ever
themselves
believe?
use their own mouth, discourage themselves from doing something. They will not say they are being segregated. That is, why are they running? Why fear
So
of the unknown? Why are you scared to join?
would you at any time will have believed that the military will give away intelligence information or where they
That
were
is
going to
possible. It happens
operate
everywhere,
information?
even in the US,
Okay.
everywhere. Those kind of things those kind of
So
things happen. Corruption,
collecting
errors
collecting
can lead to that.
collecting
But
money
I'm saying
co-
recruiting into the military, Baba, is not
co-
something you pay your way
collecting money
into.
to push
Well,
someone through will not be the
my
biggest.
brother, what we don't know, we should not emphasize on it too much. See,
No, we don't know. I'm not saying I know,
in
but I'm just telling you my
1988, there was a brother in my hometown who, one of the most brilliant among his set.
Yeah, sure.
And, to get into NDA, the recruitment is not about you apply and they pick you. You will go through your own local government training. The head of the community will, just like a verification and all that, uh, will sign off on your application. Your local government chairman will sign up on your application. So it's more or less like a selection of, okay, a quota system also has to be fulfilled because each region, or not state then, each geopolitical region has to have people being seconded or not seconded, being sent to NDA. This brother didn't make that cut off mark to get to the NDA. However, where the drama lies is that, so eventually somebody knows somebody, I won't mention name, but somebody who was in government. As at that time, it was a director, not even a permanent secretary. Eventually, he became permanent secretary, but then he was the one that helped work this brother to get admission to NDO after the application has even closed. So, what are we saying that there's no bribery? Now, what happens between you even get that person to NDA is what I'm not so sure. But then one person knows somebody, somebody knows somebody, that's how they got admission. To say that you can't bribe your way to anywhere in Nigeria, any institution, my brother. As long as Nigeria
Yes,
did there.
Mr. Dewale, you see, when form is closed, even WAEC, when they say WAEC is closed, you can't buy any form. So you're able to still get access for you to get the form. But that doesn't mean you will pass the WAEC. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
You
in
can
this
have access
case,
to
so,
NDLA form even when it's
in
closed.
this case,
That
somebody
one is
has
possible.
somebody
But
use
for you that you will
influence.
go, they will just recruit you, know somebody, and you just wear military regalia and say you are now part of the military. I don't think it's possible in Nigeria
You see
with
what
the
I'm
way they
talking
do
about?
their recruitment. You can carry on. You can carry
You
on.
see what I
Don't
just said now? What I just said now. Influence is also bribery because if somebody use their influence to, be ahead of somebody that doesn't merit the position, at the end of the day, what can you do? That's bribery, that's corruption on its own.
I'm not saying there is no corruption, but I'm saying you can't say you know somebody, then you join the military, and you join the military, they'll just
All
send you
those military
and wear
officers
you the
bringing their own
regalia and say,
kits.
oh,
All
you're not
those
a
military
military
officers
man.
bringing their own kits to the military. What would you say? You would say those people are not. They are not. They are not. It's not because they winning.
I've seen
Look,
military people that their kids went to JLA and they didn't pass through. They didn't stay through the process. Not like they are not connected, but there is a process. You can have access. You can have access to be shortlisted. You can have access to get the form even when it's closed. But that you know somebody that and they just put you. You don't do anything. They just say, "Yeah, come on." They will just put you on, wear you the regalia, and you're now a soldier, bro. It's not possible. That is not possible. You can get a form when it's closed. You can get linked to get shortlisted, but it's not up to you to go for all the recruitment process, do all those them drilling. If you don't pass, you don't pass. If you don't scale through, you don't scale through. There is nothing
no.
anybody can do for you at that point. So that's my own point. I've seen people that for the police one, I've seen people that they sat in their house like this. I just don't want to mention it. They sat in their house like this till all the process was complete. All he did was just lift his bag and went to join them in the camp. That was all he did. You
My
know,
brother, they are
for
not even
military,
studying this. They are not even studying army form. Forget.
Nigerian
Nobody
army.
studied anything. They are begging them to join. They are begging people to join. So they will
They're
not be
making it
studying.
because people are scared. Nigerians don't have that mind, and the government need to improve pay, improve a lot of things for people to be able to join. Even Nigerians joining military in the US, there's a lot of Nigerians in the army, American. There's an American. They are all American soldiers now. Most of them is for survivor. You think they really want to be army? Most Nigerians in the US that are like 50% of them now is for survivor. Nobody wants to die. Nigerian army that they are killing them. They don't get paid well. You have to be probably educated well for you to even go
Money
far
boss,
on your rank when it comes to rank
how
in
you doing?
Nigerian army. That's what
Good.
me I think is the problem. That's the problem. Salary is not attractive.
I forget that online.
You know,
Yeah, guys.
somebody's background is.
It's me.
So that's the whole point. That's what me I'm saying. Police or military or WAEC, all those things, all those other institutions, but that you want to join Nigerian army, you can know somebody to get shortlisted. Yes. You can know somebody to get a form, maybe when the form is closed already. Yes. But they will just call you, you know somebody, they will not just wear you military regalia like that. Oh boy, that's impossible.
You go explain tire. Nobody say you won't pass through the training. You understand? Just to get money to get there and join the training. If you pass, you pass. But say if people no go try to collect money for you to
What
join
the
that.
guy said initially is even military, you can join military. I don't believe you can't join military. I've seen people join police force like that, join CID like that. They just carry them back, go join them for camp straight.
No,
Then they don't
let,
do there
let
already.
me tell you
For
one thing.
military, that's what I'm trying to say to you.
Hold on, DOG, hold on. See, some people they use money, they use money, they do admission. It doesn't mean that when they get that admission, that will go to school and they will not read and they will not pass exam. So people can use money to influence their admittance into Nigerian military, but then they will still go through the training. That's what we are saying.
Yeah, that one, but the way the guy said it, he didn't say as if he said you can join because before you are because they can call you a soldier, you must have go through the process. He was saying it like, oh, you can join military in Nigeria by paying. I don't believe you can join military by paying your way
Even
in.
that one self not possible. Even that one self not possible because they
It's
are
hard.
struggling to
To be
have
honest,
someone
it's
to
hard
apply
though.
and they still collect money. It's
If you
not
see them
possible.
drill,
They are begging them to come
don't
and
get
join.
money. You will not pay
You don't
money
be
to
asking
be
them
a
to join.
soldier.
How possible is that?
You want to
When
pay
they are
money to
struggling,
join
when they are
military.
practically begging.
That means you are not even passionate about it.
Even they said that begging is not true. They said it's not true. It's false. That's not true.
I don't
Okay. It's
understand.
not
I don't.
so.
Hold on. Let me say something. I don't know how you can psych yourself up to something that I actually know. the idea that you can say it doesn't happen, I don't know.
Bro,
you have to understand that
you have to make it clear, bro. What we are saying to you is, okay, fine, people can pay them way to get the form. They can get their way to start the recruitment process. Maybe they've paid some people to, okay, let's just list his name. But that you are joined, that somebody joined military, paying their way, and they became a military man.
no. You have to go through the training now. Come on, you have to go through the normal training.
So that's not paying your way. You can pay your way. How many?
No, that's paying your way, because
like
sometimes.
said now, a lot of
Hold on. You can pay your way to get selected. Like
even that way, I disagree totally.
You can disagree all you want. If they need 6,000 people and 20,000 people apply,
I know a guy in the military for military Niger Army that the form was closed, and he got the form after it was closed. Over almost 3 weeks, he got the form.
I can't believe how detached you are. You come here to debate
like
me
that.
at all.
It's just like you paid for WAEC. You can get WAEC from even when it's closed, but it's different from somebody that gets the questions.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they have to pay to join the military.
Paid their way in. If you are saying somebody paid their way into military, that means they paid and they went to join military.
No. See, what are you talking about? See, because we all know more people apply than are taken on. So there is a bit of noise coming from this. Let me just mute it for a second. So there are more people apply than are actually admitted for the recruitment phase in terms of the training. So to get to that phase where you go for the training, you need to listen. Sometimes you need to bribe people. That's what they did. And this person that I know that he failed, he didn't succeed even.
But those people pay to join the army. I say people pay to get.
But that is it now. What if you are paid? What if you are paid? That's paid to join the army.
When you say somebody paid to join the army, I know that is the rigorous drilling to join the army. It's like they didn't do all that. That's when you say people pay to join the army.
Okay, you are trying to say that. Okay. I see what you mean.
That one I won't argue. That one.
No. I don't think. No. You can't get past. I don't think you can get past the physical.
That's possible 100%. That's possible 100%.
Yeah, you have to. You have to have a. You have to have a super.
That can get you shortlisted 100%. Agreed.
But it's not impossible to say that somebody that has already joined the recruitment phase gets a favor from a super generous patron in the military. That maybe he didn't attain all the best numbers in all the various exercises they need to do, but they will flag them through because they have. I think there's a name they call it. There's a name they call it. No, they have a name.
No, it's not one person assessing them. And they don't want somebody that will fuck them up as well. That's why I said I agree with you that you can pay to get shortlisted. You can pay to get the form when it's closed, but that you will now find somebody that will just pass you through. You didn't go through the drilling very well. You didn't perform well. They will not say, because one person is not possible, bro. That one is not possible.
Yeah, I think you may be right there but I know that there's a level whereby they will say senior officers are allowed to select a few people to join. I don't know whether they
have their own candidates they
call them candidates,
but not to be admitted as a military person. They can get to put shortlist they can make you them shortlist your name. It's like when people are going to NYSC. I know somebody in NYSC, and I've helped a lot of people to get to serve in wherever they want to serve, whether you want to serve in Lagos or Abuja. I have helped a lot of people. That is possible. But that person won't be the one to now tell you how you perform in your NYSC camp or all those things. They can get you. They can get you to be shortlisted. They can get you to get the form. Maybe the form is closed. Yes, the form is closed, and I need the form. Okay, go to the office. They will register you. But that you didn't pass the drilling. They will now say it's not only one person accessing them. They will from there. They've already cut you off. You've already know you fumbled already. It's something that is playing. You're not the only one there. If it's like a driving test that you are the only one there that nobody is seeing, there is a lot of people doing the drilling. If you are messing up,
I know somebody that paid money just to get through the first phase, just to get into the training.
That's the thing. You can pay your way to start, but you can't pay your way through the training to get over the training. It's not possible.
They didn't even make it to start. They didn't even allow him, even with all his money, they didn't allow him. To show you how tough it is. People think it's easy.
You have to be very connected to even get the form or to get shortlisted. You have to know somebody in the top.
Exactly.
But police and CID, Bro, I know if where they go just carry them back for their house like this, don't join them. But the boys will
let me play this video maybe so that it will jog our memory too, because I was just watching TVC today, and Jide that I spent years insulting, because I told him, because Jide knew he always used Sri Lanka as an example, that Sri Lanka dealt with Tamil Tigers, why can't we deal with Boko Haram and all? I'm like, do you know the scale of military that Sri Lanka has? Sri Lanka has about 20 million population, and they have more soldiers than Nigeria. Like, how? And the reason why I questioned Jide on that, I said, why don't you recommend that size of military for Nigeria, that scale of military for Nigeria? Because you just mentioned Sri Lanka, but you don't understand why they succeeded. But let me play a video of him now talking about Nigeria, and you'll be surprised at some of the stuff he came up with now.
Killing people.
Yeah, we have this.
And some of the markets that had been abandoned, some of those markets are bubbling now because there is peace. It is not across the whole state. It's in some local government, but it's working. The people want to sleep soundly. They want to be able to go to their farms. People don't understand these things. People say, oh, they're patronizing bandits, they are doing. So when the security operatives are unable to stop these people from killing people, a lot of the local governments are remote local governments. And they're killing our people. The people can't go to their farms. That's why those people are having those private deals, and they say, no, don't do deals with them. The people won't listen. Because those who are supposed to stop these guys from terrorizing them, they're falling short. They're unable to do that. So the people, what do you expect the people to do? The people who on their own now find a way to solve this problem. That's why they're approaching those people and say, okay, you are ready for peace. What are your terms? What do you want? What can we do to get you to stop killing us? That was what Matawale did. That was what Masari did. 2 times, Masari had gave them amnesty. 2 times. But the criminal doesn't believe that he should stop killing people. Remember Ghana, the bandits in Benue State. They gave him amnesty 2 times. They were going to officially proclaim the second amnesty when Nigerian army used an articulated truck to block the road and serve justice to him. As far as the soldiers were concerned, he had killed a lot of their troops, their colleagues, and they said that they've never had amnesty given twice. What these bandits do, yes, I agree with those guys. What these bandits do is, they will first leave you, they will not, after some time, they will go back to their criminal activity. That is what we are seeing. So there is a need for a security blueprint that helps us to defeat these people. That helps us to help our people to live in peace. Look at what is happening in Kogi. Almost every day now, people can't even go to church. You go to church, they pick 86-year-old woman.
Yes.
And I learned that there were even older people than that woman among the people that they picked in Ayetoro, Kiri.
Okay, Mujid, yesterday, now the president has met with the security. If you will fly on the wall, what key security priorities do you think the president discussed with the security chief?
You know, the new security chief just came on board, and we have a new defense minister. It's part of the rejig of the security architecture. And you know, the president is responding positively and actively to issues of security. Just yesterday, he announced that new helicopters are being inducted into the system. More armored personnel carriers are being procured. And the VP was in Lagos yesterday too. I mean, I think Jide was at that event, the chief of Army Staff's annual conference, where the vice president relayed the message of the president to the officers and men there that, I mean, it is zero tolerance for banditry and terrorism. And the president states that, I mean, no nation can achieve greatness without security. So it's something that is being taken serious. And most of the theaters of operations all over the country now, like Lafia Dole, Hadinkai, Python Dance, Crocodile Tears, there is a crocodile crocodile smile. There's a better coordination now. Enduring peace. So several of them like that. I mean, we are getting results now. I think the chief of air staff, Sunday Kelvin, showed some bombardment of some terrorist hideouts in a well-coordinated attack in some forests and a few weeks. So we expect more of this to happen, and we don't want to hear amnesty for this characters again. It will be total onslaught to ensure that they are decimated and that they are wiped out.
Now, in your opinion, is Nigeria investing enough in technology-driven intelligence, such as surveillance drones and all?
Sure.
I think we need to do
sure,
more.
Sure, definitely. That some of these things are being done, but most of this equipment, and they are not something you pick off the shelf. Like if you want to procure a Tucano chopper now or aircraft, you need to wait for about 24 months. But after you must have signed the agreement. And before you can bring in any drone for military operations into any country, you must provide the end user agreement that this thing, this is what we want to use it for. So it's not it's not just something that you just go and say you want to buy, like as if you are buying a Bugatti or even an airplane. So there are procedures, there are processes. That's why
when you make the order, they will now go and
that is it.
manufacture. So it can take 4 years.
So some of the things can take 4 years. That's why the Tucanos took some years to come then. And I mean, we saw the impact when they came. And I know the president has initiated some moves now to ensure that some of these things, although there's in some instances that we get help from the US and UK, and I think even France, that some of the things they have on ground, they bring in their men to come and assist us with some of these things.
All right, gentlemen, we need to go on this quick break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go away. All right, welcome back. It's still Journalist Hangout. Okay, we're still talking about the Nigerian military, the meeting with the president, with the service chiefs. Now, over time, the president has always emphasized on professionalism, vigilance, and strengthening Nigeria's security architecture. What do you think it can be done, for it to translate into measurable results?
Vigilance, synergy between the armed forces.
Okay.
I'm happy that is, and even unity amongst them. The Minister of Defense harped on that yesterday because, let's face it, sometimes when the surface troops, the army, run into a jam, the Air Force will come to their aid. That means they must do a lot of operational planning together. They need to move together on many occasions. They have to work together to deal decisively with the enemy. If troops are cornered and outnumbered by the enemy, because to defeat an insurgency, you must outnumber the enemy by ratio 4-1.
Sure.
That way, you defeat them and still hold the ground. One of the big problems facing us is that we don't have enough troops, we don't have enough policemen, we don't have enough civil defense, we don't have enough civilian JTF, we don't have enough vigilantes. Now, for me, some of the things that we need to do quickly, the recruitment that the president directed them to do, it has to happen quickly. That recruitment has to happen quickly.
Yeah.
The forest rangers.
Okay.
A lot of the criminalities take place in the forest. Victims of kidnapping are hidden in the forest. We need these forest rangers to come on stream as soon as possible. The NSA must get down to work and ensure that these forest rangers are recruited, trained, and unleashed.
Equipped, yeah.
Yes, equipped and unleashed. We can have a situation where the enemy is parading AK-47 and you want those who confront them to use den guns. That's disproportionate in my view, because they won't be able to defeat the enemy. So let's recruit quickly into the armed forces. We need more numbers. Let's bring in the forest rangers as quickly as possible. Let's have greater synergy between the armed forces so that they can go on operations together. And that's the job of the Chief of Defense Staff. His job is to coordinate all those joint operations. Let's secure our borders the best way we can. This current Minister of Defense was saying the other day that we need to build a wall. And until Pakistan built a wall to separate them from Afghanistan, they never had peace from that area. It will be a big investment, but we have to prepare to build those walls, especially in those areas where we can see a lot of breaching of our borders is happening, especially in Sokoto, in Katsina and even parts of Borno State.
Okay. I mean, BKO talked about this issue of border. Now, how should the security chiefs, address this cross-border movement of terrorists, of arms, into Nigeria?
Our borders are very porous. Sure. I saw a report on our border between Nigeria and Niger. I mean, you don't see, just like as if you are.
I think we listen enough for this.
Yeah, I know. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, so you see what I mean. So in the end, it still comes down to numbers. They don't have people in the security forces. It took him how many years since I started querying him when he was on that GDA program, saying you don't have enough soldiers, it's not going to work. How do you defeat insurgencies when the whole country is so big and the villages are remote? Who is going to go into those villages to go and save them at night? And it's done on them now. This is something that the politicians already know, but they all pretend as if they don't know that they don't have enough security forces in the security services. This is something that is obvious. Pardon?
Ancestors. Look, what we are saying, nobody is saying we should not recruit more people, but your scope the other time is that you focus on military only. What we want is this. Number one, we don't want federal government to undo forest rangers. The states and the local government used to do this earlier. I don't know how we even managed to get to this federal. We want the state to undo forest rangers. Let Ekiti employ his own forest rangers and stay in his own bush. Let Ebonyi, you understand, go and recruit their own. We don't want a forest ranger that will be doing their job when we have someone, we have someone like the like of a Pantami, the like of Buhari, that were sympathizers to some ethnic, that have some ethnic group or some kind of religious or some kind of jihadist group. That will be lobbying to frustrate their efforts. We want every state to have their own forest rangers. That's what we want.
I don't think that's necessary. I was talking with somebody yesterday in Nigeria. So we were talking about this forest ranger, and he was telling me about all these ones that they did in the southwest. The problem they have, how Buhari hindered them from using likes of AK-47, all these ammunitions, because they were sympathizers of those guys there. Now those guys are using shotguns, and they are still performing. I can imagine if they give them good sophisticated ammunition to do that job. And if every state has their own, it will work better than federal handling it. So I agree with you.
Currently, as it stands in Nigeria, given the way I hear Nigerians talking, Nigerians are too irresponsible to have state forest rangers. The reason why I say that, because I've even had normally you hear this in the southwest, southeast, and maybe north. But I even hear it like in
my brother, don't even go there. Don't even go there. Everybody need their own state because don't even say you don't
let me say my piece. See, you people don't understand. I'm trying to help you because your moon behavior, you are going to kill yourselves. That's how you Nigerians are crazy. You don't know how crazy people are. See, do you know what some Edo people were saying? What they are going to do with their local police if they get state police? They are going to use it to fight Fulanis. These people, they will just start using.
That's good now. Let us have it. Let us see that there's no need for you to put fear in all that. We need state police as yesterday. Let every state take care of their own security.
That is how it will work better. It's common sense now. That's how it will work better. You can't tell us to secure ourselves, and we will secure ourselves better.
Forefather, let me tell you one thing. You need to ask yourself, in the Second Republic, you understand, who are the responsibility of the forest ranger? It was the state government.
Okay. So this guy I think is busy. So let me see. My point is that I heard the way people.
Why did you mute me now? You mute me.
Oh, sorry, was it you? No, it was Kenny I muted now.
I know you mute me because I was speaking.
Oh, now, sorry.
So during that second republic, no incident of where the state used the forest ranger against their enemies. Our forest were secured. But this idea of the forest hijacking, federal government hijacking everything is still what we don't want, because the state, to start with, created those forests.
But Ola, we know my question to all this thing. My question to all this thing now is, we understand all this thing that's how it was working during Buhari time. Is this still the same with Tinubu?
Yeah, but I didn't even finish the point I was making. So
you will finish, bro. Let's just.
You don't let me finish my point.
You've been talking. We are actually even still talking to the point you are making. Okay, finish.
The point I was making was about Edo people were saying that they were going to use it to fight this in bandits and this in other groups. So, and you can see the conversation was getting very, very heated in a way that everybody was hoping that when
they are going to use it to find bandits. Where do bandits live?
Hold on now.
Where do bandits live?
It's not going to be 30 seconds. I'll be done. In the end, what you are going to get is, remember, state governors are the ones that are known not to pay their staff. If you don't pay armed people, what you are going to get is what you are seeing in DRC. You're going to get militias that start becoming laws unto themselves.
That's going to be a dose problem. Because
but that's going to be a Nigerian problem. What do you mean? If Edo has a problem, is it the kind of retarded thinking? If Edo has a problem, it's a Nigerian problem.
Let people talk.
Why do you always see this in such a narrow way?
It's not a narrow way. This thing is already a process in other states and it's working. So if a governor is not paying, all they need to do is come out and talk. If Edo people now think they want to use whatever they allocate to them to fight for their own security to now be harming each other, then it's their own problem. And the governor will answer to it. So I don't understand why Edo people want to come up with this idea when we are talking about your own security.
It's already happened in the ROC.
This is the fact people are saying, like, let every state have their own police. Let there be state police.
It's already happened in the ROC. Politicians are very responsible.
When Amraba used to attack people in areas that are just developing, people will form vigilante group. In the night, some people won't sleep. They will burn tire, be roaming.
Sometimes people don't understand that children are running your country. These politicians are not mature people. They are going to misuse it, and it's going to be worse.
Guy, forefather, why you they argue now? This thing don't exist before, and it's only It's only that the state government. They are
what year did he say existed before?
Hold on. Even presently, the matter for forest ranger is under the state. It's not under the federal.
Then why are we going on about?
And it's working. It's working.
No, I'm not telling it's working. I know I'm not telling it's working.
Hold on, forefather. The problem is this: I don't know why Tinubu is making it the matter of a federal. This thing is a matter for the state.
Which is my question. Is Tinubu still standing on that base? Because that was what this guy was standing on, Buhari.
No, Tinubu is not standing for that. Tinubu is not standing for that. That's what Tinubu is waiting. Yeah, that's why it's fighting for state police.
Because it's so critical now that they need to do something on time. And I don't think arguing whether it should even be under state, because that is how you even get people to recruit on time.
No, even local government. Even under local government.
Recruitment process easy. It will make people fight for their own life, because it's your local government, it's your life, your family lives there, your friends live in that same area, live in that same state.
Which money are they used to pay for them?
They will get allocation for it now. Which money is
what allocation? You're not going to get any
more allocation. What about the security code they collect? What are they using that for? Security code they collect billions.
Exactly.
You are talking about the security funds that they have now that they are not using enough to secure their state. That's something they're going to use to pay
because that one, see, forefather. Once they have the police, state police or local whatever, they will channel that money to something. So they will be forced to use that money to pay them. Because people have questions.
I think we do this thing where we have one problem, we prescribe another solution that could become a bigger problem.
That solution is not a problem. It is a problem. I don't even know why they're thinking like that.
Well, on its own, it's not
Why are you already thinking your governor? Why are you already thinking the governor won't pay them when other states
because they don't because they don't pay staff already
Hey,
as we
morning. How are
speak right
you?
now. They
I'm
don't
all right,
like to
thank
pay
you.
staff their salaries. And you see some states, some staff go for months, they've not paid their salary. If you do that with a state police, you're going to create a militia.
Honestly, bro, I don't think in Nigeria of today, with the way security is so critical now, if any government, if they form anything and any government is not paying, once the people come out and shout, the governor will have to go and pay them with shame. I'm telling you, I don't think it's possible for you. They would rather look for other places to chop the money. This
I'm
thing is
telling you
already
that
working in
this
other
stuff
states.
happened in DRC. This stuff happened in DRC. See, the only way I would support something like that is, let's say, the center's military position and the police in the center is very, very strong. Because the way Nigerians behave, they are very sectional, and these politicians are so irresponsible.
Bro, so you are
you
telling me now, let's say in your neighborhood, let's say for example, we are all in Nigeria, your neighborhood, you are the chairman, and you have the people have contributed money for maybe vigilante or the security for the neighborhood. You will tell me you won't pay the money and everybody will know. Everybody
What
will
are
know
you
that
going to do? You're going to go after the governor that is immune. See, imagine the
governor is
governor.
not immune in this case.
Hold on now. Let me
You think
ask
if
you.
Amotekun come out today, they're going to come out and say, let's say for example, and say Governor Seyi Makinde is not paying us the money.
Because Seyi Makinde doesn't have police right now.
You know what will backfire on you?
Hold on. Do you think if Fubara had police, had power of police in his hand, that people would have done what he did? Yeah. Welcome, Midwest people.
Your argument it not make sense. Let me tell you, nothing good. We go just come overnight. If it's area that is not working, they will work on it. At this stage, we are in a stage of oxygen as a people, so it's better we do something. Tinubu is doing his best.
I'm sure it's people like you that were raging that they want to use it to fight Fulanis. If people like you see, the Nigerians are very dishonest people. They want to kill, they want to destroy the country.
Get your arguments in this thing. I don't even know what
I can
that's their problem. And you are not securing yourself. That's your personal problem in Edo State.
You see?
They give you power.
No.
They empower you.
I know that other people have said the same thing. What? See, do you think Fubara would have allowed what happened to him?
You are not saying because you don't like Fubara. That's all I can deduce.
Hold on. Let me just ask a straight question. Let me ask a straight question so you can answer. Do you think Fubara would have been taken if he had a police force? Now, anybody can answer. You can unmute yourself.
I don't think in this critical stage where the country is now, there is too much money for it to say, okay, just because you want to embezzle money, but you don't want to pay the security people to secure the state.
Yeah, but I'm asking you now, do you think the Fubara would have been able to be removed if he had a police force?
Even a lot of people don't agree on everything all the time. This is one thing I know on this platform. People have been agreeing on that. State policing. Let everybody have their own state policing. Even the forest rangers. How is it even possible for federal to be thinking they will be able to handle it? It's best the state handle his own forest. Let every state handle their own forest. Let them and it's working already.
See, they can work under the federal while being recruited from the local. What is wrong with that?
I don't know why you think that.
Why are you so fixated on this federal? Because
the reason why is because I know you people. You are crazy. You crazy Nigerians. You people are crazy. You are itching to fight each other every day. You are all crazy and irresponsible.
Guy, you live in Europe. The way they are doing this policing in Nigeria, is that the way they are doing it where you are?
Those people are civilized. They understand that they have to work together. We are crazy. I watch Nigerians every day come here and make crazy arguments that don't make sense.
Guy,
and they want to fight each other all the time. Look at how people hate Igbo. This one hate this one. You want to give them guns on top of it.
Okay, wait.
I don't trust you guys.
Hold on a moment. Look, my dear brother, we have to do something and start working on it. Nothing will come so perfectly like that. So the idea of not having state police is what killed Nigeria. The federal one, even the federal is still trying to attack the state police already, because they are saying a president can fire the commander or whosoever that is in the head in any state. So that clause, if it is there, we don't even have state police. That's just the truth. Everything will now become Abuja again. So we need state police.
Midwest,
No.
police.
I thought the importance of having state police is that it's recruited from the local area.
No, for father, Midwest just passed the first information now. Supreme Court did not say the president can fire the state governor. You are just reading the headline. Go and read it.
They can fire the state governor.
I didn't say the state governor now. I said the commander of those, the head of the state police. That's what they are trying to add to the
Sorry, Ogala. For those who are having apprehension as state policing is concerned, look, and this is a modern era. We cannot continue to police ourselves just like we have it in the primitive years. Yes, state policing will be, but there will still be federal police in the sense that there must be accountability and establishment of jurisdiction. You can't use police to your own advantage in an arbitrary way, thinking because you are the commander-in-chief of your local or your state government, so you can use them against your opponent. No, the federal might will still be there and it will be used accordingly. I think if this government is serious and they're going to establish this state policing of a thing, they will work out the modality of which state police will be established. What are the crimes that they could prosecute, they could investigate, and if certain crimes would occur, how does it fall into that jurisdiction of the federal line? So all these things will be worked out, and then there will be limitation to what the state police can do. Because
it's that easy. God bless you.
If the serious is workable, is doable. It's just that unfortunately the way we read, meaning the way we factor in, some of those things that the vices in our society, it will be so hard if it's not well established. It could boomerang, but I think I see the positive of it than the negative. Yes, the forest guard of a thing, it could be decentralized, but I don't see reason why the federal government cannot decentralize it, because each of those sections of the forest guard will be at the state level.
No,
but
Adewale,
yeah,
the matter for forest guard is not even in the exclusive list. It's not under the jurisdiction of the federal. That's why I'm wondering, why is Tinubu interested? Is he just helping?
But remember they were using the forest. It was through the forest guard thing that they were also establishing the mining guide or something like that. So I think they want to replicate that. So to me, because some of this mining are happening in the forest.
No. I know Adewale, that's totally different. I've just checked the constitution now. That state because the Land Use Act is what is even backing the forest guard, because the state government were the one, you understand, creating through the Land Use Act, were the one creating the forest reserve, all those. So they are within that jurisdiction, because actually forest guard are not law enforcement agency like
no,
police.
they're just a parastatal. They're not.
You understand? So what is stopping? Okay, what is stopping is this.
But now they were not harmed, but now they want them to be harmed.
That's the point. So just.
But if they are going to be harmed, that means they will fall under the federal jurisdiction.
No.
Why?
No. That's the problem. Why?
Because the state does not have authority, as far as Nigerian constitution is concerned. The state doesn't have authority to issue license to weapon or for citizens to be harmed. So it's still the federal under the federal.
This is not on you. But right now, for example, Amotekun, they're already using shotgun. So how does that affect? And they are doing their job.
Are you sure that Amotekun is harmed?
How does that affect?
Amotekun is using shotgun. Yeah, Amotekun is harmed.
Okay. How did they manage to start using was it the federal executive, or because I know there was no.
Buhari that didn't allow them. Buhari restricted them from using it then.
Hold on.
likes of Sheyima Kinde were fighting for it. Then let's give these people some cases weapon. They said no. That's why they
It's
started using
Akeredolu that fought for you. Akeredolu that fought for you.
But the state. Hold on,
but
I
all
want
of
somebody
them,
to
Akeredolu,
enlighten me on
Oyodele,
this.
so all of them.
Was it the state government that issued them the shotgun, or the federal government one that licensed them to carry that particular
I
weapon?
think
Federal government.
federal government restricted them to the
Okay,
shotgun.
and in the whole federation, is there any other security outfit like that are also licensed to carry weapon of such nature?
I've not seen any.
You see the lopsidedness of
But
the
my
way
own
we make.
problem is, if this thing is helping, why
Hold
are
on,
you not equipping them?
hold on. You see the way this issue of creating executive order that is not balanced. If the executive is going to do this, they must do it in a uniform way, because each part doesn't carry weapon. Each bar police
Let
doesn't.
them mute themselves, please now.
I'm hearing noises. Each bar police doesn't carry weapon. Now Amatekun is carry shotgun. What does that tell us? There's imbalance. And then if they're going to do it, they should do it in a way that will create a balanced system where each state will have the same template, and the federal government federal police will also be established, but then each one will have their own jurisdiction, because we can't have it. One state is more, and strong. Lagos State is strong. Will have. I know Lagos State will do well when it comes to establishing their own security outfit. Other states, I'm not so sure of them, especially. Huh? The state like Giti, state like, those states are even battling paying salary. I'll talk about even recruiting people into the security outfit.
No, Ekiti State is not battling with paying salary. Where did you get that information?
Their civil service is bloated. You now want to have, I don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe they will tax.
I don't trust state police. I don't know why you guys don't
No, it has gone beyond trusting state policing. It's about the hold on, brother. It goes beyond paying salary. In the modern world, you will have people paying taxes to pay and to buy equipment for the police. However, with a state like Ekiti, I'm just using it for example, with a state like Ekiti, raise taxes to pay the salary of these new people, or it will come from the federal allocation. Because if that is the case, then that means some infrastructure projects will suffer and set back.
Around the world, they pay for themselves. It's not
No, who pay themselves? They pay them through taxes.
Yeah, state taxes, not
now.
National
Will
tax.
those poor people be ready to part with their money to pay?
They better be ready now. I think they like their state police now. These crazy Nigerians, I think that they can.
So all this modality has to be established before, we can say, what we want to do it. And like I said, each state, or at the way it's been created, there will be modality of what they can prosecute, what they cannot prosecute, the kind of weapon they can have.
Our problem is simple. Just increase the number of security forces. Then if you want to get state police later on,
no. You see, what you don't understand is this. We have somebody was talking about how terrible our intelligence gathering system has been over the years. And it was deliberately, the federal government deliberately bastardized in a way that every avenue to collect information is being compromised. Now, everybody becomes a basket, and even, conniving with the criminals. See, if you use people from certain area, I live in America and I know what I do for a living. And if you really want to secure people, it goes beyond giving, assigning bullets to somebody. You can have your weapon assigned to you for a whole year without even discharging it. What I'm saying is this: when you use people of the local to be on the ground, to put their head on the ground, and liaise with the local, mingle with the locals, you will get your information that the one that will save you, protect the officers as well, without even spending half of what you're supposed to spend.
See, the problem is not the structure of our state, our security services. Look at the world. And this is why I keep telling our people that sometimes we behave like crazy people. Because look at the world, all systems work. Look at Saudi Arabia. They barely have any crime.
How did see we are different. We are different from those countries. See, those people you are mentioning, they are not as diverse as we are. We are diverse. You can't take somebody from Warri to come to Oshobo to police. Why do they know? They don't. It will take them almost a year or two.
From France, Italy, they are diverse. So many of them have this decentralized.
And what we are talking about, even though they are diverse, they are still kind of like some sort of something that they have in common. In Nigeria,
Russia too is quite diverse. Russia is one of the ones with the largest.
Yeah, but you look at the system those people operate, at the kind of people they are. They are not like we Africa. We like to dominate.
Our own is worse. Our own is the one you shouldn't even give state police. We are very kind to fight each other.
To Nigeria, if you look at the personnel being recruited to the Nigeria police of late, apart from those who actually went to the academy, who went to school, who graduated from college, that we can say they are educated, all those people you see on the roadside conducting traffic stuff, how many of them are educated? Apart from not being paid or whatever excuse we want to find, how many of them are educated for real? I saw on the social media a young man being shot on the foot, in two places, simply because of 39 or so. Eventually, the police officer that shot him took him to the ATM to withdraw money, almost 50,000. What I might try to say is that you look at the personnel that are actually doing the job. Do they actually know what their job entails? There's no standard of operation. There's no policy guiding them. Everybody just do as they like. That is why the likes of Abakari could rule in the underworld as if he's the lord of the manor for a very long time before the bubble busted. So what I'm trying to say is that you have to look at the level of
why take the risk? Is the risk worth it? Why not just recruit more in
it's
all
not
the
about recruitment. See, to Nigeria, it's not about recruitment. It's about actually establishing. See, like I said, those police officers, they don't know their left to their right. That's why the police will start.
That's why we have zero security.
Okay, you remember lately there was incidents at the airport where people being arrested, Abby? When was the last time you saw a police officer in Nigeria arresting someone, putting a call for them? If they are not grabbing,
but I can tell you that we have a level of security that is being provided by these forces. I don't know why we act as if it's zero security in Nigeria. You don't come down from the airport, you get delayed.
To Nigeria, I'm citing an example of the deficiency in the system. When was the last time you seen a police officer in Nigeria arresting a culprit or anyone being accused, putting handcuffs on them? When was the last time?
I saw them arrest Dele to me. So I don't know
those are big. Those are big wigs.
They do arrest people. My point is that they can arrest him. They will arrest other people.
Was Dele being put on handcuff when he was being arrested?
Actually, I think he was.
He was not. He was walked into the vehicle and they drove him. That's why they said he was being kidnapped. It was not. It was not put on handcuff. They respected him. But the point I'm trying to say is that even those incidents that happened at the airport, all those people being accused of causing chaos, they were not arrested, put in handcuff on. They were dragged with their pants. They were dragging them. You know the way they drag people. Somebody will be slapping you. Somebody will be dragging you hold of your pants.
So you want to transfer it to the states?
No. If you are to arrest people, see, that is the problem we have. It's a real proper police training. You will contain the incident by restraining people. Even common plastic strap, they don't have. Okay. An average police officer, you are expected to at least you can control the crowd.
Let's come up with a solution. Adewale,
all of us they don't have proper training. One, they don't have proper training. 1, 2. That system needs to be overhauled completely.
I think we talk too much. Are you going to pay 5,000 naira a month to equip them and give them handcuffs? Pay 5,000 naira. I will pay. You pay. All of us pay 5,000 naira every month. Nigerians pay, and then they secure Nigeria. You will hear Nigerians complain. No, They don't want it. I think we are crazy people when we keep pretending as if we really want to solve the problem. Is any of you agreeing now? Let's pay 5,000 naira, charge every Nigerian citizen, especially the ones that have jobs, and you check the account. If they have the money, you take it, and for the state police,
Godfather,
you want to
Godfather, are you know one of them supporting them? Are you not one of them supporting them that they want to tax Mama Lata? Are you the one asking this?
What do you mean, Mamalata? I didn't say you should tax Mamalata. I said if you want to get security and you want your police officer to be able to get handcuffs and get good cars and everything, yeah, 5,000 naira, you'll be surprised how far it goes. Nigeria is made up of at least 80 million adults that have accounts. If they pay 5,000 naira, do you know how much that is a month? That is going to go a long way to help your police officer become more.
5,000 naira for people that cry. 5,000. So you wanted to pay 5,000 for people that cry online now on TikTok, say, oh, they're going to start taxing everybody in Nigeria from January. You hear what they say,
I don't know what
out of everything.
Hold on. So you want Nigerians to contribute 5,000 naira and give to the police, right?
Yes.
Why?
Then 10,000 for the military. If you are ready.
Hold on now. Why?
For security. I thought you were. Do you know you are going to gain more from the security you get from that?
Guy. So let me tell you one thing. That's one of the worst mistake you can actually make when you are doing all those stuff.
Why?
See, all this idea that the police are not doing their job because they are not well paid. I've told you that.
Oh my God.
Hold on now. People keep saying because they are not paying.
Don't have handcuffs.
Hold on now.
Do we have it?
When you
we
pay
have
tax,
it. We have it.
When you pay tax,
handcuff.
We have put handcuffs.
Okay.
When was the last time you see
that's why they are slapping people?
When was the last time you seen a police with a handcuff in Nigeria?
Forefather.
I've seen them.
Forefather. It is
not handcuff. They don't have handcuff.
They do.
They will slap you around. They're slapping around in the handcuffs.
They will kick you like a football. One person will be dragging you, two people will be slapping you.
Talk about Nigeria.
That's how they arrest you. See, that is the point I'm trying to I'm making. To Nigeria, your argument about recruitment is not the solution.
It is the only solution.
No. You don't just put people with no direction and you enlist them into a force and assign them weapon and say, "Yeah, go
watch the space."
Go
That's
and
the only thing that is going to solve the problem. When I'm right that day, you have to come here and bow before me. And
I thought you were a security personnel.
It's going to be the only solution that will work.
You can't secure. Yeah.
Yes, that just want a system whereby the federal government will getting blamed all the time without his own state being blamed. That's the kind of system he wants. That's why he's going against this.
Police shouldn't have even made a force. They are not force. They relate with the society more than the forces. And I don't see why the reason why they call them. They shouldn't be called a force. You see, the police. That is the problem. The old policing system is the reason why they named it police force. This new century's policing go beyond just carrying weapon patrolling. It's about be with the local, be with the people. Your presence alone. Now you have local government that doesn't even have.
Sometimes you sound like an NGO, like human rights activist. It's like
no, I'm telling you the actual practicable solution. Okay.
It's not practicable. Do you know in the UK they have more than 1 million criminal convictions every year? This is a country that is relatively well off. Nigerians need to wake up to the fact that it's not only because you have money you not have crime. There's always going to be crime.
In the years past, in the early 80s, 90s, whenever a police officer is posted to a rural place, you know what? They don't usually complain. You know why? Because the community that they post them to will take care of them one way or the other. They know virtually everybody that's posted to their community. They know, and Allah can back me up on this. They know them. Their kids go to school with everybody. As a matter of fact, accommodation will be a problem. Even places to live is not available, the community will accommodate, somebody will house you. Now we're not talking about people being posted to a remote place and they are rejecting their posting. Why? Because of they they don't know what the job is all about. So recruiting people with no purpose would not solve anything. We're talking about the training they're even giving them is not adequate. It how can you train somebody and say they should be crawling on a gutter? How is that even a training? How you
That's
hiding there?
training. Yeah,
What
yeah,
kind
it
of
does, it does help them.
what kind of training is that, my brother? Where is it being done
So
globally?
what do you want them to train them with? Give them flowers and let them go and sit in a
If you want to tough them up, it's not about crawling in a dirty, stinking,
what
infected
do you use
water.
to tough them up then? What do you think they should do?
As a police, for those who have been in the at least who have been in the military and stuff, we testify to this. Now you'll be trained on community relationship, or should I say,
Oh my God, I tell you, you really sound like an activist, man. Seriously, you think that? Oh my God, I hope you don't go the early security apparatus. See, that is not how you secure a country. You have to first get good manpower and train them to be resilient in the face of adversity, because there could be
they
adversity.
are
Not
not
that it
trained to fight
could
a
be
war.
even. No, hold on.
Police.
But you have to prepare for the worst.
Listen, police is not to fight war.
Of course not, but you have to
Okay,
prepare for
they
a
are to
potential
see.
terrorist
They are
attack,
present. They are to see.
football riots,
mo-
party
uh,
riots, all kinds of different things.
Forefathers,
Protests.
forefathers. Police. The job of police is not to fight war. As a matter of fact, they are not supposed to even be carrying that AK-47. We live through the era where the police does not even use weapon. That only their DPO or inspector is being assigned weapon. I'm talking about pistol. Look, now they are carrying AK-47. What does that tell you? There's a breakdown of law and order, and the police is not efficient enough. That's why they assign AK-47 to them. Okay? What I'm saying is this. A security can be in a place without showing too much of use of force. When the police is well trained, their presence alone is enough to guide and to secure life and property. Now, we're talking about weapon, okay? Yes, each one of them will be trained to handle weapon, but they are not trained to handle weapon to fight war. They are trained to fight to use those weapons in case of any emergency. And in advanced word, you will see that police do not go around carrying AK-47. They go around with their weapon strapped by their side, but then they are still going to the community to talk to people, to hear stuff, and you know, to some extent, people knows who patrol their area more because they see their vehicle, they see them every now and then. Why can't we replicate that in Nigeria? It's not about talking about like an activist. It's about making the job a lot easier on the personnel. When you recruit somebody who does not have interest in the job, all it's just about using it to his own advantage by extorting innocent people, you will have problem in your hand because the civil servant will not pay you to be a millionaire. Yes, we're talking about not paid enough, and that is how it's being done globally, especially in any capitalist states, countries. But you see, tomorrow, if they are paying them 1 million, there will still be people who will still be a moron on their job.
See,
You don't need to recruit.
we are
That state
overanalyzing
policing,
something very simple.
let it come to pass. Then
See,
Guys,
Adewale, you've
I'm
been
doing this.
analyzing this thing. I'm surprised how like an activist you sound on these things. See, our problem is very simple. We don't have enough people. I've done the research on this, and I've checked all systems around the world. They have so many different systems. Some of them centralized, some of them not centralized. Do you know what they all have in common? They simply have the numbers. That is the common denominator. If you don't have them, you are not going to be secure. And it makes sense. Because if you are not there, how can you secure somewhere you are not? Are you a spirit? You can't secure where you are not.
you know, in most of the states in America, a police officer, I think, is is expected to have one police officer to like maybe it's 8 up to 12 or so. Then after that, you need help. So you don't have to have a battalions of recruits to actually police your community. You needed all-rounder, well-trained, a purpose-driven officer that will help you to get information, to relate with the community, and then to rise up when the occasion demand. That's all you needed. But when you go around and recruiting people that, one, they don't even have any skills, so that is their last resort. They got the job with the hope that they can go out there and be demanding 20 naira, 30 naira from a bus driver or innocent person.
Let me highlight this guy.
That's what you're going to have.
Is that you, Adewale? Is this you, Adewale?
Well, how can that be me?
Oh, that's not you. That's another Adewale then. See, Adewale, I don't know why you keep saying. How can you not understand that? Go and check the numbers everywhere else. I've done the numbers and I've been complaining about this for years. Go to my channel and you will see this is the first video I made about why is it that we are the least defended people on the planet. We don't defend our people. And you expect security. It doesn't matter what style you have. Whether it's Saudi Arabia, Japan, China, Russian style, American style, UK style. The problem is that you don't have people doing the job. If you put people to secure your country, the country will be secure, period. Egypt used to have this problem. Algeria used to have a big problem. I remember when I was in Nigeria, the bombing that was going on in Algeria was very vicious, way worse than Nigeria's. And yet they've tamed it now. They don't have any issues anymore. And Algeria is about 30-something million. They have a vastly bigger military than Nigeria's. They are 30-something million people. If they can afford it, Algeria, okay, yeah, they have oil. But if they can afford it, why can't they afford it?
To Niger, look, that of Algeria, there is what I call, what is the motive behind those guys who were bombing everything? Sometimes political issue. But in our own case, we are unable to figure out exactly why do fellow Nigerians, even political appointees, decided to hate those who are killing fellow Nigerians just because they are affiliated to same tribes and everything. So our situation is very, I don't know, multi-dimension issue. That when you want to tackle one, you have to be sensitive about the other. Because people, for the president, he want to save the country. They want the unity. We all understand. But however, in doing so, that does not mean they should not protect other people who are vulnerable. For example, if those community where they are buying people since then, or where they took the life of 200, those 200 were to be equipped properly, I will tell you, maybe in a combat, they will lose like 5 or 10, and the rest will be alive. So Nigerians are vulnerable. We need state police. There's no argument about it. If the politicians want to turn into a tools and everything, it will get to a point. The federal must surely also have some certain levels of authority over them. That is well understandable, but it should be well designed so that they don't also come in because they are the one who destroy Nigeria police force. They destroy Nigeria police force through the federal might. The police are not autonomous. Promotion is based on, once you have a new president, they appoint their tribesmen and they start promoting people just and be lying to the masses. This is what we require. But whereas it is the tribal sentiment that they use to promote people. Likewise, the military is very clear. If you are from a certain region, you write exam, you don't even see your admission result or whatever when it comes to Nigeria Defense Academy. So
okay, what if they do it like this? What if they do it like this? They said, state, recruit everybody that you want into your police, that you choose the recruits and they are all local to the area, but they answer to the federal.
No, it doesn't work that way. See, there is a limit. Wait now, when you create state police, there are issues they can handle.
Yeah, but they are handling that. That's my. I'm saying, but the ultimate authority that they answer to should be the federal.
You wait, whether federal or we are just talking about security here. Don't be looking at where the power will lie. So there are also areas where they will stop them. You listen a little bit. There are places where they will stop them by law and say, within this jurisdiction, your power not reach them. So if this is what is going on, the federal must take charge. I don't know whether you understand that. So it will be where, take for example, if we even want to look at in the whole civilized world, I think Spain should be a good example, because the Spain have so many form of police based on region. There is the two that is owned by the federal, and those two national and Guardia Civil are the most highest one. Then the region also, some region also have extra regional, national something, and they now have the local. Like Valencia, we only have the local. So like Barcelona, they have what they call Mozo Escuadra. It's like a Barcelona regional Catalan something, national police something. Look, when those people want to break away, they want to do a referendum, and the Spanish constitution said no referendum. They conducted this election. It was a very complex issue, but because of how the government were able to, put some clause in the law how those Mozos should function, they have to work with the national on that issue. They allow the people to conduct the election. When you want to come to result, they carry the result and throw it to the federal. The federal carried it away. You go and announce nothing. I don't know whether you understand now. So
I know the federal government stepped in, but then the federal government was powerful, but the Nigerian federal government is not as powerful to control 32 states.
No, the only problem we have in Nigeria is that everybody is like almost fed up. The pain is too much, and there's that kind of lack of trust, and we are not rule-based. We are not rule-based people. Like that of the Spanish I use, the rule-based system is already there. I told you, even the
that is why I said we should start with the increased number first. Then later on, you can start doing it in state level, so that the center will be strong, and we are used to following rules.
Even the head of that Mozo squad at that time when they did that referendum, I think that man was having a problem as well, because the Guardia Civil complained that there are some certain things he did that he not supposed to do. Because they, in that scope, they have to work with federal effectively, not the region they represent anymore. Because that is a national level issue. So we should have a clause when we find ourselves in because this thing we are into, this crisis, I strongly believe is going to get worse. Because when you look at the way the migration of Nigerians currently because of displaced people, and once those people master the terrain, and these same bad guys are able to be in their midst as well, the new locals that receive them may likely result in self-defense. That's why I said there's possibility for it to get worse. But if people are having power to defend their land through local policing, they have place to cry to. They may not think of that. That's why we need it. Whether it's failing or not, we still have some sense of authority that are in charge of those kind of operations. Which is very important.
Nigerians are not ready. Personally, if you ask me to vote, I'll say currently the way Nigerians are behaving, they are behaving like people that you pour petrol on top of them, and they are waiting for that petrol to be set alight, and so they start fighting each other. And when the people are like that, the last thing you need is give them weapons on top of it.
Yeah, the thing is that.
Guys, sorry, to your point earlier that you don't want people resorting to self-help using their own local. Why do you think the state government are very cautious or are not willing to invite like local militias? Because, like, for example, now the OPC and other Agbekoyas in the Southwest met, and they had their own separate meeting. They are being brought in now because remember, in Southwest, they were the ones raising the alarms years ago. If you remember, they were like telling us this is coming, but the people in government did not want them being charged. They said, like, we don't want you guys, we will do that ourselves. But now, why do you think that was where they don't want to incorporate local militias into the security net of those regions? Why do you think that is with the ruling class?
I think number one, what the governors are conscious of is for this group not to fall into the hands of a no-state actor who suddenly will become so powerful. Because when youth are
good morning. See you guys later.
Okay. So if that happen, it would be a very, very difficult situation. So like Southwest, for me, Nigeria has a problem, but I think the Southwest, compared to every other region, my brother, there's chances for Southwest to take charge of both all those, no, I don't know, this group you just mentioned, the words you use on them, and local whatever. They can still control them. But if beside outside Southwest, I don't trust my Delta area, maybe partially, but in Southeast,
you don't trust them.
No,
I'm glad you admitted that you don't trust them.
West to south, you have the one they are paying billions to get pipeline. They are getting richer, and they are becoming like as if they are even stronger than the police sometimes when they talk, or even the army. So is this kind of people, when things collapse, you think you can govern this kind of area, you will be having more than 10 or 15 warlords, and they don't agree.
Exactly.
And you see them turning against themselves. So these are the danger. Why people are very careful. Yeah.
I know. Listen, I agree with you that the Southwest kind of is incorporating them. Let me back. It's incorporating them better compared to other regions. I get that. But what I'm saying is that we have all agreed that there's no way you can effectively secure a region if you do not involve local militia, right? At least to some extent. Let's forget. Let's forget the Southwest. No. Hold on. Let's forget the Southwest, for example. But the South now, how can you then bring them in? And in what capacity is the question? That way they don't become warlord like you are concerned. But in what capacity can you bring them in to this security architecture of the region? Is the question.
The way I see South, Edo and Delta made mistake to agree and align with that word South. They would have accepted their Midwest region, even though if it is 4-5 states they created for them. And I think those people have chances to, they may disagree. Being people that have lived together before, they may look into the positive aspect of what they have been able to achieve, an area where they fail, just like the Southwest, and they will be able to mobilize the youth to have that sense of unity. But when it comes to South, after Edo and Delta, the rest people that side, my brother, the way they behave, when if I'm looking at them, I'm a little bit confused. I'm just telling the truth. I'm so confused about these people when they talk, territorial, the way they drag, the way they tell you I own here, particularly the Jaw now, how they funded here, they own here, they own there. I know this one will lead to problem because Ijaw never run any city in that region. What is the name of, you say you are the oldest, from which city? I keep asking, they cannot answer. From where?
I thought they are in Bayelsa now. They don't own Bayelsa State.
But they are dissatisfied with Bayelsa. When you have problem in River State, they pour there. And they are coming. In Delta, like
majority in River State. I think Ijaw is majority in River State.
How are they majority in River State? Have you counted?
Actually, they are majority. Check it. They are majority in River State. And
I don't know. I don't know those statistics where they're coming from. You know, let me put you something, my brother.
To his point, can't they still work together as like an old? You can still bring that. I mean, in terms of Delta and Edo working together as Midwest, they can still do that if they want to. Now they don't have to be under South. So if they want to work together with the current system, so you don't have to necessarily work with the South. Like, let me give you an example now. When the Southwest met, even the state government, the local militias in the Southwest, when they met 3 days ago, all the Yoruba groups, all the kings from Kwara, from Kogi also showed up. They didn't say because it was Southwest. They're like, oh, we are Yoruba. Please don't forget us. So they showed up to the meeting. So if you still have something like that you have together from that old Midwest, you can still bring that back up and connect together as one people in that region. That word does not bind you in the South. If you have more in common with people in Edo and Delta, then you can do more together when it comes to security.
Yeah. I think for me, the way I look at it is that I've said it several times. The fundamentals you have to take care of it.
Prince see, if we put Edo and Delta together, we can do much. I'm telling you. But when you start putting us together, this South, you know, we've never lived together under any administration. We've never really been able to put any. See, my dear, those deep area where they have done a lot of militancy, it's like that thing is still in their brain. They just believe in giddy, something like that. Without really asking themselves.
But there's no militancy going on now. There's no militancy going on now in the South.
My brother, do you know how much the federal government is paying people that is guarding pipeline without even checking what is spending this money for?
That's a good thing. There's no militancy anymore. That's the important thing.
It's important. Wait. You see the problem we have in Nigeria, You see, Oibo, any money that is moving, we try their best to monitor. Some millionaires here, they don't monitor. They know that some kind of things they are doing is not, they don't do it very well. But what they are spending their money for, they follow them up. When they see you are establishing business, employing people, this and that, the tax office and all those areas they use to check, we also turn blind eyes. As far as we are not a threat. Because the way we move money, is it not people that is sponsoring this rubbish that the government is now pumping money into? Because they were having access to money uncontrollable. And they were now raising boys gradually, money go, doing this, doing that. Now it's not a big epidemic that the federal government, nearly all the whole money is going to security. They want to buy, they want to do this. They don't even have budget anymore. You just like if the something makes sense, the phrase says we don't release money. Let's solve it. At the end, the problem will still continue. It's a real distraction.
We are the one that caused the problem. Now we should have dealt with the security problem where we were trying to save a penny. Now we are going to spend dollars, and we are still trying to hedge our bets.
We are going to spend more. We are going to spend more, my brother. I don't like
until Nigerians are ready to pay for their national security, which is a precious thing. It's life. Until they are ready to pay for it, they are not going to get it, isn't it? So my opinion is that we can't trust Nigerians at this stage with state police.
We are going to spend more, and we are already spending more. Just have that one very clear. We're going to spend more.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in, and I appreciate you all. We have to round up now. It's already daytime here in the UK, so that everybody can go to their work. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Midwest, nice one, and Baba T, thank you for joining us. Till next time, bye all.